Chapter 1 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 1. After the close of the Hungarian War, when the marriage of Pan Andrzej Kmicic and Panna Alexandra Bilewicz was celebrated, a cavalier, equally meritorious and famous in the Commonwealth, Pan Michał Wołodyjowski, colonel of the Lauda Squadron, was to enter the bonds of marriage with Panna Anna Boża-Boharta-Krasiński. But notable hindrances rose, which delayed and put back the affair. The lady was a foster daughter of Princess Griselda Wiśniowiecki, without whose permission Panna Anna would in no wise consent to the wedding. Pan Michał was forced, therefore, to leave his affianced in Vodokty by reason of the troubled times, and go alone to Zamość for the consent and the blessing of the princess. But a favouring star did not guide him. He did not find the princess in Zamość. She had gone to the imperial court in Vienna for the education of her son. The persistent knight followed her even to Vienna, though that took much time. When he had arranged the affair there successfully, he turned homeward in confident hope. He found troubled times at home. The army was forming a confederacy. In the Ukraine, uprisings continued. At the eastern boundary, the conflagration had not ceased. New forces were assembled to defend the frontiers even in some fashion. Before Pan Michał had reached Warsaw, he received a commission issued by the Vojevoda of Rus. Thinking that the country should be preferred at all times to private affairs, he relinquished his plan of immediate marriage and moved to the Ukraine. He campaigned in those regions some years, living in battles, in unspeakable hardships and labour, having barely a chance on occasions to send letters to the expectant lady. Next he was envoy to the Crimea. Then came the unfortunate civil war with Pan Lubomirski, in which Wołodyjowski fought on the side of the king against that traitor and infamous man. Then he went to the Ukraine a second time under Sobieski. From these achievements the glory of his name increased in such manner that he was considered on all sides as the first soldier of the Commonwealth. But the years were passing for him in anxiety, sighs, and yearning. At last 1668 came, when he was sent at command of the Castellan to rest. At the beginning of the year he went for the cherished lady, and taking her from Vodokty, they set out for Kraków. They were journeying to Kraków because Princess Griselda, who had returned from the dominions of the Emperor, invited Pan Michał to have the marriage at that place, and offered herself to be mother to the bride. The Kmicices remained at home, not thinking to receive early news from Pan Michał, and altogether intent on a new guest that was coming to Vodokty. Providence had till that time withheld from them children. Now a change was impending, happy and in accordance with their wishes. That year was surprisingly fruitful. Grain had given such a bountiful yield that the barns could not hold it, and the whole land, in the length and the breadth of it, was covered with stacks. In neighbourhoods ravaged by war, the young pine groves had grown in one spring more than in 2 years at other times. There was abundance of game and of mushrooms in the forests, as if the unusual fruitfulness of the earth had been extended to all things that lived on it. Hence the friends of Pan Michał drew happy omens for his marriage also, but the fates, ordained otherwise. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 2. On a certain beautiful day of autumn, Pan Andrzej Kmicic was sitting under the shady roof of a summer house and drinking his after-dinner mead. He gazed at his wife from time to time through the lattice, which was grown over with wild hops. Pani Kmicic was walking on a neatly swept path in front of the summer house. The lady was unusually stately, bright-haired, with a face serene, almost angelic. She walked slowly and carefully, for there was in her a fullness of dignity and blessing. Pan Andrzej gazed at her with intense love. When she moved, his look turned after her with such attachment as a dog shows his master with his eyes. At moments he smiled, for he was greatly rejoiced at sight of her, and he twirled his moustache upward. At such moments there appeared on his face a certain expression of glad frolicsomeness. It was clear that the soldier was fun-loving by nature, and in years of single life had played many a prank. Silence in the garden was broken only by the sound of overripe fruit dropping to the earth and the buzzing of insects. The weather had settled marvellously. It was the beginning of September. The sun burned no longer with excessive violence, but cast yet abundant golden rays. In these rays ruddy apples were shining among the grey leaves, and hung in such numbers that they hid the branches. The limbs of plum trees were bending under plums with bluish wax on them. The first movement of air was shown by the spider threads fastened to the trees. These swayed with the breeze so light that it did not stir even the leaves. Perhaps it was that calm in the world which had so filled Pan Kmicic with joyfulness, for his face grew more radiant each moment. At last he took a draught of mead and said to his wife, "Olenka, but come here, I will tell you something." "It may be something that I should not like to hear." "As God is dear to me, it is not. Give me your ear." Saying this, he seized her by the waist, pressed his moustaches to her bright hair, and whispered, "If a boy, let him be Michał." She turned away with face somewhat flushed and whispered, "But you promised not to object to Heraclius." "Do you not see that it is to honour Volodyovski?" "But should not the first remembrance be given to my grandfather?" "And my benefactor. True, but the next will be Michał. It cannot be otherwise." Here Olenka, standing up, tried to free herself from the arms of Pan Andrzej, but he, gathering her in with still greater force, began to kiss her on the lips and the eyes, repeating at the same time, "O thou my hundreds, my thousands, my dearest love." Further conversation was interrupted by a lad who appeared at the end of the walk and ran quickly toward the summer house. "What is wanted?" asked Kmicic, freeing his wife. "Pan Harłamp has come and is waiting in the parlour," said the boy. "And there he is himself," exclaimed Kmicic, at sight of a man approaching the summer house. "For God's sake, how grey his moustache is! Greetings to you, dear comrade! Greetings, old friend!" With these words he rushed from the summer house and hurried with open arms toward Pan Harłamp. But first Pan Harłamp bowed low to Olenka, whom he had seen in old times at the court of Kyedani. Then he pressed her hand to his enormous moustache, and casting himself into the embraces of Kmicic, sobbed on his shoulder. "For God's sake, what is the matter?" cried the astonished host. God has given happiness to one and taken it from another, said Harwamp, but the reasons of my sorrow I can tell only to you. Here he looked at Olenka. She, seeing that he was unwilling to speak in her presence, said to her husband, I will send mead to you, gentlemen, and now I leave you. Kmicic took Pan Harwamp to the summer-house, and, seating him on a bench, asked, What is the matter? Are you in need of assistance? Count on me as on Zawisza. Nothing is the matter with me, said the old soldier, and I need no assistance while I can move this hand and this sabre. But our friend, the most worthy cavalier in the Commonwealth, is in cruel suffering. I know not whether he is breathing yet. By Christ's wounds, has anything happened to Wołodyjowski? Yes, said Harwamp, giving way to a new outburst of tears. Know that Panna Anna Borzobahata has left this valley. Is dead, cried Kmicic, seizing his head with both hands. As a bird pierced by a shaft. A moment of silence followed. No sound but that of apples dropping here and there to the ground heavily, and of Pan Harwamp panting more loudly while restraining his weeping. But Kmicic was wringing his hands, and repeated, nodding his head, Dear God, dear God, dear God. Your Grace will not wonder at my tears, said Harwamp at last, for if your heart is pressed by unendurable pain at the mere tidings of what happened, what must it be to me, who is witness of her death and her pain, of her suffering, which surpassed every natural measure? Here the servant appeared, bringing a tray with a decanter and a second glass on it. After him came Kmicic's wife, who could not repress her curiosity. Looking at her husband's face, and seeing in it deep suffering, she said straightway, What tidings have you brought? Do not dismiss me. I will comfort you as far as possible, or I will weep with you, or will help you with counsel. Help for this will not be found in your head, said Pan Andrei, and I fear that your health will suffer from sorrow. I can endure much. It is more grievous to live in uncertainty. Anyusha is dead, said Kmicic. Olenka grew somewhat pale, and dropped on the bench heavily. Kmicic thought that she would faint, but grief acted more quickly than the sudden announcement, and she began to weep. Both knights accompanied her immediately. Olenka, said Kmicic at last, wishing to turn his wife's thoughts in another direction, do you not think that she is in heaven? Not for her do I weep, but over the loss of her and over the loneliness of Pan Michał. As to her eternal happiness, I should wish to have such hope for my own salvation as I have for hers. There was not a worthier maiden, or one of better heart, or more honest. O my Anulka, beloved! I saw her death, said Harwamp. May God grant us all to die with such piety. Here silence followed, as if some of their sorrow had gone with their tears. Then Kmicic said, Tell us how it was, and take some mead to support you. Thank you, said Harwamp. I will drink from time to time, if you will drink with me. For pain seizes not only the heart, but the throat, like a wolf, and when it seizes a man, it might choke him unless he received some assistance. I was going from Częstochowa to my native place to settle there quietly in my old age. I have had war enough. As a stripling I began to practice, and now my moustache is grey. If I cannot stay at home altogether, I will go out under some banner. But these military confederations to the loss of the country and the profit of the enemy, and these civil wars, have disgusted me thoroughly with arms. Dear God, the pelican nourishes its children with its blood, it is true, but this country has no longer even blood in its breast. Świderski was a great soldier, may God judge him. My dearest Anulka, interrupted Pani Kmicic with weeping, without thee, what would have happened to me and to all of us? Thou wert a refugee and a defence to me, O my beloved Anulka." Hearing this, Harwamp sobbed anew, but briefly, for Kmicic interrupted him with a question. "But where did you meet Pan Michał?" "In Częstochowa, where he and she intended to rest, for they were visiting the shrine there after the journey. He told me at once how he was going from your place to Kraków, to Princess Griselda, without whose permission and blessing Anyusha was unwilling to marry. The maiden was in good health at that time, and Pan Michał was as joyful as a bird. 'See,' said he, 'the Lord God has given me a reward for my labour.' He boasted also not a little, God comfort him, and joked with me because I, as you know, quarrelled with him on a time concerning the lady, and we were to fight a duel. Where is she now, poor woman?" Here Harwamp broke out again, but briefly, for Kmicic stopped him a second time. "You say that she was well. How came the attack then so suddenly?" "That it was sudden is true. She was lodging with Pani Marcin Zamoyski, who, with her husband, was spending some time in Częstochowa. Pan Michał used to sit all the day with her. He complained of delay somewhat, and said they might be a whole year on the journey to Kraków, for every one on the way would detain him. And this is no wonder. Every man is glad to entertain such a soldier as Pan Michał, and whoever could catch him would keep him. He took me to the lady too, and threatened smilingly that he would cut me to pieces if I made love to her, but he was the whole world to her. At times, too, my heart sank for my own sake, because a man in old age is like a nail in a wall. Never mind, but one night Pan Michał rushed into me in dreadful distress. 'In God's name, can you find a doctor?' 'What has happened?' 'The sick woman knows no one.' 'When did she fall ill?' asked I. 'Pani Zamoyski has just given me word,' replied he. 'It is night now. Where can I look for a doctor when there is nothing here but a cloister, and in the town more ruins than people?' I found a surgeon at last, and he was even unwilling to go. I had to drive him with weapons, but a priest was more needed then than a surgeon. We found at her bedside, in fact, a worthy Paulist, who, through prayer, had restored her to consciousness. She was able to receive the sacrament and take an affecting farewell of Pan Michał. At noon of the following day it was all over with her. The surgeon said that someone must have given her something, though that is impossible, for witchcraft has no power in Częstochowa. But what happened to Pan Michał? What he said, my hope is that the Lord Jesus will not account this to him, for a man does not reckon with words when pain is tearing him. You see, Pan Harwamp lowered his voice. He blasphemed in his forgetfulness. For God's sake, did he blaspheme? Inquired Kmicic in a whisper. He rushed out from her corpse to the antechamber, from the antechamber to the yard, and reeled about like a drunken man. He raised his hands then, and began to cry with a dreadful voice, "Such is the reward for my wounds, for my toils, for my blood, for my love of country. I had one lamb," said he, "and that one, O Lord, thou didst take from me. To hurl down an armed man," said he, "who walks the earth in pride, is a deed for God's hand. But a cat, a hawk, or a kite can kill a harmless dove, and—" "By the wounds of God," exclaimed Pani Kmicic, "say no more, or you will draw misfortune on this house." Harwamp made the sign of the cross and continued. The poor soldier thought that he had done service, and still this was his reward. Ah, God knows better what he does, though that is not to be understood by man's reason, nor measured by human justice. Straightway after this blasphemy he grew rigid and fell on the ground, and the priest read an exorcism over him, so that foul spirits should not enter him, as they might, enticed by his blasphemy. Did he come to himself quickly? He lay as if dead about an hour. Then he recovered and went to his room. He would see no one. At the time of the burial I said to him, "Pan Michał, have God in your heart." He made me no answer. I stayed 3 days more in Częstochowa, for I was loath to leave him, but I knocked in vain at his door. He did not want me. I struggled with my thoughts. What was I to do? Try longer at the door or go away? How was I to leave a man without comfort? But, finding that I could do nothing, I resolved to go to Pan Jan Skrzetuski. He is his best friend, and Pan Zagłoba is his friend also. Maybe they will touch his heart somehow, and especially Pan Zagłoba, who is quick-witted and knows how to talk over any man. Did you go to Pan Jan? I did, but God gave no luck, for he and Zagłoba had gone to Kalisz to Pan Stanisław. No one could tell when they would return. Then I thought to myself, as my road is toward Żmudź, I will go to Pan Kmicic and tell what has happened. I knew from of old that you were a worthy cavalier, said Kmicic. It is not a question of me in this case, but of Pan Michał, said Harłamp, and I confess that I fear for him greatly lest his mind be disturbed. God preserve him from that, said Pani Kmicic. If God preserves him, he will certainly take the habit, for I tell you that such sorrow I have never seen in my life, and it is a pity to lose such a soldier as he. It is a pity. How a pity? The glory of God will increase thereby, said Pani Kmicic. Harłamp's moustache began to quiver, and he rubbed his forehead. Well, gracious benefactress, either it will increase or it will not increase. Consider how many pagans and heretics he has destroyed in his life, by which he has surely delighted our Saviour and his mother more than any one priest could with sermons. It is a thing worthy of thought. Let every one serve the glory of God as he knows best. Among the Jesuits legions of men may be found wiser than Pan Michał, but another such sabre as his there is not in the Commonwealth. True, as God is dear to me, cried Kmicic. Do you know whether he stayed in Częstochowa? He was there when I left. What he did later I know not. I know only this. God preserve him from losing his mind. God preserve him from sickness, which frequently comes with despair. He will be alone, without aid, without a relative, without a friend, without consolation. May the most holy Lady in that place of miracles save thee, faithful friend, who hast done so much for me that a brother could not have done more. Pani Kmicic fell into deep thought, and silence continued long. At last she raised her bright head and said, Jędrek, do you remember how much we owe him? If I forget, I will borrow eyes from a dog, for I shall not dare to look an honest man in the face with my own eyes. Jędrek, you cannot leave him in that state. How can I help him? Go to him. There speaks a woman's honest heart. There is a noble woman, cried Harłamp, seizing her hands and covering them with kisses. But the advice was not to Kmicic's taste. Hence he began to twist his head and said, I would go to the ends of the earth for him, but you yourself know, if you were well, I do not say, but you know, God preserve you from any accident. I should wither away from anxiety. A wife is above the best friend. I am sorry for Pan Michał, but you yourself know. I will remain under the protection of the Lauder Fathers. It is peaceful here now, and I shall not be afraid of any small thing. Without God's will, a hair will not fall from my head, and Pan Michał needs rescue, perhaps. Oi, he needs it, put in Harłamp. Jędrek, I am in good health. Harm will come to me from no one. I know that you are unwilling to go. I would rather go against cannon with an oven stick, interrupted Kmicic. If you stay, do you think it will not be bitter for you here when you think, I have abandoned my friend, and besides, The Lord God may easily take away his blessing in his just wrath. You beat a knot into my head. You say that he may take away his blessing? I fear that. It is a sacred duty to save such a friend as Pan Michał. I love Michał with my whole heart. The case is a hard one. If there is need, there is urgent need, for every hour in this matter is important. I will go at once to the stables. By the living God, is there no other way out of it? The evil one inspired Pan Jan and Zagloba to go to Kalisz. It is not a question with me of myself, but of you, dearest. I would rather lose all I have than be without you one day. Should anyone say that I go from you not on public service, I would plant my sword hilt in his mouth to the cross. Duty, you say? Let it be so. He is a fool who hesitates. If this were for anyone else but Michał, I never should do it. Here Pan Andrei turned to Harłamp. Gracious sir, I beg you to come to the stable. We will choose horses, and you, Olenka, see that my trunk is ready. Let some of the louder men look to the threshing. Pan Harłamp, you must stay with us even a fortnight. You will take care of my wife for me. Some land may be found for you here in the neighbourhood. Take Lubicz. Come to the stable. I will start in an hour. If 'tis needful, 'tis needful. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 3. Some time before sunset, Pan Kmicic set out, blessed by his tearful wife with a crucifix in which splinters of the Holy Cross were set in gold. And since during long years the knight had been inured to sudden journeys, when he started, he rushed forth as if to seize Tartars escaping with plunder. When he reached Wilno, he held on through Grodno to Białystok, and thence to Siedlec. In passing through Łuków, he learned that Pan Jan had returned the day previous from Kalisz with his wife and children, Pan Zagloba accompanying. He determined, therefore, to go to them, for with whom could he take more efficient counsel touching the rescue of Pan Michał? They received him with surprise and delight, which were turned into weeping, however, when he told them the cause of his coming. Pan Zagloba was unable all day to calm himself, and shed so many tears at the pond that, as he said himself afterward, the pond rose and they had to lift the floodgate. But when he had wept himself out, he thought deeply, and this is what he said at the council. Jan, you cannot go, for you are chosen to the chapter. There will be a multitude of cases, as after so many wars the country is full of unquiet spirits. From what you relate. Pan Kmicic, it is clear that the storks will remain in Vodotki all winter, since they are on the work list and must attend to their duties. It is no wonder that with such housekeeping you are in no haste for the journey, especially since 'tis unknown how long it may last. You have shown a great heart by coming, but if I am to give earnest advice, I will say, go home, for in Michał's case a near confidant is called for, one who will not be offended at a harsh answer, or because there is no wish to admit him. Patience is needful, and long experience, and your grace has only friendship for Michał, which in such a contingency is not enough. But be not offended, for you must confess that Jan and I are older friends, and have passed through more adventures with him than you have. Dear God, how many are the times in which I saved him, and he me, from disaster. I will resign my functions as a deputy, interrupted Pan Jan. Jan, that is public service, retorted Zagloba with sternness. God sees, said the afflicted Pan Jan, that I love my cousin Stanisław with true brotherly affection, but Michał is nearer to me than a brother. He is nearer to me than any blood relative, especially since I never had one. It is not the time now to discuss our affection. Do you see, Jan, if this misfortune had struck Michał recently, perhaps I would say to you, 'Give the chapter to the devil and go.' But let us calculate how much time has passed since Harłamp reached Żmudź from Częstochowa, and while Pan Andrzej was coming from Żmudź here to us. Now it is needful not only to go to Michał, but to remain with him, not only to weep with him, but to persuade him, not only to show him the crucified as an example, but to cheer his heart and mind with pleasant jokes. So you know who ought to go. I, and I will go, so help me God. If I find him in Częstochowa, I will bring him to this place. If I do not find him, I will follow him even to Moldavia, and I will not cease to seek for him while I am able to raise with my own strength a pinch of snuff to my nostrils." When they had heard this, the two knights fell to embracing Pan Zagłoba, and he grew somewhat tender over the misfortune of Pan Michał and his own coming fatigues. Therefore he began to shed tears, and at last, when he had embraces enough, he said, "But do not thank me for Pan Michał, you are not nearer to him than I." "Not for Pan Michał do we thank you," said Kmicic, "but that man must have a heart of iron, or rather one not at all human, who would be unmoved at sight of your readiness, which in the service of a friend makes no account of fatigue and has no thought for age. Other men in your years think only of a warm corner, but you speak of a long journey as if you were of my years or those of Pan Jan." Zagłoba did not conceal his years, it is true, but in general he did not wish people to mention old age as an attendant of incapability. Hence, though his eyes were still red, he glanced quickly and with a certain dissatisfaction at Kmicic, and answered, "My dear sir, when my 77th year was beginning, my heart felt a slight sinking, because 2 axes were over my neck. But when the 8th 10 of years passed me, such courage entered my body that a wife tripped into my brain, and had I married, we might see who would be first to have cause of boasting, you or I." "I am not given to boasting," said Kmicic, "but I do not spare praises on your grace." "And I should have surely confused you as I did Revera Potocki, the hetman, in presence of the king, when he jested at my age. I challenged him to show who could make the greatest number of goat springs one after the other. And what came of it? The hetman made 3. The haiduks had to lift him, for he could not rise alone, and I went all around with nearly 35 springs. Ask Pan Jan, who saw it all with his own eyes." Pan Jan, knowing that Zagłoba had had for some time the habit of referring to him as an eyewitness of everything, did not wink, but spoke again of Pan Michał. Zagłoba sank into silence, and began to think of some subject deeply. At last he dropped into better humour, and said after supper, "I will tell you a thing that not every mind could hit upon. I trust in God that our Michał will come out of this trouble more easily than we thought at first." "God grant, but whence did that come to your head?" inquired Kmicic. Besides an acquaintance with Michał, it is necessary to have quick wit from nature and long experience, and the latter is not possible at your years. Each man has his own special qualities. When misfortune strikes some men, it is, speaking figuratively, as if you were to throw a stone into a river. On the surface the water flows, as it were, quietly, but the stone lies at the bottom and hinders the natural current, and stops it, and tears it terribly, and it will lie there and tear it till all the water of that river flows into the Styx. Jan, you may be counted with such men, but there is more suffering in the world for them, since the pain and the memory of what caused it do not leave them. but others receive misfortune as if someone had struck them with a fist on the shoulder. They lose their senses for the moment, revive later on, and when the black and blue spot is well, they forget it. Oi, such a nature is better in this world, which is full of misfortune. The knights listened with attention to the wise words of Zagloba. He was glad to see that they listened with such respect, and continued, I know Michał through and through, and God is my witness that I have no wish to find fault with him now, but it seems to me that he grieves more for the loss of the marriage than of the maiden. It is nothing that terrible despair has come, though that too, especially for him, is a misfortune above misfortunes. You cannot even imagine what a wish that man had to marry. There is not in him greed or ambition of any kind, or selfishness. He has left what he had. He has as good as lost his own fortune. He has not asked for his salary, but in return for all his labours and services he expected from the Lord God and the Commonwealth only a wife. And he reckoned in his soul that such bread as that belonged to him, and he was about to put it to his mouth when right there, as it were, someone sneered at him, saying, You have it now, eat it. What wonder that despair seized him? I do not say that he did not grieve for the maiden, but as God is dear to me, he grieved more for the marriage, though he would himself swear to the opposite. That may be true, said Pan Yan. Wait, only let those wounds of his soul close and heal. We shall see if his old wish will not come again. The danger is only in this, that now, under the weight of despair, he may do something or make some decision which he would regret later on. But what was to happen has happened, for in misfortune decision comes quickly. My attendant is packing my clothes. I am not speaking to dissuade you from going, I wished only to comfort you. Again, father, you will be a plaster to Michał, said Pan Yan. As I was to you, you remember? If I can only find him soon, for I fear that he may be hiding in some hermitage, or that he will disappear somewhere in the distant steppes to which he is accustomed from childhood. Pan Kmicic, your grace criticises my age, but I tell you that if ever a courier rushed on with dispatches as I shall rush, then command me when I return to unravel old silk, shell peas, or give me a distaff. Neither will hardships detain me, nor wonders of hospitality tempt me. Eating, even drinking, will not stop me. You have not yet seen such a journey. I can now barely sit in my place, just as if someone were pricking me from under the bench with an awl. I have even ordered that my travelling shirt be rubbed with goat's tallow, so as to resist the serpent. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 4. Pan Zagloba did not drive forward so swiftly, however, as he had promised himself and his comrades. The nearer he was to Warsaw, the more slowly he travelled. It was the time in which Jan Kazimir, king, statesman, and great leader, having extinguished foreign conflagration and brought the Commonwealth, as it were, from the depths of a deluge, had abdicated lordship. He had suffered everything, had endured everything, had exposed his breast to every blow which came from a foreign enemy. But when later on he aimed at internal reforms, and instead of aid from the nation found only opposition and ingratitude, he removed from his anointed temples of his own will that crown which had become an unendurable burden to him. The district and general diets had been held already, and Przemysłowski, the primate, summoned the convocation for November the 5th. Great were the early efforts of various candidates, Great the rivalry of various parties, and though it was the election alone which would decide, still each one felt the uncommon importance of the Diet of Convocation. Therefore deputies were hastening to Warsaw, on wheels and on horseback, with attendants and servants. Senators were moving to the capital, and with each one of them a magnificent escort. The roads were crowded, the inns were filled, and discovery of lodgings for a night was connected with great delay. Places were yielded, however, to Zagloba out of regard for his age, but at the same time his immense reputation exposed him more than once to loss of time. This was the way of it. He would come to some public house, and not another finger could be thrust into the place. The personage who with his escort had occupied the building would come out then, through curiosity, to see who had arrived, and finding a man with moustaches and beard as white as milk, would say in view of such dignity, "I beg your grace, my benefactor, to come with me for a chance bite." Zagloba was no boor, and refused not, knowing that acquaintance with him would be pleasing to every man. When the host conducted him over the threshold and asked, "Whom have I the honour?" he merely put his hands on his hips, and sure of the effect, answered in 2 words, "Zagloba sum," I am Zagloba. Indeed, it never happened that after those 2 words a great opening of arms did not follow, and exclamations, "I shall inscribe this among my most fortunate days," and the cries of officers or nobles, "Look at him, that is the model, the gloria et decus, glory and honour, of all the cavaliers of the Commonwealth." They hurried together then to wonder at Zagloba. The younger men came to kiss the skirts of his travelling coat. After that they drew out of the wagons kegs and vessels, and a gaudium, rejoicing, followed, continuing sometimes a number of days. It was thought universally that he was going as a deputy to the Diet, and when he declared that he was not, the astonishment was general. But he explained that he had yielded his mandate to Pan Domaszewski, so that younger men might devote themselves to public affairs. To some he related the real reason why he was on the road, but when others inquired, he put them off with these words: "Accustomed to war from youthful years, I wanted in old age to have a last drive at Doroshenko." After these words they wondered still more at him, and to no one did he seem less important because he was not a deputy, for all knew that among the audience were men who had more power than the deputies themselves. Besides, every senator, even the most eminent, had in mind that, a couple of months later, the election would follow, and then every word of a man of such fame among the knighthood would have value beyond estimation. They carried, therefore, Zagloba in their arms, and stood before him with bared heads, even the greatest lords. Pan Podlaski drank 3 days with him. The Patsis, whom he met in Kalushin, bore him on their hands. More than one man gave commands to thrust into the old hero's hamper considerable gifts, from vodka and wine to richly ornamented caskets, sabres, and pistols. Zagloba's servants too had good profit from this, and he, despite resolutions and promises, travelled so slowly that only on the 3rd week did he reach Minsk. But he did not halt for refreshments at Minsk. Driving to the square, he saw a retinue so conspicuous and splendid that he had not met such on the road hitherto. Attendants in brilliant colours, half a regiment of infantry alone, for to the Diet of Convocation men did not go armed on horseback, but these troops were in such order that the King of Sweden had not a better guard. The place was filled with gilded carriages carrying tapestry and carpets to use in public houses on the way, wagons with provision chests and supplies of food. With them were servants, nearly all foreign, so that in that throng few spoke an intelligible tongue. Zagloba saw at last an attendant in Polish costume. Hence he gave order to halt, and, sure of good entertainment, had put forth one foot already from the waggon, asking at the same time, "But whose retinue is this, so splendid that the king can have no better?" "Whose should it be," replied the attendant, "but that of our lord, the Prince Marshal of Lithuania?" "Whose?" repeated Zagloba. "Are you deaf? Prince Bogusław Radziwiłł, who is going to the convocation, but who, God grant, after the election will be elected." Zagloba hid his foot quickly in the waggon. "Drive on," cried he, "there is nothing here for us." And he went on, trembling from indignation. "O great God," said he, "inscrutable are thy decrees, and if thou dost not shatter this traitor with thy thunderbolts, thou hast in this some hidden designs which it is not permitted to reach by man's reason. It would have been proper to give a good blow to such a bull driver, but it is evident that evil is working in this most illustrious commonwealth, if such traitors, without honour and conscience, not only receive no punishment, but ride in safety and power, nay, exercise civil functions also. It must be that we shall perish, for in what other country, in what other state could such a thing be brought to pass? Jan Kazimir was a good king, but he forgave too often, and accustomed the wickedest to trust in impunity and safety. Still, that is not his fault alone. It is clear that in the nation civil conscience and the feeling of public virtue has perished utterly. Tfu, tfu, he a deputy! In his infamous hands citizens place the integrity and safety of the country, in those very hands with which he was rending it and fastening it in Swedish fetters. We shall be lost, it cannot be otherwise. Still more to make a king of him. But what? 'Tis evident that everything is possible among such people. He a deputy, for God's sake! But the law declares clearly that a man who fills offices in a foreign country cannot be a deputy, and he is a governor-general in princely Prussia under his mangy uncle. Aha, wait, I have thee. And verifications at the Diet, what are they for? If I do not go to the hall and raise this question, though I am only a spectator, may I be turned this minute into a fat sheep and my driver into a butcher. I will find among deputies men to support me. I know not, traitor, whether I can overcome such a potentate and exclude thee, but what I shall do will not help thy election, that is sure. And Michał, poor fellow, must wait for me, since this is an action of public importance." So thought Zagloba, promising himself to attend with care to that case of expulsion, and to bring over deputies in private. For this reason he hastened on more hurriedly to Warsaw from Minsk, fearing to be late for the opening of the Diet. But he came early enough. The concourse of deputies and other persons was so great that it was utterly impossible to find lodgings in Warsaw itself, or in Praga, or even outside the city. It was difficult, too, to find a place in a private house, for 3 or 4 persons were lodged in single rooms. Zagloba spent the first night in a shop, and it passed rather pleasantly, but in the morning, when he found himself in his waggon, he did not know well what to do. My God," said he, falling into evil humour, and looking around on the Krakow suburbs which he had just passed. "Here are the Bernardines, and there is the ruin of the Kazanovsky Palace. Thankless city! I had to wrest it from the enemy with my blood and toil, and now it grudges me a corner for my grey head." But the city did not by any means grudge Zagloba a corner for his grey head. It simply hadn't one. Meanwhile, a lucky star was watching over him, for barely had he reached the palace of the Koniecpolskis when a voice called from one side to his driver, "Stop!" The man reined in the horses. Then an unknown nobleman approached the waggon with gleaming face, and cried out, "Pan Zagloba, does your grace not know me?" Zagloba saw before him a man of somewhat over 30 years, wearing a leopard-skin cap with a feather, an unerring mark of military service, a poppy-coloured undercoat, and a dark red contush girded with a gold brocade belt. The face of the unknown was of unusual beauty. His complexion was pale, but burned somewhat by wind in the fields to a yellowish tinge. His blue eyes were full of a certain melancholy and pensiveness. His features were unusually symmetrical, almost too beautiful for a man. Notwithstanding his Polish dress, he wore long hair and a beard cut in foreign fashion. Halting at the wagon, he opened his arms widely, and Zagloba, though he could not remember him at once, bent over and embraced him. They pressed each other heartily, and at moments one pushed the other back so as to have a better look. "Pardon me, your Grace," said Zagloba at last, "but I cannot call to mind yet." "Hässling Kettling." "For God's sake! The face seemed well known to me, but the dress has changed you entirely, for I saw you in old times in a Prussian uniform. Now you wear the Polish dress?" "Yes, for I have taken as my mother this Commonwealth, which received me when a wanderer, almost in years of boyhood, and gave me abundant bread and another mother I do not wish. You do not know that I received citizenship after the war." "But you bring me good news, so fortune favoured you in this." "Both in this and in something else, for in Kurland, on the very boundary of Jmudge, I found a man of my own name who adopted me, gave me his escutcheon, and bestowed on me property. He lives in Schwente in Kurland, but on this side he has an estate called Skudi, which he gave me." "God favour you! Then you have given up war?" "Only let the chance come, and I'll take my place without fail. In view of that, I have rented my land, and am waiting here for an opening." "That is the courage that I like, just as I was in youth, and I have strength yet in my bones. What are you doing now in Warsaw?" "I am a deputy at the Diet of Convocation." "God's wounds, but you are already a Pole to the bones." The young knight smiled. "To my soul, which is better." "Are you married?" Kettling sighed. "No." "Only that is lacking. But I think... Wait a minute. But has that old feeling for Panna Bílevich gone out of your mind?" "Since you know of that which I thought my secret, be assured that no new one has come." "Oh, leave her in peace. She will soon give the world a young Kmicic. Never mind. What sort of work is it to sigh when another is living with her in better confidence? To tell the truth, 'tis ridiculous." Kettling raised his pensive eyes. "I have said only that no new feeling has come." "It will come, never fear. We'll have you married. I know from experience that in love too great constancy brings merely suffering. In my time I was as constant as Troilus, and lost a world of pleasure and a world of good opportunities, and how much I suffered. God grant every one to retain such jovial humour as your Grace. Because I lived in moderation always, therefore I have no aches in my bones. Where are you stopping? Have you found lodgings?" "I have a comfortable cottage, which I built after the war." "You are fortunate, but I have been travelling through the whole city in vain since yesterday." "For God's sake, my benefactor, you will not refuse, I hope, to stop with me. There is room enough. Besides the house, there are wings and a commodious stable. You will find room for your servants and horses." "You have fallen from heaven, as God is dear to me." Kettling took a seat in the wagon, and they drove forward. On the way Zagloba told him of the misfortune that had met Pan Michał, and he wrung his hands, for hitherto he had not heard of it. "The dart is all the keener for me," said he at last, "and perhaps your Grace does not know what a friendship sprang up between us in recent times. Together we went through all the later wars with Prussia, at the besieging of fortresses where there were only Swedish garrisons. We went to the Ukraine and against Pan Lubomirski, and after the death of the Voivode of Rus, to the Ukraine a second time under Sobieski, the Marshal of the kingdom. The same saddle served us as a pillow, and we ate from the same dish. We were called Castor and Pollux, and only when he went for his affianced did the moment of separation come. Who could think that his best hopes would vanish like an arrow in the air? There is nothing fixed in this vale of tears, said Zagloba, except steady friendship. We must take counsel and learn where he is at this moment. We may hear something from the Marshal of the kingdom, who loves me how as the apple of his eye. If he can tell nothing, there are deputies here from all sides. It cannot be that no man has heard of such a knight. In what I have power, in that I will aid you, more quickly than if the question affected myself. Thus conversing, they came at last to Ketling's cottage, which turned out to be a mansion. Inside was every kind of order, and no small number of costly utensils, either purchased or obtained in campaigns. The collection of weapons especially was remarkable. Zagloba was delighted with what he saw, and said, "Oh, you could find lodgings here for 20 men. It was lucky for me that I met you. I might have occupied apartments with Pan Anton Chrapovitsky, for he is an acquaintance and friend. The Patsis also invited me. They are seeking partisans against the Radzivills, but I prefer to be with you." "I have heard among the Lithuanian deputies," said Ketling, "that since the turn comes now to Lithuania, they wish absolutely to choose Pan Chrapovitsky as Marshal of the Diet. And justly. He is an honest man and a sensible one, but too good-natured. For him there is nothing more precious than harmony. He is only seeking to reconcile some man with some other, and that is useless. But tell me sincerely, what is Bogusław Radziwill to you?" "From the time that Pan Kmicicz's Tartars took me captive at Warsaw, he has been nothing. For although he is a great lord, he is a perverse and malicious man. I saw enough of him when he plotted in Taurogi against that being superior to earth." "How superior to earth? What are you talking of, man? She is of clay, and may be broken like any clay vessel. But that is no matter." Here Zagloba grew purple from rage, till the eyes were starting from his head. "Imagine to yourself, that ruffian is a deputy." "Who?" asked in astonishment Ketling, whose mind was still on Olenka. "Bogusław Radziwill. But the verification of powers, what is that for? Listen, you are a deputy. You can raise the question. I will roar to you from the gallery in support. Have no fear on that point. The right is with us, and if they try to degrade the right, a tumult may be raised in the audience that will not pass without blood." "Do not do that, your grace, for God's sake. I will raise the question, for it is proper to do so, but God preserve us from stopping the Diet. I will go to Chrapovitsky, though he is lukewarm, but no matter, much depends on him as the future marshal. I will rouse the Patsis. At least I will mention in public all Bogusław's intrigues. Moreover, I have heard on the road that that ruffian thinks of seeking the crown for himself. A nation would have come to its final decline, and would not be worthy of life if such a man could become king," said Ketling. "But rest now, and on some later day we will go to the Marshal of the kingdom and inquire about our friend." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 5. Some days later came the opening of the Diet, over which, as Ketling had foreseen, Pan Chrapovitsky was chosen to preside. He was at that time Chamberlain of Smolensk, and afterward voevoda of Vitebsk. Since the only question was to fix the time of election and appoint the supreme chapter, and as intrigues of various parties could not find a field in such questions, the Diet was carried on calmly enough. The question of verification roused it merely a little in the very beginning. When the deputy Kettling challenged the election of the Secretary of Bielsk and his colleague Prince Bogusław Radziwiłł, some powerful voice in the audience shouted, "Traitor! Foreign official!" After that voice followed others. Some deputies joined them, and all at once the Diet was divided into two parties, one striving to exclude the deputies of Bielsk, the other to confirm their election. Finally, a court was appointed to settle the question and recognized the election. Still, the blow was a painful one to Prince Bogusław. This alone, that the Diet was considering whether the prince was qualified to sit in the chamber, this alone, that all his treasons and treacheries in time of the Swedish invasion were mentioned in public, covered him with fresh disgrace in the eyes of the Commonwealth, and undermined fundamentally all his ambitious designs. For it was his calculation that when the partisans of Condé, Neuburg, and Lorraine, not counting inferior candidates, had injured one another mutually, the choice might fall easily on a man of the country. Hence pride and his sycophants told him that if that were to happen, the man of the country could be no other than a man endowed with the highest genius, and of the most powerful and famous family. In other words, he himself. Keeping matters in secret till the hour came, the prince spread his nets in advance over Lithuania, and just then he was spreading them in Warsaw, when suddenly he saw that in the very beginning they were torn, and such a broad rent made that all the fish might escape through it easily. He gritted his teeth during the whole time of the court, and since he could not wreak his vengeance on Kettling, as he was a deputy, he announced among his attendants a reward to him who would indicate that spectator who had cried out just after Kettling's proposal, "Traitor! Foreign official!" Zagloba's name was too famous to remain hidden long. Moreover, he did not conceal himself in any way. The prince indeed raised a still greater uproar, but was disconcerted not a little when he heard that he was met by so popular a man, and one whom it was dangerous to attack. Zagloba too knew his own power, for when threats had begun to fly about, he said once at a great meeting of nobles, "I do not know if there would be danger to anyone should a hair of my head fall. The election is not distant, and when 100,000 sabres of brothers are collected, there may easily be some making of mincemeat." These words reached the prince, who only bit his lips and smiled sneeringly. But in his soul he thought that the old man was right. On the following day he changed his plans evidently with regard to the old knight, for when someone spoke of Zagloba at a feast given by the Prince Chamberlain, Bogusław said, "That noble is greatly opposed to me, as I hear, but I have such love for knightly people that even if he does not cease to injure me in future, I shall always love him." And a week later the prince repeated the same directly to Pan Zagloba, when they met at the house of the Grand Hetman Sobieski. Though Zagloba preserved a calm face, full of courage, the heart fluttered a little in his breast at sight of the prince, for Bogusław had far-reaching hands, and was a man-eater of whom all were in dread. The prince called out, however, across the whole table, "Gracious Pan Zagloba, the report has come to me that you, though not a deputy, wished to drive me, innocent man, from the Diet, but I forgive you in Christian fashion, and should you ever need advancement, I shall not be slow to serve you." "I merely stood by the constitution," answered Zagloba, "as a noble is bound to do. As to assistance, at my age it is likely that the assistance of God is needed most, for I am near 90. A beautiful age, if its virtue is as great as its length, and this I have not the least wish to doubt. I served my country and my king without seeking strange gods. The prince frowned a little. You served against me too, I know that. But let there be harmony between us. All is forgotten, and this too, that you aided the private hatred of another against me. With that enemy I have still some accounts, but I extend my hand to your grace, and offer my friendship. I am only a poor man. The friendship is too high for me. I should have to stand on tiptoe, or spring to it, and that, in old age, is annoying. If your princely grace is speaking on accounts with Pan Kmicic, my friend, then I should be glad from my heart to leave that arithmetic. But why so, I pray? Asked the prince. For there are 4 fundamental rules in arithmetic. Though Pan Kmicic has a respectable fortune, it is a fly if compared with your princely wealth. Therefore, Pan Kmicic will not consent to division. He is occupied with multiplication himself, and will let no man take aught from him. Though he might give something to others, I do not think that your princely grace would be eager to take what he'd give you. Though Bogusław was trained in word fencing, still, whether it was Zagloba's argument or his insolence that astonished him so much, he forgot the tongue in his own mouth. The breasts of those present began to shake from laughter. Pan Sobieski laughed with his whole soul and said, "He is an old warrior of Zbaraj. He knows how to wield a sabre, but is no common player with the tongue. Better let him alone." In fact, Bogusław, seeing that he had hit upon an irreconcilable, did not try further to capture Zagloba, but beginning conversation with another man, he cast from time to time malign glances across the table at the old knight. But Sobieski was delighted, and continued, "You are a master, Lord Brother, a genuine master. Have you ever found your equal in this commonwealth?" "At the sabre," answered Zagloba, satisfied with the praise. "For Wodojowski has come up to me, and Kmicic too I have trained not badly." Saying this, he looked at Bogusław, but the prince feigned not to hear him, and spoke diligently with his neighbour. "Why," said the hetman, "I have seen Pan Michał at work more than once, and would guarantee him even if the fate of all Christendom were at stake. It is a pity that a thunderbolt, as it were, has struck such a soldier." "But what has happened to him?" asked Sabriewski, the sword-bearer of Ciechanów. "The maiden he loved died in Częstochowa," answered Zagloba, "and the worst is that I cannot learn from any source where he is." "But I saw him," cried Pan Waszczycki, the castellan of Kraków. "While coming to Warsaw, I saw him on the road coming hither also, and he told me that, being disgusted with the world and its vanities, he was going to Mons Regius to end his suffering life in prayer and meditation." Zagloba caught at the remnant of his hair. "He has become a monk of Camaldoli, as God is dear to me," exclaimed he in the greatest despair. Indeed, the statement of the castellan had made no small impression on all. Pan Sobieski, who loved soldiers and knew himself best how the country needed them, was pained deeply, and said after a pause, "It is not proper to oppose the free will of men and the glory of God, but it is a pity to lose him. And it is hard for me to hide from you, gentlemen, that I am grieved. From the school of Prince Yeremi that was an excellent soldier against every enemy, but against the horde and ruffiandom incomparable. There are only a few such partisans in the steppes, such as Pan Pivo among the Cossacks, and Pan Ruszczyk in the cavalry, but even these are not equal to Pan Michał." "It is fortunate that the times are somewhat calmer," said the sword-bearer of Ciechanów, "and that paganism observes faithfully the treaty of Podhajce extorted by the invincible sword of my benefactor." Here the sword-bearer inclined before Sobieski, who rejoiced in his heart at the public praise, and answered, That was due, in the first instance, to the goodness of God, who permitted me to stand at the threshold of the Commonwealth and cut the enemy somewhat, and in the second to the courage of good soldiers who are ready for everything. That the Khan would be glad to keep the treaties, I know, but in the Crimea itself there are tumults against the Khan, and the Belgrade horde does not obey him at all. I have just received tidings that on the Moldavian boundary clouds are collecting, and that raids may come in. I have given orders to watch the roads carefully, but I have not soldiers sufficient. If I send some to one place, an opening is left in another. I need men trained specially and knowing the ways of the horde. This is why I am so sorry for Vorodyovsky." In answer to this, Zagloba took from his temples the hands with which he was pressing his head, and cried, "But he will not remain a monk, even if I have to make an assault on Mons Regius and take him by force. For God's sake, I will go to him straightway tomorrow, and perhaps he will obey my persuasion. If not, I will go to the primate, to the prior. Even if I have to go to Rome, I will go. I have no wish to detract from the glory of God. But what sort of a monk would he be without a beard? He has as much hair on his face as I on my fist. As God is dear to me, he will never be able to sing mass, or if he sings it, the rats will run out of the cloister, for they will think a tomcat is wailing. Forgive me, gentlemen, for speaking what sorrow brings to my tongue. If I had a son, I could not love him as I do that man. God be with him, God be with him. Even if he were to become a Bernardine, but a monk of Camaldoli, as I sit here, a living man, nothing can come of this. I will go straightway to the primate tomorrow for a letter to the prior." "He cannot have made vows yet," put in the marshal, "but let not your grace be too urgent, lest he grow stubborn. And it is needful to reckon with this too. Has not the will of God appeared in his intention?" "The will of God? The will of God does not come on a sudden. As the old proverb says, 'What is sudden is of the devil.' If it were the will of God, I should have noted the wish long ago in him, and he was not a priest but a dragoon. If he had made such a resolve while in full reason, in meditation and calmness, I should say nothing. But the will of God does not strike a despairing man as a falcon does a duck. I will not press him. Before I go, I will meditate well with myself what to say, so that he may not play the fox to begin with. But in God is my hope. This little soldier has confided always more to my wit than his own, and will do the like this time, I trust, unless he has changed altogether." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Kurtau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 6. Next day, Zagloba, armed with a letter from the primate, and having a complete plan made with Ketling, rang the bell at the gate of the monastery on Mons Regius. His heart was beating with violence at this thought, "How will Michał receive me?" And though he had prepared in advance what to say, he acknowledged himself that much depended on the reception. Thinking thus, he pulled the bell a second time, and when the key squeaked in the lock, and the door opened a little, he thrust himself into it straightway a trifle violently, and said to the confused young monk, "I know that to enter here a special permission is needed, but I have a letter from the Archbishop, which you, carissime frater, will be pleased to give the reverend prior." "It will be done according to the wish of your grace," said the doorkeeper, inclining at sight of the primate's seal. Then he pulled a strap hanging at the tongue of a bell, and pulled twice to call someone, for he himself had no right to go from the door. Another monk appeared at that summons, and taking the letter, departed in silence. Zagloba placed on a bench a package which he had with him, then sat down and began to puff wonderfully. "Brother," said he at last, "how long have you been in the cloister?" 5 years, answered the porter. "Is it possible? So young, and 5 years already! Then it is too late to leave, even if you wanted to do so. You must yearn sometimes for the world. The world smells of war for one man, of feasts for another, of fair heads for a third." "Avaunt," said the monk, making the sign of the cross with devotion. "How is that? Has not the temptation to go out of the cloister come on you?" continued Zagloba. The monk looked with distrust at the envoy of the archbishop, speaking in such marvellous fashion, and answered, "When the door here closes on any man, he never goes out." "We'll see that yet. What is happening to Pan Volodyovski? Is he well?" "There is no one here named in that way." "Brother Michał," said Zagloba on trial, "former colonel of dragoons, who came here not long since." "We call him Brother Jerzy, but he has not made his vows yet, and cannot make them till the end of the term." "And surely he will not make them, for you will not believe, brother, what a woman's man he is. You could not find another man so hostile to woman's virtue in all the I mean to say in all the cavalry." "It is not proper for me to hear this," said the monk, with increasing astonishment and confusion. "Listen, brother, I do not know where you receive visitors, but if it is in this place, I advise you to withdraw a little when Brother Jerzy comes. As far as that gate, for instance, for we shall talk here of very worldly matters." "I prefer to go away at once," said the monk. Meanwhile, Pan Michał, or rather Brother Jerzy, appeared, but Zagloba did not recognize the approaching man, for Pan Michał had changed greatly. To begin with, he seemed taller in the long white habit than in the dragoon jacket. Secondly, his moustaches, pointing upward toward his eyes formerly, were hanging down now, and he was trying to let out his beard, which formed 2 little yellow tresses not longer than half a finger. Finally, he had grown very thin and meagre, and his eyes had lost their former glitter. He approached slowly, with his hands hidden on his bosom under his habit, and with drooping head. Zagloba, not recognizing him, thought that perhaps the prior himself was coming. Therefore he rose from the bench and began, "Laudetur." Suddenly he looked more closely, opened his arms, and cried, "Pan Michał! Pan Michał!" Brother Jerzy let himself be seized in the embrace. Something like a sob shook his breast, but his eyes remained dry. Zagloba pressed him a long time. At last he began to speak. "You have not been alone in weeping over your misfortune. I wept. Jan and his family wept. The Kmiecitzes wept. It is the will of God. Be resigned to it, Michał. May the merciful Father comfort and reward you. You have done well to shut yourself in for a time in these walls. There is nothing better than prayer and pious meditation in misfortune. Come, let me embrace you again. I can hardly see you through my tears." And Zagloba wept with sincerity, moved at the sight of Pan Michał. "Pardon me for disturbing your meditation," said he at last, "but I could not act otherwise, and you will do me justice when I give you my reasons. I, Michał, you and I have gone through a world of evil and of good. Have you found consolation behind these bars?" "I have," replied Pan Michał. "In those words which I hear in this place daily and repeat, and which I desire to repeat till my death, memento mori. In death is consolation for me." Death is more easily found on the battlefield than in the cloister, where life passes as if someone were unwinding thread from a ball slowly. There is no life here, for there are no earthly questions, and before the soul leaves the body, it lives, as it were, in another world. If that is true, I will not tell you that the Belgrade horde are mustering in great force against the Commonwealth, for what interest can that have for you?" Pan Michal's moustaches quivered on a sudden, and he stretched his right hand unwittingly to his left side, but, not finding a sword there, he put both hands under his habit, dropped his head, and repeated, "Memento mori." "Justly, justly," answered Zagloba, blinking his sound eye with a certain impatience. "No longer ago than yesterday, Pan Sobieski, the hetman, said, 'Only let Volodyovski serve even through this one storm, and then let him go to whatever cloister he likes.' God would not be angry for the deed. On the contrary, such a monk would have all the greater merit. But there is no reason to wonder that you put your own peace above the happiness of the country, for prima charitas ab ego, the first love is of self." A long interval of silence followed. Only Pan Michal's moustaches stood out somewhat and began to move quickly, though lightly. "You have not taken your vows yet," asked Zagloba at last, "and you can go out at any moment?" "I am not a monk yet, for I have been waiting for the favour of God, and waiting till all painful thoughts of earth should leave my soul. His favour is upon me now. Peace is returning to me. I can go out, but I have no wish to go, since the time is drawing near in which I can make my vows with a clear conscience and free from earthly desires. I have no wish to lead you away from this. On the contrary, I applaud your resolution, though I remember that when Jan in his time intended to become a monk, he waited till the country was free from the storm of the enemy. But do as you wish. In truth, it is not I who will lead you away, for I myself in my own time felt a vocation for monastic life. 50 years ago I even began my novitiate. I am a rogue if I did not. Well, God gave me another direction. Only I tell you this, Michał, you must go out with me now, even for 2 days." "Why must I go out? Leave me in peace," said Volodyovski. Zagloba raised the skirt of his coat to his eyes and began to sob. "I do not beg rescue for myself," said he in a broken voice, "though Prince Bogusław Radziwiłł is hunting me with vengeance. He puts his murderers in ambush against me, and there is no one to defend and protect me, old man. I was thinking that you... But never mind. I will love you all my life, even if you are unwilling to know me. Only pray for my soul, for I shall not escape Bogusław's hands. Let that come upon me which has to come. But another friend of yours, who shared every morsel of bread with you, is now on his deathbed, and wishes to see you without fail. He is unwilling to die without you, for he has some confession to make on which his soul's peace depends." Pan Michał, who had heard of Zagloba's danger with great emotion, sprang forward now, and seizing him by the arms, inquired, "Is it Pan Jan?" "No, not Jan, but Ketling." "For God's sake, what has happened to him?" "He was shot by Prince Bogusław's ruffians while defending me. I know not whether he will be alive in 24 hours. It is for you, Michał, that we have both fallen into these straits, for we came to Warsaw only to think out some consolation for you. Come for even 2 days and console a dying man. You will return later, you will become a monk. I have brought the recommendation of the primate to the prior to raise no impediment against you. Only hasten, for every moment is precious." "For God's sake," cried Pan Michał, "what do I hear? Impediments cannot keep me, for so far I am here only on meditation. As God lives, the prayer of a dying man is sacred. I cannot refuse that." "It would be a mortal sin," cried Zagloba. "That is true. It is always that traitor Bogusław. But if I do not avenge Ketling, may I never come back. I will find those ruffians, and I will split their skulls. O great God! Sinful thoughts are already attacking me. Memento mori. Only wait here till I put on my old clothes, for it is not permitted to go out in the habit." "Here are clothes," cried Zagloba, springing to the bundle. which was lying there on the bench near them. "I foresaw everything, prepared everything. Here are boots, a rapier, a good overcoat." "Come to the cell," said the little knight with haste. They went to the cell, and when they came out again, near Zagloba walked not a white monk, but an officer with yellow boots to the knees, with a rapier at his side and a white pendant across his shoulder. Zagloba blinked and smiled under his moustaches at sight of the brother at the door, who, evidently scandalized, opened the gate to the two. Not far from the cloister, and lower down, Zagloba's wagon was waiting, and with it 2 attendants. One was sitting on the seat, holding the reins of 4 well-attached horses. At these Pan Michał cast quickly the eye of an expert. The other stood near the wagon, with a mouldy, big-bellied bottle in one hand and 2 goblets in the other. "It is a good stretch of road to Mokotów," said Zagloba, "and harsh sorrow is waiting for us at the bedside of Ketling. Drink something, Michał, to gain strength to endure all this, for you are greatly reduced." Saying this, Zagloba took the bottle from the hands of the man and filled both glasses with Hungarian so old that it was thick from age. "This is a goodly drink," said Zagloba, placing the bottle on the ground and taking the goblets. "To the health of Ketling." "To his health," repeated Pan Michał. "Let us hurry." They emptied the glasses at a draught. "Let us hurry," repeated Zagloba. "Pour out, man," said he, turning to the servant. "To the health of Pan Yan. Let us hurry." They emptied the goblets again at a draught, for there was real urgency. "Let us take our seats," cried Pan Michał. "But will you not drink my health?" asked Zagloba with a complaining voice. "If quickly." And they drank quickly. Zagloba emptied the goblet at a breath, though there was half a quart in it. Then, without wiping his moustaches, he cried, "I should be thankless not to drink your health. Pour out, man." "With thanks," answered Brother Jerzy. The bottom appeared in the bottle, which Zagloba seized by the neck and broke into small pieces, for he never could endure the sight of empty vessels. Then he took his seat quickly, and they rode on. The noble drink soon filled their veins with beneficent warmth, and their hearts with a certain consolation. The cheeks of Brother Jerzy were covered with a slight scarlet, and his glance regained its former vivacity. He stretched his hand unwittingly once, twice, to his moustaches, and turned them upward like awls, till at last they came near his eyes. He began meanwhile to gaze around with great curiosity, as if looking at the country for the first time. All at once Zagloba struck his palms on his knees and cried without evident reason, "Ho, ho! I hope that Ketling will return to health when he sees you. Ho, ho!" And clasping Pan Michał around the neck, he began to embrace him with all his power. Pan Michał did not wish to remain in debt to Zagloba. He pressed him with the utmost sincerity. They went on for some time in silence, but in a happy one. Meanwhile, the small houses of the suburbs began to appear on both sides of the road. Before the houses there was a great movement. On this side and that, townspeople were strolling, servants in various liveries, soldiers and nobles, frequently very well dressed. "Swarms of nobles have come to the Diet," said Zagloba, "for though not one of them is a deputy, they wish to be present, to hear and to see. The houses and inns are so filled everywhere that it is hard to find a room. And how many noble women are strolling along the streets! I tell you that you could not count them on the hairs of your beard. They are pretty too, the rogues, so that sometimes a man has the wish to slap his hands on his sides as a cock does his wings and crow. But look at that brunette behind whom the Hajduk is carrying the green shuba. Isn't she splendid, eh?" Here Zagloba nudged Pan Michał in the side with his fist, and Pan Michał looked, moved his moustaches. His eyes glittered, but in that moment he grew shamefaced, dropped his head, and said after a brief silence, "Memento mori." But Zagloba clasped him again and cried, as you love me, per amicitiam nostram, by our friendship, as you respect me, get married. There are so many worthy maidens, get married. Brother Jerzy looked with astonishment on his friend. Zagloba could not be drunk, however, for many a time he had taken thrice as much wine without visible effect. Therefore he spoke only from tenderness. But all thoughts of marriage were far away then from the head of Pan Michał, so that in the first instant astonishment overcame in him indignation. Then he looked severely into the eyes of Zagloba and asked, "Are you tipsy?" "From my whole heart I say to you, get married." Pan Michał looked still more severely. "Memento mori." But Zagloba was not easily disconcerted. "Michał, if you love me, do this for me, and kiss a dog on the snout with your memento. I repeat, you will do as you please, but I think in this way. Let each man serve God with that for which he was created, and God created you for the sword. In this his will is evident, since he has permitted you to attain such perfection in the use of it. In case he wished you to be a priest, he would have adorned you with a wit altogether different, and inclined your heart more to books and to Latin. Consider, too, that soldier saints enjoy no less respect in heaven than saints with vows, and they go campaigning against the legions of hell, and receive rewards from God's hands when they return with captured banners. All this is true, you will not deny it?" "I do not deny it, and I know that it is hard to skirmish against your reasoning. But you also will not deny that for grief life is better in the cloister than in the world." "If it is better, bah! then all the more should cloisters be shunned. Dull is the man who feeds mourning instead of keeping it hungry, so that the beast may die of famine as quickly as possible." Pan Michał found no ready argument, therefore he was silent, and only after a while answered with a sad voice, "Do not mention marriage, for such mention only rouses fresh grief in me. My old desire will not revive, for it has passed away with tears, and my years are not suitable. My hair is beginning to whiten. 42 years, and 25 of them spent in military toil, are no jest, no jest. O God, do not punish him for blasphemy. 42 years, tfu! I have more than twice as many on my shoulders, and still at times I must discipline myself to shake the heat out of my blood, as dust is shaken from clothing. Respect the memory of that dear dead one. You were good enough for her, I suppose, but for others are you too cheap, too old?" give me peace," said Pan Michał with a voice of pain, and the tears began to flow to his moustaches. "I will not say another syllable," added Zagloba. "Only give me the word of a cavalier that no matter what happens to Ketling, you will stay a month with us. You must see Jan. If you wish afterward to return to the cloister, no one will raise an impediment." "I give my word," said Pan Michał. And they fell to talking of something else. Zagloba began to tell of the Diet, and how he had raised the question of excluding Prince Bogusław, and of the adventure with Ketling. Occasionally, however, he interrupted the narrative and buried himself in thoughts. They must have been cheerful, for from time to time he struck his knees with his palms and repeated, "Ho ho!" But as he approached Mokotów, a certain disquiet appeared on his face. He turned suddenly to Pan Michał and said, "Your word is given, you remember, that no matter what happens to Ketling, you will stay a month with us." "I gave it, and I will stay," said Pan Michał. "Here is Ketling's house," cried Zagloba, "a respectable place." Then he shouted to the driver, "Fire out of your whip! There will be a festival in this house today." Loud cracks were heard from the whip, but the wagon had not entered the gate when a number of officers rushed from the anteroom, acquaintances of Pan Michał. Among them also were old comrades from the days of Khmelnitski and young officers of recent times. Of the latter were Pan Wasilewski and Pan Nowowiejski, youths yet, but fiery cavaliers who, in years of boyhood, had broken away from school and had been working at war for some years under Pan Michał. These the little knight loved beyond measure. Among the oldest was Pan Orlik of the shield Norwin, with a skull stopped with gold, for a Swedish grenade had taken a piece of it on a time, and Pan Ruszczyk, a half-wild knight of the steppes, an incomparable partisan, second in fame to Pan Michał alone, and a number of others, all, seeing the two men in the wagon, began to shout, "He is there! He is there! Zagloba has conquered! He is there!" And rushing to the wagon, they seized the little knight in their arms and bore him to the entrance, repeating, "Welcome, dearest comrade! Live for us! We have you, we won't let you go! Vivat Wołodyjowski, the first cavalier, the ornament of the whole army! To the steppe with us, brother, to the wild fields! There the wind will blow your grief away!" They let him out of their arms only at the entrance. He greeted them all, for he was greatly touched by that reception, and then he inquired at once, "How is Kettling? Is he alive yet?" "Alive, alive!" answered they in a chorus, and the moustaches of the old soldiers began to move with a strange smile. "Go to him, for he cannot stay lying down. He is waiting for you impatiently." "I see that he is not so near death as Pan Zagloba said," answered the little knight. Meanwhile they entered the ante-room and passed thence to a large chamber, in the middle of which stood a table with a feast on it. In one corner was a plank bed covered with white horse-skin, on which Kettling was lying. "Oh, my friend!" said Pan Michał, hastening toward him. "Michał!" cried Kettling, and springing to his feet as if in the fullness of strength, he seized the little knight in his embrace. They pressed each other then so eagerly that Kettling raised Wołodyjowski and Wołodyjowski Kettling. "They commanded me to simulate sickness," said the Scot, "to feign death, but when I saw you I could not hold out. I am as well as a fish, and no misfortune has met me, but it was a question of getting you out of the cloister. Forgive, Michał, we invented this ambush out of love for you." "To the wild fields with us!" cried the knights again, and they struck with their firm palms on their sabres till a terrible clatter was raised in the room. But Pan Michał was astounded. For a time he was silent, then he began to look at all, especially at Zagloba. "Oh, traitors!" exclaimed he at last. "I thought that Kettling was wounded unto death." "How is that, Michał?" cried Zagloba. "You are angry because Kettling is well? You grudge him his health and wish death to him? Has your heart become stone in such fashion that you would gladly see all of us ghosts, and Kettling, and Pan Orlik, and Pan Ruszczyk, and these youths, nay, even Pan Jan, even me, who love you as a son?" Here Zagloba closed his eyes and cried still more piteously, "We have nothing to live for, gracious gentlemen. There is no thankfulness left in this world. There is nothing but callousness." "For God's sake," answered Pan Michał, "I do not wish you ill, but you have not respected my grief." "Have pity on our lives," repeated Zagloba. "Give me peace. He says that we show no respect to his grief, but what fountains we have poured out over him, gracious gentlemen! We have, Michał. I take God to witness that we should be glad to bear apart your grief on our sabres, for comrades should always act thus. But since you have given your word to stay with us a month, then love us at least for that month." "I will love you till death," said Pan Michał. Further conversation was interrupted by the coming of a new guest. The soldiers, occupied with Wołodyjowski, had not heard the arrival of that guest, and saw him only when he was standing in the door. He was a man enormous in stature, of majestic form and bearing. He had the face of a Roman emperor. In it was power, and at the same time the true kindness and courtesy of a monarch. He differed entirely from all those soldiers around him. he grew notably greater in face of them, as if the eagle, king of birds, had appeared among hawks, falcons, and merlins. "The Grand Hetman!" cried Ketling, and sprang up as the host to greet him. "Pan Sobieski!" cried others. All heads were inclined in an obeisance of deep homage. All save Pan Michał knew that the hetman would come, for he had promised Ketling. Still, his arrival had produced so profound an impression that for a time no one dared to speak first. That too was homage extraordinary, but Sobieski loved soldiers beyond all men, especially those with whom he had galloped over the necks of Tartar chambuls so often. He looked on them as his own family, and for this reason specially he had determined to greet Volodyovski, to comfort him, and finally, by showing such unusual favour and attention, to retain him in the ranks of the army. Therefore, when he had greeted Ketling, he stretched out his hands at once to the little knight, and when the latter approached and seized him by the knees, Sobieski pressed the head of Pan Michał with his palms. "Old soldier," said he, "the hand of God has bent thee to the earth, but it will raise thee and give comfort. God aid thee, thou wilt stay with us now." Sobbing shook the breast of Pan Michał. "I will stay," said he with tears. "That is well. Give me of such men as many as possible. And now, old comrade, let us recall those times which we passed in the Russian steppes, when we sat down to feast under tents. I am happy among you. Now, our host, now." "Vivat Johannes Dux!" shouted every voice. The feast began and lasted long. Next day the hetman sent a cream-coloured steed of great price to Pan Michał. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 7. Ketling and Pan Michał promised each other to ride stirrup to stirrup again should occasion offer, to sit at one fire, and to sleep with their heads on one saddle. But meanwhile an event separated them. Not later than a week after their first greeting, a messenger came from Kurland with notice that Hasling who had adopted the youthful Scot and given him his property had fallen suddenly ill, and wished greatly to see his adopted son. The young knight did not hesitate. He mounted his horse and rode away. Before his departure, he begged Zagloba and Pan Michał to consider his house as their own, and to live there until they were tired of it. "Pan Yan may come," said he. "During the election he will come himself, surely. Even should he bring all his children, there will be room here for the whole family. I have no relatives, and even if I had brothers, they would not be nearer to me than you are." Zagloba especially was gratified by these invitations, for he was very comfortable in Ketling's house, but they were pleasant for Pan Michał also. Pan Yan did not come, but Pan Michał's sister announced her arrival. She was married to Pan Makowiecki, Stolnik of Latichów. His messenger came to the residence of the hetman to inquire if any of his attendants knew of the little knight. Evidently, Ketling's house was indicated to him at once. Volodyovski was greatly delighted, for whole years had passed since he had seen his sister, and when he learned that, in absence of better lodgings, she had stopped at Rybaki in a poor little cottage, he flew off straightway to invite her to Ketling's house. It was dusk when he rushed into her presence, but he knew her at once, though 2 other women were with her in the room, for the lady was small of stature, like a ball of thread. She, too, recognized him, while the other women stood like 2 candles and looked at the greeting. Pani Makowiecki found speech first, and began to cry out in a thin and rather squeaking voice, "So many years, so many years! God give you aid, dearest brother. The moment the news of your misfortune came, I sprang up at once to come hither, and my husband did not detain me, for a storm is threatening us from the side of Budziak. People are talking also of the Belgrade Tartars, and surely the roads are growing black, for tremendous flocks of birds are appearing, and before every invasion it is that way. God console you, beloved, dear golden brother. My husband must come to the election himself, so this is what he said. Take the young ladies and go on before me. You will comfort Michał, said he, in his grief, and you must hide your head somewhere from the Tartars, for the country here will be in a blaze. Therefore one thing fits with another. Go, said he, to Warsaw. Hire good lodgings in time, so there may be some place to live in. He, with men of those parts, is listening on the roads. There are few troops in the country. It is always that way with us. You, Michał, my loved one, come to the window. Let me look in your face. Your lips have grown thin, but in grief it cannot be otherwise. It was easy for my husband to say in Russia, "Find lodgings," but here there is nothing anywhere. We are in this hovel, you see it. I have hardly been able to get 3 bundles of straw to sleep on. Permit me, sister, said the little knight. But the sister would not permit, and spoke on as if a mill were rattling. We stopped here. There was no other place. My host looks out of his eyes like a wolf. Maybe they are bad people in the house. It is true that we have 4 attendants, trusty fellows, and we ourselves are not timid, for in our parts a woman must have a cavalier's heart, or she could not live there. I have a pistol which I carry always, and Basha has 2 of them. But Krisha does not like firearms. This is a strange place, though, and we prefer safer lodgings. Permit me, sister, repeated Volodyovski. But where do you live, Michał? You must help me to find lodgings, for you have experience in Warsaw. I have lodgings ready, interrupted Pan Michał, and such good ones that a senator might occupy them with his retinue. I live with my friend, Captain Kettling, and will take you with me at once. But remember that there are 3 of us, and 2 servants and 4 attendants. But for God's sake, I have not made you acquainted with the company. Here she turned to her companions. You know, young ladies, who he is, but he does not know you. Make acquaintance even in the dark. The host has not heated the stove for us yet. This is Panna Krystyna Drochojowska, and that Panna Barbara Jerzokowska. My husband is their guardian, and takes care of their property. They live with us, for they are orphans. To live alone does not beseem such young ladies. While his sister was speaking, Pan Michał bowed in soldier fashion. The young ladies, seizing their skirts with their fingers, curtsied, wherewith Panna Barbara nodded like a young colt. Let us take our seats in the carriage and drive on, said the little knight. Pan Zagłoba lives with me. I asked him to have supper prepared for us. That famous Pan Zagłoba? Asked Panna Basha all at once. Basha, be quiet, said the lady. I am afraid that there will be annoyance. Oh, if Pan Zagłoba has his mind on supper, said the little knight, there will be enough, even if twice as many were to come. And, young ladies, will you give command to carry out the trunks? I brought a wagon too for things, and Kettling's carriage is so wide that we 4 can sit in it easily. See what comes to my head. If your attendants are not drunken fellows, let them stay here till morning with the horses and larger effects. We'll take now only what things are required most. We need leave nothing, said the lady, for our wagons are still unpacked. Just attach the horses and they can move at once. Basha, go and give orders. Basha sprang to the entrance, and a few Our Fathers later she returned with the announcement that all was ready. It is time to go, said Pan Michał. After a while they took their seats in the carriage and moved on toward Mokotów. Pan Michał's sister and Panna Krysia occupied the rear seats. In front sat the little knight at the side of Basia. It was so dark already that they could not see one another's features. "Young ladies, do you know Warsaw?" asked Pan Michał, bending toward Panna Krysia and raising his voice above the rattle of the carriage. "No," answered Krysia in a low but resonant and agreeable voice. "We are real rustics, and up to this time have known neither famous cities nor famous men." Saying this, she inclined her head somewhat, as if giving to understand that she counted Pan Michał among the latter. He received the answer thankfully. A polite sort of maiden, thought he, and straightway began to rack his head over some kind of compliment to be made in return. "Even if the city were 10 times greater than it is," said he at last, "still, ladies, you might be its most notable ornament." "But how do you know that in the dark?" inquired Panna Basia on a sudden. "Ah, here is a kid for you," thought Pan Michał. But he said nothing, and they rode on in silence for some time. Basia turned again to the little knight and asked, "Do you know whether there will be room enough in the stable? We have 10 horses and 2 wagons." "Even if there were 30, there would be room for them." "Phew, phew!" exclaimed the young lady. "Basia, Basia," said Pani Makowiecki persuasively. Ah, it is easy to say Basia, Basia, but in whose care were the horses during the whole journey? Conversing thus, they arrived before Ketling's house. All the windows were brilliantly lighted to receive the lady. The servants ran out with Pan Zagloba at the head of them. He, springing to the wagon and seeing 3 women, inquired straightway, "In which lady have I the honour to greet my special benefactress, and at the same time the sister of my best friend Michał?" "I am she," answered the lady. Then Zagloba seized her hand and fell to kissing it eagerly, exclaiming, "I beat with the forehead, I beat with the forehead." Then he helped her to descend from the carriage, and conducted her with great attention and clattering of feet to the anteroom. "Let me be permitted to give greeting once more inside the threshold," said he on the way. Meanwhile Pan Michał was helping the young ladies to descend. Since the carriage was high, and it was difficult to find the steps in the darkness, he caught Panna Krysia by the waist, and bearing her through the air, placed her on the ground, and she, without resisting, inclined during the twinkle of an eye her breast on his, and said, "I thank you." Pan Michał turned then to Basia, but she had already jumped down on the other side of the carriage, therefore he gave his arm to Panna Krysia. In the room acquaintance with Zagloba followed. He, at sight of the 2 young ladies, fell into perfect good humour, and invited them straightway to supper. The platters were steaming already on the table, and as Pan Michał had foreseen, there was such an abundance that it would have sufficed for twice as many persons. They sat down. Pan Michał's sister occupied the first place. Next to her on the right sat Zagloba, and beyond him Panna Basia. Pan Michał sat on the left side near Panna Krysia. And now for the first time the little knight was able to have a good look at the ladies. Both were comely, but each in her own style. Krysia had hair as black as the wings of a raven, brows of the same colour, deep blue eyes. She was a pale brunette, but of complexion so delicate that the blue veins on her temples were visible. A barely discernible dark down covered her upper lip, showing a mouth sweet and attractive, as if put slightly forward for a kiss. She was in mourning, for she had lost her father not long before, and the colour of her garments, with the delicacy of her complexion and her dark hair, lent her a certain appearance of pensiveness and severity. At the first glance she seemed older than her companion, but when he had looked at her more closely, Pan Michał saw that the blood of first youth was flowing under that transparent skin. The more he looked, the more he admired the distinction of her posture, the swan-like neck, and those proportions so full of maiden charms. She is a great lady, thought he, who must have a great soul, but the other is a regular tomboy. In fact, the comparison was just. Basha was much smaller than her companion, and generally minute, though not meagre. She was ruddy as a bunch of roses, and light-haired. Her hair had been cut, apparently after illness, and she wore it gathered in a golden net. But the hair would not sit quietly on her restless head. The ends of it were peeping out through every mesh of the net, and over her forehead formed an unordered yellow tuft, which fell to her brows like the tuft of a Cossack, which, with her quick, restless eyes and challenging mien, made that rosy face like the face of a student who is only watching to embroil someone and go unpunished himself. Still, she was so shapely and fresh that it was difficult to take one's eyes from her. She had a slender nose, somewhat in the air, with nostrils dilating and active. She had dimples in her cheeks and a dimple in her chin, indicating a joyous disposition. But now she was sitting with dignity and eating heartily, only shooting glances every little while, now at Pan Zagloba, now at Volodyovski, and looking at them with almost childlike curiosity, as if at some special wonder. Pan Michał was silent, for though he felt it his duty to entertain Panna Krysia, he did not know how to begin. In general, the little knight was not happy in conversation with ladies, but now he was the more gloomy, since these maidens brought vividly to his mind the dear dead one. Pan Zagloba entertained Pani Makowiecki, detailing to her the deeds of Pan Michał and himself. In the middle of the supper, he fell to relating how once they had escaped with Princess Kurtsevich and Zhenjian, 4 of them, through a whole chambul, and how, finally, to save the princess and stop the pursuit, they too had hurled themselves on the chambul. Basha stopped eating, and resting her chin on her hand, listened carefully, shaking her forelock, at moments blinking, and snapping her fingers in the most interesting places, and repeating, "Ah, ah, well, what next?" But when they came to the place where Kushel's dragoons rushed up with aid unexpectedly, sat on the necks of the Tartars and rode on, slashing them for 3 miles, she could contain herself no longer, but clapping her hands with all her might, cried, "Ah, I should like to be there, God knows I should." "Basha," cried the plump little Pani Makowiecki with a strong Russian accent, "you have come among polite people. Put away your God knows. Oh, thou great God, this alone is lacking, Basha, that you should cry, 'May the bullets strike me.'" The maiden burst out into fresh laughter, resonant as silver, and cried, "Well then, auntie, may the bullets strike me." "Oh my God, the ears are withering on me. Beg pardon of the whole company," cried the lady. Then Basha, wishing to begin with her aunt, sprang up from her place, but at the same time dropped the knife and the spoons under the table, and then dived down after them herself. The plump little lady could restrain her laughter no longer, and she had a wonderful laugh, for first she began to shake and tremble, and then to squeak in a thin voice. All had grown joyous. Zagloba was in raptures. "You see what a time I have with this maiden," said Pani Makowiecki. "She is a pure delight as God is dear to me," exclaimed Zagloba. Meanwhile, Basha had crept out from under the table. She had found the spoons and the knife, but had lost her net, for her hair was falling into her eyes altogether. She straightened herself, and said, her nostrils quivering meanwhile, "Aha, lords and ladies, you are laughing at my confusion. Very well." "No one is laughing," said Zagloba, in a tone of conviction. "No one is laughing. No one is laughing. We are only rejoicing that the Lord God has given us delight in the person of your ladyship." After supper they passed into the drawing-room. There Panna Krysia, seeing a lute on the wall, took it down and began to run over the strings. Pan Michał begged her to sing. "I am ready if I can drive sadness from your soul." "I thank you," answered the little knight, raising his eyes to her in gratitude. After a while this song was heard. "O knights, believe me, useless is armour, shields give no service, Cupid's keen arrows through steel and iron go to all hearts." "I do not indeed know how to thank you," said Zagloba, sitting at a distance with Pan Michał's sister and kissing her hands, "for coming yourself and bringing with you such elegant maidens that the Graces themselves might heat stoves for them. Especially does that little Henryk please my heart, for such a rogue drives away sorrow in such fashion that a weasel could not hunt mice better. In truth, what is grief, unless mice gnawing the grains of joyousness placed in our hearts? You, my benefactress, should know that our late king, Jan Kazimir, was so fond of my comparisons that he could not live a day without them. I had to arrange for him proverbs and wise maxims. He used to have these repeated to him before bedtime, and by them it was that he directed his policy. But that is another matter. I hope, too, that our Michał, in company with these delightful girls, will forget altogether his unhappy misfortune. You do not know that it is only a week since I dragged him out of the cloister, where he wished to make vows, but I won the intervention of the nuncio himself, who declared to the prior that he would make a dragoon of every monk in the cloister if he did not let Michał out straightway. There was no reason for him to be there. Praise be to God, praise be to God. If not today, tomorrow some one of those two will strike such sparks out of him that his heart will be burning like punk." Meanwhile Krisha sang on. "If shields cannot save from darts a strong hero, how can a fair head guard her own weakness? Where can she hide?" "The fair heads have as much fear of those shafts as a dog has of meat," whispered Zagloba to Pan Michał's sister. "But confess, my benefactress, that you did not bring these titmice here without secret designs. They are maidens in 100, especially that little Henryk. Would that I were as blooming as she. Ah, Michał has a cunning sister." Pani Makowiecki put on a very artful look, which did not, however, become her honest, simple face in the least, and said, "I thought of this and that, as is usual with us. Shrewdness is not wanting to women. My husband had to come here to the election, and I brought the maidens beforehand, for with us there is no one to see unless Tartars. If anything lucky should happen to Michał from this, I would make a pilgrimage on foot to some wonder-working image." It will come," said Zagloba. "Both maidens are from great houses, and both have property. That, too, means something in these grievous times. There is no need to repeat that to me. The war has consumed Michał's fortune, though I know that he has some money laid up with great lords. We took famous booty more than once, gracious lady, and though that was placed at the hetman's discretion, still a part went to be divided according to sabres, as the saying is in our soldier speech. So much came to Michał's share more than once that if he had saved all his own, he would have today a nice fortune. But a soldier has no thought for tomorrow, he only frolics today, and Michał would have frolicked away all he had were it not that I restrained him on every occasion. You say then, gracious lady, that these maidens are of high blood?" "Krisha is of senatorial blood. It is true that our castellans on the border are not castellans of Kraków, and there are some of whom few in the Commonwealth have heard. But still, whoso has sat once in a senator's chair bequeaths to posterity his splendour. As to relationship, Basha almost surpasses Krisha." "Indeed, indeed. I myself am descended from a certain king of the Massagiets, Therefore I like to hear genealogies. Basha does not come from such a lofty nest as that, but if you wish to listen, for in our parts we can recount the relationship of every house on our fingers, she is, in fact, related to the Pototskis and the Yazłowieckies and the Waszczys. You see, it was this way. Here Pan Michal's sister gathered in the folds of her dress and took a more convenient position, so that there might be no hindrance to any part of her favourite narrative. She spread out the fingers of one hand, and straightening the index finger of the other, made ready to enumerate the grandfathers and grandmothers. The daughter of Pan Jakub Potocki, Elizabeth, from his second wife, a Yazłowiecki, married Pan Jan Smiotanko, banneret of Podole. I have corked that into my memory, said Zagloba. From that marriage was born Michał Smiotanko, also banneret of Podole. A good office, said Zagloba. He was married the first time to a Dochorosto, no, to a Roginski, no, to a Voronich, God guard me from forgetting. Eternal rest to her, whatever her name was, said Zagloba with gravity. And for his second wife he married Panna Lashch. I was waiting for that. What was the result of the marriage? Their sons died. Every joy crumbles in this world. But of 4 daughters, the youngest, Anna, married Jeziorkowska of the Shield Rawicz, a commissioner for fixing the boundaries of Podole. He was afterward, if I mistake not, sword-bearer of Podole. He was, I remember, said Zagloba with complete certainty. From that marriage, you see, was born Basha. I see, and also that at this moment she is aiming Kettling's musket. In fact, Krisha and the little knight were occupied in conversation, and Basha was aiming the musket at the window for her own amusement. Pani Makowiecki began to shake and squeak at sight of that. You cannot imagine what I pass through with that girl. She is the regular Hajdamak. If all the Hajdamaks were like her, I would join them at once. There is nothing in her head but arms, horses, and war. Once she broke out of the house to hunt ducks with a gun. She crept in somewhere among the rushes, was looking ahead of her. The reeds began to open. What did she see? The head of a Tartar stealing along through the reeds to the village. Another woman would have been terrified, and woe to her if she had not fired quickly. The Tartar dropped into the water. Just imagine, she laid him out on the spot, and with what? With duckshot. Here the lady began to shake again and laugh at the mishap of the Tartar. Then she added, and to tell the truth, she saved us all, for a whole chambel was advancing, but as she came and gave the alarm, we had time to escape to the woods with the servants. With us it is always so. Zagloba's face was covered with such delight that he half closed his eye for a moment. Then he sprang up, hurried to the maiden, and before she saw him, he kissed her on the forehead. "This from an old soldier for that Tartar in the rushes," said he. The maiden gave a sweeping shake to her yellow forelock. "Didn't I give him beans?" cried she, with her fresh childish voice, which sounded so strangely in view of what she meant with her words. "Oh, my darling little Hajdamak," cried Zagloba with emotion. "But what is one Tartar? You gentlemen have cut them down by the 1,000, and Swedes, and Germans, and Rakoczy's Hungarians. What am I before you, gentlemen, before knights who have not their equals in the Commonwealth? I know that perfectly. Oho! I will teach you to work with the sabre, since you have so much courage. I am rather heavy now, but Michał there, he too is a master." The maiden sprang up in the air at such a proposal. Then she kissed Zagloba on the shoulder and curtsied to the little knight, saying, "I give thanks for the promise. I know a little already." But Pan Michał was wholly occupied talking with Krisha. Therefore he answered inattentively, "Whatever you command." Zagloba, with radiant face, sat down again near Pani Makowiecki. "My gracious benefactress," said he, "I know well which Turkish sweetmeats are best, for I passed long years in Stamboul. But I know this too, that there is just a world of people hungry for them. How has it happened that no man has coveted that maiden to this time? As God lives, there was no lack of men who were courting them both, but Basha we call, in laughing, a widow of 3 husbands. For at one time 3 worthy cavaliers paid her addresses, all nobles of our parts, and heirs whose relationship I can explain in detail to you." Saying this, Pani Makowiecki spread out the fingers of her left hand and straightened her right index finger, but Zagloba inquired quickly, "And what happened to them?" "All 3 died in war, therefore we call Basha a widow." But how did she endure the loss?" "With us, you see, a case like that happens every day, and it is a rare thing for any man, after reaching ripe age, to pass away with his own death. Among us people even say that it is not befitting a nobleman to die otherwise than in the field. How did Basha endure it? Oh, she whimpered a little, poor girl, but mostly in the stable, for when anything troubles her, she is off to the stable. I sent for her once and inquired, 'For whom are you crying?' 'For all 3, said she. I saw from the answer that no one of them pleased her specially. I think that as her head is stuffed with something else, she has not felt the will of God yet. Krisha has felt it somewhat, but Basha perhaps not at all.' 'She will feel it,' said Zagloba. 'Gracious benefactress, we understand that perfectly. She will feel it, she will feel it.' 'Such is our predestination,' said Pani Makowiecki. 'That is just it. You took the words out of my mouth.' Further conversation was interrupted by the approach of the younger society. The little knight had grown much emboldened with Krisha, and she, through evident goodness of heart, was occupied with him and his grief like a physician with a patient. And perhaps for this very reason she showed him more kindness than their brief acquaintance permitted. But as Pan Michał was a brother of the Stolnik's wife, and the young lady was related to the Stolnik, no one was astonished. Basha remained, as it were, aside, and only Pan Zagloba turned to her unbroken attention. But however that might be, it was apparently all one to Basha whether someone was occupied with her or not. At first she gazed with admiration on both knights, but with equal admiration did she examine Kettling's wonderful weapons distributed on the walls. Later she began to yawn somewhat, then her eyes grew heavier and heavier, and at last she said, "I am so sleepy that I may wake in the morning." After these words the company separated at once, for the ladies were very weary from the journey, and were only waiting to have beds prepared. When Zagloba found himself at last alone with Pan Michał, he began first of all to wink significantly. Then he covered the little knight with a shower of light fists. "Michał, what? Michał, hey? Like turnips. Will you become a monk, what? That bilberry Krisha is a sweet one, and that rosy little Henryk. Oh, what will you say of her, Michał?" "What? Nothing," answered the little knight. "That little Henryk pleased me principally. I tell you that when I sat near her during supper, I was as warm from her as from a stove." "She is a kid yet. The other is ever so much more stately. Panna Krisha is a real Hungarian plum, but this one is a little nut. As God lives, if I had teeth, I wanted to say that if I had such a daughter, I'd give her to no man but you. An almond, I say, an almond." Volodyovski grew sad on a sudden, for he remembered the nicknames which Zagloba used to give Anusha. She stood as if living before him there in his mind and memory. Her form, her small face, her dark tresses, her joyfulness, her chattering and ways of looking. Both these were younger, but still she was 100 times dearer than all who were younger. The little knight covered his face with his palms, and sorrow carried him away the more because it was unexpected. Zagloba was astonished. For some time he was silent and looked unquietly. Then he asked, "Michał, what is the matter? Speak, for God's sake." Volodyovski spoke. "So many are living, so many are walking through the world, but my lamb is no longer among them. Never again shall I see her." Then pain stifled his voice. He rested his forehead on the arm of the sofa and began to whisper through his set lips, "O God, O God, O God." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 8. Basia insisted that Volodyovski should give her instruction in fencing. He did not refuse, though he delayed for some days. He preferred Krysia. Still, he liked Basia greatly, so difficult was it, in fact, not to like her. A certain morning the first lesson began, mainly because of Basia's boasting and her assurances that she knew that art by no means badly, and that no common person could stand before her. "An old soldier taught me," said she. "There is no lack of these among us. It is known, too, that there are no swordsmen superior to ours. It is a question if even you, gentlemen, would not find your equals." "Of what are you talking?" asked Zagloba. "We have no equals in the whole world." "I should wish it to come out that even I am your equal. I do not expect it, but I should like it." "If it were firing from pistols, I too would make a trial," said Pani Makowiecki, laughing. "As God lives, it must be that the Amazons themselves dwell in Latichów," said Zagloba. Here he turned to Krysia. "And what weapon do you use best, your ladyship?" "None," answered Krysia. "Aha, none!" exclaimed Basia, and here, mimicking Krysia's voice, she began to sing, "O knights, believe me, useless is armor. Shields give no service. Cupid's keen arrows through steel and iron go to all hearts." "She wields arms of that kind, never fear," added Basia, turning to Pan Michał and Zagloba. "In that she is a warrior of no common skill." "Take your place, young lady," said Pan Michał, wishing to conceal a slight confusion. "Oh, as God lives, if what I think should come true," cried Basia, blushing with delight. And she stood at once in position, with a light Polish sabre in her right hand. The left she put behind her, and with breast pushed forward, with raised head and dilated nostrils, she was so pretty and so rosy that Zagloba whispered to Pan Michał's sister, "No decanter, even if filled with Hungarian 100 years old, would delight me so much with the sight of it." "Remember," said the little knight to Basia, "that I will only defend myself. I will not thrust once. You may attack as quickly as you choose." "Very well. If you wish me to stop, give the word." "The fencing could be stopped without a word, if I wished." "And how could that be done?" "I could take the sabre easily out of the hand of a fencer like you." "We shall see." "We shall not, for I will not do so, through politeness." "There is no need of politeness in this case. Do it if you can. I know that I have less skill than you, but still I will not let that be done." "Then you permit it?" "I permit it." "Oh, do not permit, sweetest Hajduk," said Zagloba. "He has disarmed the greatest masters." "We shall see," repeated Basia. "Let us begin," said Pan Michał, made somewhat impatient by the boasting of the maiden. They began. Basia thrust terribly, skipping around like a pony in a field. Volodyovski stood in one place, making, according to his wont, the slightest movements of the sabre, paying but little respect to the attack. "You brush me off like a troublesome fly," cried the irritated Basha. "I am not making a trial of you, I am teaching you," answered the little knight. "That is good. For a fair head, not bad at all. Steadier with the hand." "For a fair head? You call me a fair head? You do, you do." But Pan Michał, though Basha used her most celebrated thrusts, was untouched. Even he began to talk with Zagloba of purpose to show how little he cared for Basha's thrusts. "Step away from the window, for you are in the lady's light, and though a sabre is larger than a needle, she has less experience with the sabre." Basha's nostrils dilated still more, and her forelock fell to her flashing eyes. "Do you hold me in contempt?" inquired she, panting quickly. "Not your person, God save me from that." "I cannot endure Pan Michał." "You learned fencing from a schoolmaster." Again he turned to Zagloba. "I think snow is beginning to fall." "Here is snow, snow for you," repeated Basha, giving thrust after thrust. "Basha, that is enough, you are barely breathing," said Pani Makowiecki. "Now hold to your sabre, for I will strike it from your hand." "We shall see." "Here," and the little sabre, hopping like a bird out of Basha's hands, fell with a rattle near the stove. "I let it go myself without thinking. It was not you who did that," cried the young lady, with tears in her voice, and seizing the sabre, in a twinkle she thrust again. "Try it now." "There," said Pan Michał, and again the sabre was at the stove. "That is enough for today," said the little knight. Pani Makowiecki began to bustle about and talk louder than usual, but Basha stood in the middle of the room, confused, stunned, breathing heavily, biting her lips and repressing the tears which were crowding into her eyes in spite of her. She knew that they would laugh all the more if she burst out crying, and she wished absolutely to restrain herself, but seeing that she could not, she rushed from the room on a sudden. "For God's sake," cried Pani Makowiecki, "she has run to the stable, of course, and being so heated will catch cold. Some one must go for her. Krysha, don't you go." So saying, she went out, and seizing a warm shuba in the anteroom, hurried to the stable, and after her ran Zagloba, troubled about his little hajduk. Krysha wanted to go also, but the little knight held her by the hand. "You heard the prohibition. I will not let this hand go till they come back." And in fact he did not let it go, but that hand was as soft as satin. It seemed to Pan Michał that a kind of warm current was flowing from those slender fingers into his bones, rousing in them an uncommon pleasantness. Therefore he held them more firmly. A slight blush flew over Krysha's face. "I see that I am a prisoner taken captive." "Whoever should take such a prisoner would not have reason to envy the Sultan, for the Sultan would gladly give half his kingdom for her." "But you would not sell me to the pagans." "Just as I would not sell my soul to the devil." Here Pan Michał remarked that momentary enthusiasm had carried him too far, and he corrected himself. "As I would not sell my sister." "That is the right word," said Krysha seriously. "I am a sister in affection to your sister, and I will be the same to you." "I thank you from my heart," said Pan Michał, kissing her hand, "for I have great need of consolation." I know," repeated the young lady. "I am an orphan myself." Here a small tear rolled down from her eyelid and stopped at the down on her lip. Pan Michał looked on that tear, on the mouth slightly shaded, and said, "You are as kind as a real angel. I feel comforted already." Krysha smiled sweetly. "May God reward you." "As God is dear to me." The little knight felt, meanwhile, that if he should kiss her hand a second time, it would comfort him still more, but at that moment his sister appeared. "Basha took the shuba," said she, "but is in such confusion that she will not come in for anything. Pan Zagloba is chasing her through the whole stable." In fact, Zagloba, sparing neither jests nor persuasion, not only followed Basha through the stable, but drove her at last to the yard, in hopes that he would persuade her to the warm house. She ran before him, repeating, "I will not go, let the cold catch me, I will not go, I will not go." Seeing at last a pillar before the house with pegs, and on it a ladder, she sprang up the ladder like a squirrel, stopped, and leaned at last on the eave of the roof. Sitting there, she turned to Pan Zagloba and cried out half in laughter, "Well, I will go if you climb up here after me." "What sort of a cat am I, little Hajduk, to creep along roofs after you? Is that the way you pay me for loving you?" "I love you too, but from the roof. Grandfather wants his way, grandmother will have hers. Come down to me this minute." "I will not go down." "It is laughable, as God is dear to me, to take defeat to heart as you do. Not you alone, angry weasel, but Kmicic, who passed for a master of masters, did Pan Michał treat in this way, and not in sport but in a duel. The most famous swordsmen, Italians, Germans, and Swedes, could not stand before him longer than during one hour farther, and here such a gadfly takes the affair to heart. Fie, be ashamed of yourself. Come down, come down. Besides, you are only beginning to learn." "But I cannot endure Pan Michał." "God be good to you. Is it because he is exquisitissimus in that which you yourself wish to know? You should love him all the more." Zagloba was not mistaken. The admiration of Basha for the little knight increased in spite of her defeat, but she answered, "Let Krisha love him." "Come down, come down." "I will not come down." "Very well, stay there, but I will tell you one thing. It is not nice for a young lady to sit on a ladder, for she may give an amusing exhibition to the world." "But that's not true," answered Basha, gathering in her skirts with her hand. "I am an old fellow, I won't look my eyes out, but I'll call everybody this minute, let others stare at you." "I'll come down," cried Basha. With that, Zagloba turned toward the side of the house. "As God lives, somebody is coming," said he. In fact, from behind the corner appeared young Adam Nowowiejski, who, coming on horseback, had tied his beast at the side gate and passed around the house himself, wishing to enter through the main door. Basha, seeing him, was on the ground in 2 springs, but too late. Unfortunately, Pan Adam had seen her springing from the ladder, and stood confused, astonished, and covered with blushes like a young girl. Basha stood before him in the same way, till at last she cried out, "A second confusion!" Zagloba, greatly amused, blinked some time with his sound eye. At length he said, "Pan Nowowiejski, a friend and subordinate of our Michał, and this is Panna Drabinowski, ladder. Tfu, I wanted to say Jeziorkowska." Pan Adam recovered readily, and because he was a soldier of quick wit, though young, he bowed, and raising his eyes to the wonderful vision, said, "As God lives, roses bloom on the snow in Ketling's garden." But Basha, curtsying, muttered to herself, "For some other nose than yours." Then she said very charmingly, "I beg you to come in." She went forward herself, and rushing into the room where Pan Michał was sitting with the rest of the company, cried, making reference to the red contush of Pan Adam, "The red finch has come." Then she sat at the table, put one hand into the other, and pursed her mouth in the style of a demure and strictly reared young lady. Pan Michał presented his young friend to his sister and Panna Krisha, and the friend, seeing another young lady of equal beauty but of a different order, was confused a second time. He covered his confusion, however, with a bow, and to add to his courage, reached his hand to his moustache, which had not grown much yet. Twisting his fingers above his lip,
he turned to Pan Michał and told him the object of his coming. The Grand Hetman wished anxiously to see the little knight. As far as Pan Adam could conjecture, it was a question of some military function, for the hetman had received letters recently from Pan Wilczkowski, from Pan Sielnicki, from Colonel Piwo, and other commandants stationed in the Ukraine and Podole, with reports of Crimean events which were not of favourable promise. The Khan himself and Sultan Galga, who made treaties with us at Podhajce, continued Pan Adam, wish to observe the treaties, but Budziak is as noisy as a beehive at time of swarming. The Belgrade horde also are in an uproar. They do not wish to obey either the Khan or Galga. Pan Sobieski has informed me already of that and asked for advice, said Zagloba. What do they say now about the coming spring? They say that with the first grass there will surely be a movement of those worms, that it will be necessary to stamp them out a second time, replied Pan Adam, assuming the face of a terrible Mars and twisting his moustache till his upper lip reddened. Basha, who was quick-eyed, saw this at once. Therefore she pushed back a little so that Pan Adam might not see her, and then twisted, as it were, her moustache, imitating the youthful cavalier. Pan Michał's sister threatened with her eyes, but at the same time she began to quiver, restraining her laughter with difficulty. Vorodyovski bit his lips, and Krisha dropped her eyes till the long lashes threw a shadow on her cheeks. "You are a young man," said Zagloba, "but a soldier of experience." "I am 22 years old, and I have served the country 7 years without ceasing, for I escaped to the field from the lowest bench in my 15th year," answered the young man. "He knows the steppe, knows how to make his way through the grass, and to fall on the horde as a kite falls on grouse," said Pan Michał. "He is no common partisan. The Tartar will not hide from him in the steppe." Pan Adam blushed with delight that praise from such famous lips met him in presence of ladies. He was withal not merely a falcon of the steppes, but a handsome fellow, dark, embrowned by the winds. On his face he bore a scar from his ear to his nose, which from this cut was thinner on one side than the other. He had quick eyes, accustomed to look into the distance, above them very dark brows, joined at the nose and forming, as it were, a Tartar brow. His head, shaven at the sides, was surmounted by a black bushy forelock. He pleased Basha both in speech and in bearing, but still she did not cease to mimic him. "As I live," said Zagloba, "it is pleasant for old men like me to see that a new generation is rising up worthy of us." "Not worthy yet," answered Pan Adam. "I praise the modesty too. We shall see you soon receiving commands." "That has happened already," cried Pan Michał. "He has been commandant and gained victories by himself." Pan Adam began so to twist his moustache that he lacked little of pulling out his lip, and Basha, without taking her eyes from him, raised both hands also to her face, and mimicked him in everything. But the clever soldier saw quickly that the glances of the whole company were turning to one side, where, somewhat behind him, was sitting the young lady whom he had seen on the ladder, and he divined at once that something must be against him. He spoke on as if paying no heed to the matter, and sought his moustache as before. At last he selected the moment, and wheeled around so quickly that Basha had no time either to turn her eyes from him or to take her hands from her face. She blushed terribly, and not knowing herself what to do, rose from the chair. All were confused, and a moment of silence followed. Basha struck her side suddenly with her hands. "A third confusion!" cried she with her silvery voice. "My gracious lady," said Pan Adam with animation, "I saw at once that something hostile was happening behind me. I confess that I am anxious for a moustache, but if I do not get it, it will be because I shall fall for the country, and in that event I hope I shall deserve tears rather than laughter from your ladyship." Basha stood with downcast eyes, and was the more put to shame by the sincere words of the cavalier. "You must forgive her," said Zagloba. "She is wild because she is young, but she has a golden heart." And Basha, as if confirming Zagloba's words, said at once in a low voice, "I beg your forgiveness most earnestly." Pan Adam caught her hands that moment and fell to kissing them. "For God's sake, do not take it to heart. I am not some kind of barbarian. It is for me to beg pardon for having dared to interrupt your amusement. We soldiers ourselves are fond of jokes. Mea culpa, I will kiss those hands again, and if I have to kiss them till you forgive me, then for God's sake do not forgive me till evening." "Oh, he is a polite cavalier, you see, Basha," said Pani Makowiecki. "I see," answered Basha. "It is all over now," cried Pan Adam. When he said this, he straightened himself, and with great resolution reached to his moustache from habit, but suddenly remembered himself and burst out in hearty laughter. Basha followed him, others followed Basha. Joy seized all. Zagloba gave command straightway to bring one and a second bottle from Kettling's cellar, and all felt well. Pan Adam, striking one spur against the other, passed his fingers through his forelock and looked more and more ardently at Basha. She pleased him greatly. He grew immensely eloquent, and since he had served with the hetman, he had lived in the great world, therefore had something to talk about. He told them of the Diet of Convocation, of its close, and how in the Senate the stove had tumbled down under the inquisitive spectators, to the great amusement of all. He departed at last after dinner, with his eyes and his soul full of Basha. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine, and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 9. That same day, Pan Michał announced himself at the quarters of the hetman, who gave command to admit the little knight, and said to him, "I must send Ruszczyk to the Crimea to see what is passing there, and to stir up the Khan to observe his treaties. Do you wish to enter service again and take the command after Ruszczyk? You, Wilczkowski, Szilnicki, and Piwo will have an eye on Doroshenko and on the Tartars, whom it is impossible to trust altogether at any time." Pan Michał grew sad. He had served the flower of his life. For whole tens of years he had not known rest. He had lived in fire, in smoke, in toil, in sleeplessness, without a roof over his head, without a handful of straw to lie on. God knows what blood his sabre had not shed. He had not settled down. He had not married. Men who deserved 100 times less were eating the bread of merit, had risen to honours, to offices, to starostaships. He was richer when he began to serve than he was then. But still it was intended to use him again like an old broom. His soul was rent, because when friendly and pleasant hands had been found to dress his wounds, the command was given to tear himself away and fly to the desert, to the distant boundaries of the Commonwealth, without a thought that he was so greatly wearied in soul. Had it not been for interruptions and service, he would have enjoyed at least a couple of years with Anusha. When he thought of all this, an immense bitterness rose in his soul. But since it did not seem to him worthy of a cavalier to mention his own services and dwell on them, he answered briefly, "I will go." "You are not in service," said the hetman. "You can refuse. You know better yourself if this is too soon for you." "It is not too soon for me to die," replied Pan Michał. Sobieski walked a number of times through the chamber. Then he stopped before the little knight and put his hand on his shoulder confidentially. "If your tears are not dried yet, the wind of the steppe will dry them for you. You have toiled, cherished soldier, all your life. Toil on still further. And should it come ever to your head that you are forgotten, unrewarded, that rest is not granted you, that you have received not buttered toast but a crust, not a starostaship but wounds, not rest but suffering only, set your teeth and say, 'For thee, O country.' Other consolation I cannot give, for I haven't it. But though not a priest, I can give you the assurance that serving in this way, you will go farther on a worn-out saddle than others in a carriage and six, and that gates will be opened for you which will be closed before them." "To thee, O country," said Pan Michał in his soul, wondering at the same time that the hetman could penetrate his secret thoughts so quickly. Pan Sobieski sat down in front of him and continued, "I do not wish to speak with you as with a subordinate, but as with a friend, nay, as a father with a son. When we were in the fire at Podhajce, and before that in the Ukraine, when we were barely able to prevent the preponderance of the enemy, here in the heart of the country, evil men in security, behind our shoulders, were attaining in turbulence their own selfish ends. Even in those days it came more than once to my head that this commonwealth must perish. License lords it too much over order. The public good yields too often to private ends. This has never happened elsewhere in such a degree. These thoughts were gnawing me in the day in the field, and in the night in the tent, for I thought to myself, well, we soldiers are in a woeful condition, but this is our duty and our portion. If we could only know that with this blood which is flowing from our wounds, salvation was issuing also. No, even that consolation there was not. Oh, I passed heavy days in Podhajce, though I showed a glad face to you officers, lest you might think that I had lost hope of victory in the field. There are no men, thought I, there are no men who love this country really. And it was to me as if someone had planted a knife in my breast, till a certain time, the last day at Podhajce, when I sent you with 2,000 to the attack against 26,000 of the horde, and you all flew to apparent death, to certain slaughter, with such a shouting, with such willingness, as if you were going to a wedding. Suddenly the thought came to me, ah, these are my soldiers. And God in one moment took the stone from my heart, and in my eyes it grew clear. These, said I, are perishing from pure love of the mother. They will not go to confederacies nor to traitors. Of these I will form a sacred brotherhood. Of these I will form a school in which the young generation will learn. Their example will have influence. Through them this ill-fated people will be reborn, will become free of selfishness, forget license, and be as a lion feeling wonderful strength in his limbs, and will astonish the world. Such a brotherhood will I form of my soldiers." Here Sobieski flushed up, reared his head, which was like the head of a Roman Caesar, and stretching forth his hands exclaimed, "O Lord, inscribe not on our walls Mene Tekel Peres, and permit me to regenerate my country." A moment of silence followed. Pan Michał sat with drooping head, and felt that trembling had seized his whole body. The hetman walked some time with quick steps through the room, and then stopped before the little knight. "Examples are needed," said he. Examples every day to strike the eye. Volodyovski, I have reckoned you in the first rank of the brotherhood. Do you wish to belong to it?" The little knight rose and embraced the hetman's knees. "See," said he, with a voice of emotion, "when I heard that I had to march again, I thought that a wrong had been done, and that leisure for my suffering belonged to me. But now I see that I sinned, and I repent of my thought, and am unable to speak, for I am ashamed." The hetman pressed Pan Michał to his heart in silence. "There is a handful of us," said he, "but others will follow the example." "When am I to go?" asked the little knight. "I could go even to the Crimea, for I have been there." "No," answered the hetman. "To the Crimea I will send Pan Ruszczyk. He has relations there, and even namesakes, likely cousins, who, seized in childhood by the horde, have become Mussulmans, and obtained office among the pagans. They will help him in everything. Besides, I need you in the field. There is no man your equal in dealing with Tartars." "When have I to go?" repeated the little knight. "In 2 weeks at furthest. I need to confer yet with the vice-chancellor of the kingdom and with the treasurer, to prepare letters for Ruszczyk and give him instructions. But be ready, for I shall be urgent." "I shall be ready from tomorrow." "God reward you for the intention, but it is not needful to be ready so soon. Moreover, you will not go to stay long, for during the election, if only there is peace, I shall need you in Warsaw. You have heard of candidates. What is the talk among nobles?" "I came from the cloister not long since, and there they do not think of worldly matters. I know only what Pan Zagloba has told me." "True, I can obtain information from him. He is widely known among the nobles. But for whom do you think of voting?" "I know not myself yet, but I think that a military king is necessary for us." "Yes, yes, I have such a man too in mind, who by his name alone would terrify our neighbors. We need a military king, as was Stefan Batory. But farewell, cherished soldier. We need a military king. Do you repeat this to all. Farewell. God reward you for your readiness." Pan Michał took farewell and went out. On the road he meditated. The soldier, however, was glad that he had before him a week or two, for that friendship and consolation which Krysha gave was dear to him. He was pleased also with the thought that he would return to the election, and in general he went home without suffering. The steppes too had for him a certain charm. He was pining for them without knowing it. He was so used to those spaces without end, in which the horseman feels himself more a bird than a man. "Well, I will go," said he, "to those measureless fields, to those stanitsas and mounds, to taste the old life again, make new campaigns with the soldiers, to guard those boundaries like a crane, to frolic in spring in the grass. Well now, I will go, I will go." Meanwhile he urged on the horse and went at a gallop, for he was yearning for the speed and the whistle of the wind in his ears. The day was clear, dry, frosty. Frozen snow covered the ground and squeaked under the feet of the horse. Compressed lumps of it flew with force from his hoofs. Pan Michał sped forward so that his attendant, sitting on an inferior horse, remained far behind. It was near sunset. A little later twilight was in the heavens, casting a violet reflection on the snowy expanse. On the ruddy sky the first twinkling stars came out. The moon hung in the form of a silver sickle. The road was empty. The knight passed an odd wagon and flew on without interruption. Only when he saw Kettling's house in the distance did he rein in his horse and let his attendant come up. All at once he saw a slender figure coming toward him. It was Krisha. When he recognized her, Pan Michał sprang at once from his horse, which he gave to the attendant, and hurried up to the maiden, somewhat astonished, but still more delighted at sight of her. "Soldiers declare," said he, "that at twilight we may meet various supernatural beings, who are sometimes of evil, sometimes of good omen. But for me there can be no better omen than to meet you." "Pan Adam has come," answered Krisha. "He is passing the time with Basha and Pani Makowiecki. I slipped out purposely to meet you, for I was anxious about what the hetman had to say." The sincerity of these words touched the little knight to the heart. "Is it true that you are so concerned about me?" asked he, raising his eyes to her. "It is," answered Krisha with a low voice. Pan Michał did not take his eyes from her. Never before had she seemed to him so attractive. On her head was a satin hood. White swan's down encircled her small, palish face, on which the moonlight was falling, light which shone mildly on those noble brows, downcast eyes, long lids, and that dark, barely visible down above her mouth. There was a certain calm in that face, and great goodness. Pan Michał felt at the moment that the face was a friendly and beloved one. Therefore he said, "Were it not for the attendant who is riding behind, I should fall on the snow at your feet from thankfulness." "Do not say such things," answered Krisha, "for I am not worthy. But to reward me, say that you will remain with us, and that I shall be able to comfort you longer." "I shall not remain," said Pan Michał. Krisha stopped suddenly. "Impossible!" "Usual soldier's service. I go to Russia and to the wilderness." "Usual service?" repeated Krisha, and she began to hurry in silence toward the house. Pan Michał walked quickly at her side, a trifle confused. Somehow it was a little oppressive and dull in his mind. He wanted to say something. He wanted to begin conversation again. He did not succeed. But still it seemed to him that he had 1,000 things to say to her, and that just then was the time, while they were alone and no one preventing. "If I begin," thought he, "it will go on." Therefore he inquired all at once, "But is it long since Pan Adam came?" "Not long," answered Krisha, and again their conversation stopped. "The road is not that way," thought Pan Michał. "While I begin in that fashion, I shall never say anything, but I see that sorrow has gnawed away what there was of my wit." And for a time he hurried on in silence. His moustaches merely quivered more and more vigorously. At last he halted before the house and said, "Think, if I deferred my happiness so many years to serve the country, with what face could I refuse now to put off my own comfort?" It seemed to the little knight that such a simple argument should convince Krisha at once. In fact, after a while she answered with sadness and mildness, "The more nearly one knows Pan Michał, the more one respects and honors him." Then she entered the house. Basha's exclamations of "Allah! Allah!" reached her in the entrance, and when they came to the reception room, they saw Pan Adam in the middle of it, blindfolded, bent forward, and with outstretched arms trying to catch Basha, who was hiding in corners and giving notice of her presence by cries of "Allah!" Pani Makowiecki was occupied near the window in conversation with Zagloba. The entrance of Krisha and the little knight interrupted the amusement. Pan Adam pulled off the handkerchief and ran to greet Volodyovski. Immediately after came Pani Makowiecki, Zagloba, and the panting Basha. "What is it? What is it? What did the hetman say?" asked one, interrupting another. "Lady sister," answered Pan Michał, "if you wish to send a letter to your husband, You have a chance, for I am going to Russia." "Is he sending you? In God's name, do not volunteer yet, and do not go," cried his sister with a pitiful voice. "Will they not give you this bit of time?" "Is your command fixed already?" asked Zagloba gloomily. "Your sister says justly that they are threshing you as with flails. Rushtitz is going to the Crimea, and I take the squadron after him, for as Pan Adam has mentioned already, the roads will surely be black with the enemy in spring." "Are we alone to guard this commonwealth from thieves as a dog guards a house?" cried Zagloba. "Other men do not know from which end of a musket to shoot, but for us there is no rest." "Never mind, I have nothing to say," answered Pan Michał. "Service is service. I gave the hetman my word that I would go, and earlier or later it is all the same." Here Pan Michał put his finger on his forehead and repeated the argument which he had used once with Krisha. "You see that if I put off my happiness so many years to serve the Commonwealth, with what face can I refuse to give up the pleasure which I find in your company?" No one made answer to this. Only Basha came up, with lips pouting like those of a peevish child, and said, "I am sorry for Pan Michał." Pan Michał laughed joyously. "God grant you happy fortune, but only yesterday you said that you could no more endure me than a wild Tartar." "What Tartar? I did not say that at all. You will be working there against the Tartars, and we shall be lonely here without you." "Oh, little Hajduk, comfort yourself. Forgive me for the name, but it fits you most wonderfully. The hetman informed me that my command would not last long. I shall set out in a week or two, and must be in Warsaw at the election. The hetman himself wishes me to come, and I shall be here even if Rushtitz does not return from the Crimea in May." "Oh, that is splendid." "I will go with the colonel, I will go surely," said Pan Adam, looking quickly at Basha, and she said in answer, "There will be not a few like you. It is a delight for men to serve under such a commander. Go, go, it will be pleasanter for Pan Michał." The young man only sighed and stroked his forelock with his broad palm. At last he said, stretching his hands as if playing blind man's buff, "But first I will catch Panna Barbara. I will catch her most surely." "Allah! Allah!" exclaimed Basha, starting back. Meanwhile Krisha approached Pan Michał with face radiant and full of quiet joy. "But you are not kind to me, Pan Michał. You are better to Basha than to me." "I not kind? I better to Basha?" asked the knight with astonishment. "You told Basha that you were coming back to the election. If I had known that, I should not have taken your departure to heart." "My golden," cried Pan Michał, but that instant he checked himself and said, "My dear friend, I told you little, for I had lost my head." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 10. Pan Michał began to prepare slowly for his departure. He did not cease, however, to give lessons to Basha, whom he liked more and more, nor to walk alone with Krisha and seek consolation in her society. It seemed to him also that he found it, for his good humour increased daily, and in the evening he even took part in the games of Basha and Pan Adam. That young cavalier became an agreeable guest at Ketling's house. He came in the morning or at midday, and remained till evening. As all liked him, they were glad to see him, and very soon they began to hold him as one of the family.
He took the ladies to Warsaw, gave their orders at the silk shops, and in the evening played blind man's buff and patience with them, repeating that he must absolutely catch the unattainable Basha before his departure. But Basha laughed and escaped always, though Zagloba said to her, "If this one does not catch you at last, another man will." It became clearer and clearer that just this one had resolved to catch her. This must have come even to the head of the Haiduk herself, for she fell sometimes to thinking till the forelock dropped into her eyes altogether. Pan Zagloba had his reasons, according to which Pan Adam was not suitable. A certain evening, when all had retired, he knocked at Pan Michał's chamber. "I am so sorry that we must part," said he, "that I have come to get a good look at you. God knows when we shall see each other again." "I shall come in all certainty to the election," said the little knight, embracing his old friend, "and I will tell you why. The hetman wishes to have here the largest number possible of men beloved by the knighthood, so that they may capture nobles for his candidate, and because, thanks to God, my name has some weight among our brethren, he wants me to come surely. He counts on you also." "Indeed, he is trying to catch me with a large net. Yet I see something, and though I am rather bulky, still I can creep out through any hole in that net. I will not vote for a Frenchman." "Why?" "Because he would be for absolutum dominium, absolute rule. Condé would have to swear to the Pacta Conventa like any other man, and he must be a great leader. He is renowned for warlike achievement. With God's favour we have no need of seeking leaders in France. Pan Sobieski himself is surely no worse than Condé. Think of it, Michał. The French wear stockings like the Swedes. Therefore, like them, they of course keep no oaths. Carolus Gustavus was ready to take an oath every hour. For the Swedes, to take an oath or crack a nut is all one. What does a pact mean when a man has no honesty? But the Commonwealth needs defence. Oh, if Prince Yeremi were alive, we would elect him king with one voice. His son is alive, the same blood, but not the same courage. It is God's pity to look at him, for he is more like a serving man than a prince of such worthy blood. If it were a different time! But now the first virtue is regard for the good of the country. Pan Yan says the same thing. Whatever the hetman does, I will do, for I believe in his love of the Commonwealth as in the gospel. It is time to think of that. It is too bad that you are going now. But what will you do? I will go to Pan Yan. The boys torment me at times. Still, when I am away for a good while, I feel lonely without them. If war comes after the election, Pan Yan too will go to it. Who knows? You may take the field yourself. We may campaign yet together in Russia. How much good and evil have we gone through in those parts? True as God is dear to me, there our best years flowed by. At times the wish comes to see all those places which witnessed our glory. Then come with me now. We shall be cheerful together. In 5 months I will return to Ketling. He will be at home then, and Pan Yan will be here. No, Michał, it is not the time for me now. But I promise that if you marry some lady with land in Russia, I will go with you and see your installation." Pan Michał was confused a little, but answered at once, "How should I have a wife in my head? The best proof that I have not is that I am going to the army. It is that which torments me, for I used to think, if not one, then another woman. Michał, have God in your heart. Stop. Where will you find a better chance than just at this moment? Remember that years will come later in which you will say to yourself, 'Each has his wife and his children,
but I am alone, like Matzek's pear tree, sticking up in the field. And sorrow will seize you, and terrible yearning. If you had married that dear one, if she had left children, I should not trouble you. I should have some object for my affection, and ready hope for consolation. But, as things now are, the time may come when you will look around in vain for a near soul, and you will ask yourself, am I living in a foreign country? Pan Michał was silent. He meditated. Therefore Zagloba began to speak again, looking quickly into the face of the little knight. In my mind and my heart I chose first of all that rosy Hajduk for you. To begin with, she is gold, not a maiden. And secondly, such venomous soldiers as you would give to the world have not been on earth yet. She is a storm. Besides, Pan Adam wants to strike fire with her. That's it, that's it. Today she would prefer you to a certainty, for she is in love with your glory. But when you go, and he remains, I know he will remain, the rascal, for there is no war. Who knows what will happen? Basha is a storm. Let Nowowiejski take her. I wish him well, because he is a brave man. Michał, said Zagloba, clasping his hands, think what a posterity that would be. To this the little knight answered with the greatest simplicity. I knew two brothers Bal, whose mother was a Drochojowska, and they were excellent soldiers. Ah, I was waiting for that. You have turned in that direction? Cried Zagloba.
Pan Michał was confused beyond measure. At last he replied, What do you say? I am turning to no side, but when I thought of Basha's bravery, which is really manlike, Krisha came to my mind at once. In her there is more of woman's nature. When one of them is mentioned, the other comes to mind, for they are both together. Well, well, God bless you with Krisha, though as God is dear to me, if I were young I should fall in love with Basha to kill. You would not need to leave such a wife at home in time of war. You could take her to the field and have her at your side. Such a woman would be good for you in the tent, and if it came to that, even in time of battle she would handle a musket. But she is honest and good. Oh, my Hajduk, my little darling Hajduk. They have not known you here, and have nourished you with thanklessness. But if I was something like 60 years younger, I should see what sort of a Pani Zagloba there would be in my house. I do not detract from Basha. It is not a question of detracting from her virtues, but of giving her a husband. But you prefer Krisha. Krisha is my friend. Your friend, not your friendess? That must be because she has a moustache. I am your friend. Pan Yan is. So is Ketling. You do not need a man for a friend, but a woman. Tell this to yourself clearly, and don't throw a cover over your eyes. Guard yourself, Michał, against a friend of the fair sex, even though that friend has a moustache. For either you will betray that friend, or you yourself will be betrayed. The devil does not sleep, and he is glad to sit between such friends. As example of this, Adam and Eve began to be friends, till that friendship became a bone in Adam's throat. Do not offend Krisha, for I will not endure it in any way. God guard Krisha. There is no one above my little Hajduk, but Krisha is a good maiden too. I do not attack her in any way, but I say this to you. When you sit near her, your cheeks are as flushed as if someone had pinched them, and your moustaches are quivering, your forelock rises, and you are panting and striking with your feet, and stamping like a ringdove, and all this is a sign of desires. Tell someone else about friendship. I am too old a sparrow for that talk. So old that you see that which is not. Would that I were mistaken! Would that my haiduk were in question! Michał, good night to you. Take the haiduk is the comelier. Take the haiduk, take the haiduk. Zagloba rose and went out of the room. Pan Michał tossed about the whole night. He could not sleep, for unquiet thoughts passed through his head all the time. He saw before him Krisha's face, her eyes with long lashes, and her lip with down. Dozing seized him at moments, but the vision did not vanish. On waking, he remembered the words of Zagloba, and called to mind how rarely the wit of that man was mistaken in anything. At times, when half sleeping, half waking, the rosy face of Basha gleamed before him, and the sight calmed him. But again Krisha took her place quickly. The poor knight turns to the wall now, sees her eyes, turns to the darkness in the room, sees her eyes, and in them a certain languishing, a certain encouragement. At times those eyes are closing, as if to say, "Let thy will be done." Pan Michał sat up in the bed and crossed himself. Toward morning the dream flew away altogether. Then it became oppressive and bitter to him. Shame seized him, and he began to reproach himself harshly, because he did not see before him that beloved one who was dead, that he had his eyes, his heart, his soul, full not of her, but of the living. It seemed to him that he had sinned against the memory of Anusha. Hence he shook himself once and a second time, then, springing from the bed, though it was dark yet, he began to say his morning Our Father. When Pan Michał had finished, he put his finger on his forehead and said, "I must go as soon as possible, and restrain this friendship at once, for perhaps Zagloba is right." Then, more cheerful and calm, he went down to breakfast. After breakfast he fenced with Basha, and noticed beyond doubt, for the first time, that she drew one's eyes, she was so attractive with her dilated nostrils and panting breast. He seemed to avoid Krisha, who, noting this, followed him with her eyes, staring from astonishment. But he avoided even her glance. It was cutting his heart, but he held out. After dinner he went with Basha to the storehouse, where Ketling had another collection of arms. He showed her various weapons, and explained the use of them. Then they shot at a mark from Astrakhan bows. The maiden was made happy with the amusement, and became giddier than ever, so that Pani Makowiecki had to restrain her. Thus passed the second day. On the third, Pan Michał went with Zagloba to Warsaw to the Danilowicz Palace to learn something concerning the time of his departure. In the evening the little knight told the ladies that he would go surely in a week. While saying this, he tried to speak carelessly and joyfully. He did not even look at Krisha. The young lady was alarmed, tried to ask him touching various things. He answered politely, with friendliness, but talked more with Basha. Zagloba, thinking this to be the fruit of his counsel, rubbed his hands with delight, but since nothing could escape his eye, he saw Krisha's sadness. "She has changed," thought he. "She has changed noticeably. Well, that is nothing, the ordinary nature of fairheads, but Michał has turned away sooner than I hoped. He is a man in 100, but a whirlwind in love, and a whirlwind he will remain." Zagloba had, in truth, a good heart, and was sorry at once for Panna Krisha. "I will say nothing to the maiden directly," thought he, "but I must think out some consolation for her." Then, using the privilege of age and a white head, he went to her after supper and began to stroke her black silky hair. She sat quietly, raising toward him her mild eyes, somewhat astonished at his tenderness, but grateful. In the evening Zagloba nudged Pan Michał in the side at the door of the little knight's room.
"Well, what?" said he. "No one can beat the Hajduk?"
"A charming kid," answered Pan Michał. "She will make as much uproar as 4 soldiers in the house. A regular drummer." "A drummer? God grant her to go with your drum as quickly as possible. Good night."
"Good night. Wonderful creatures, those fair heads. Since you approached Basha a little, have you noted the change in Krisha?"
"No, I have not," answered the little knight. "As if someone had tripped her." "Good night," repeated Pan Michał, and went quickly to his room.
Zagloba, in counting on the little knight's instability, over-reckoned somewhat, and in general acted awkwardly in mentioning the change in Krisha, for Pan Michał was so affected that something seemed to seize him by the throat. "And this is how I pay her for kindness, for comforting me in grief like a sister," said he to himself. "Well, what evil have I done to her?" thought he, after a moment of meditation. "What have I done? I have slighted her for 3 days, which was rude, to say the least. I have slighted the cherished girl, the dear one. Because she wished to cure my wounds, I have nourished her with ingratitude. If I only knew," continued he, "how to preserve measure and restrain dangerous friendship, and not offend her, but evidently my wit is too dull for such management." Pan Michał was angry at himself, but at the same time great pity rose in his breast. Involuntarily he began to think of Krisha as of a beloved and injured person. Anger against himself grew in him every moment. "I am a barbarian, repeated he, and Krisha overwhelmed Basha completely in his mind. "Let him who pleases take that kid, that windmill, that rattler," said he to himself. "Pan Adam or the devil, it is all one to me." Anger rose in him against Basha, who was indebted to God for her disposition, but it never came to his head once that he might wrong her more with this anger than Krisha with his pretended indifference. Krisha, with a woman's instinct, divined straightway that some change was taking place in Pan Michał. It was at once both bitter and sad for the maiden that the little knight seemed to avoid her. But she understood instantly that something must be decided between them, and that their friendship could not continue unmodified, but must become either far greater than it had been, or cease altogether. Hence she was seized by alarm, which increased at the thought of Pan Michał's speedy departure. Love was not in Krisha's heart yet. The maiden had not come to self-consciousness on that point. But in her heart and in her blood there was a great readiness for love. Perhaps, too, she felt a light turning of the head. Pan Michał was surrounded with the glory of the first soldier in the Commonwealth. All knights were repeating his name with respect. His sister exalted his honour to the sky. The charm of misfortune covered him, and, in addition, the young lady, living under the same roof with him, grew accustomed to his attraction. Krisha had this in her nature: she was fond of being loved. Therefore, when Pan Michał began in those recent days to treat her with indifference, her self-esteem suffered greatly. But having a good heart, she resolved not to show an angry face or vexation, and to win him by kindness. That came to her all the more easily, since on the following day Pan Michał had a penitent mien, and not only did not avoid Krisha's glance, but looked into her eyes, as if wishing to say, "Yesterday I offended you, today I implore your forgiveness." He said so much to her with his eyes
that under their influence the blood flowed to the young lady's face, and her disquiet was increased, as if with a presentiment that very soon something important would happen. In fact, it did happen. In the afternoon, Pani Makowiecki went with Basia to Basia's relative, the wife of the Chamberlain of Lvov, who was stopping in Warsaw. Krysia feigned purposely a headache, for curiosity seized her to know what she and Pan Michał would do if left to themselves. Zagloba did not go, it is true, to the Chamberlain's wife, but he had the habit of sleeping a couple of hours after dinner, for he said that it saved him from fatness, and gave him clear wit in the evening. Therefore, after he had chatted an hour or so, he began to prepare for his room. Krysia's heart beat at once more unquietly. But what a disillusion was awaiting her! Pan Michał sprang up and went out with Zagloba. He will come back soon, thought Krysia, and, taking a little drum, she began to embroider on it a gold top for a cap to give Pan Michał at his departure. Her eyes rose, however, every little while, and went to the Danzig clock, which stood in the corner of Kettling's room, and ticked with importance. But 1 hour and a second passed. Pan Michał was not to be seen. Krysia placed the drum on her knees, and crossing her hands on it, said in an undertone, "But before he decides, they may come, and we shall not say anything, or Pan Zagloba may wake." It seemed to her in that moment that they had in truth to speak of some important affair, which might be deferred through the fault of Pan Michał. At last, however, his steps were heard in the next room. "He is wandering around," thought she, and began to embroider diligently again. Volodyovski was, in fact, wandering. He was walking through the room, and did not dare to come in. Meanwhile the sun was growing red, and approaching its setting. "Pan Michał!" called Krysia suddenly. He came in and found her sewing. "Did you call me?" "I wished to know if some stranger was walking in the house. I have been here alone for 2 hours." Pan Michał drew up a chair and sat on the edge of it. A long time elapsed. He was silent. His feet clattered somewhat as he pushed them under the table, and his moustache quivered. Krysia stopped sewing and raised her eyes to him. Their glances met, and then both dropped their eyes suddenly. When Pan Michał raised his eyes again, the last rays of the sun were falling on Krysia's face, and it was beautiful in the light. Her hair gleamed in its folds like gold. "In a couple of days you are going?" asked she, so quietly that Pan Michał barely heard her. "It cannot be otherwise."
Again a moment of silence, after which Krysia said, "I thought these last days that you were angry with me." "As I live," cried Pan Michał, "I would not be worthy of your regard if I had been, but I was not." "What was the matter?" asked Krysia, raising her eyes to him. "I wish to speak sincerely, for I think that sincerity is always better than dissimulation. But I cannot tell how much solace you have poured into my heart, and how grateful I feel." "God grant it to be always so," said Krysia, crossing her hands on the drum. To this Pan Michał answered with great sadness, God grant, but Pan Zagloba told me, I speak before you as before a priest, Pan Zagloba told me that friendship with fair heads is not a safe thing, for a more ardent feeling may be hidden beneath it, as fire under ashes. I thought that perhaps Pan Zagloba was right. Forgive me, a simple soldier. Another would have brought out the idea more cleverly, but my heart is bleeding because I have offended you these recent days, and life is not pleasant to me." When he had said this, Pan Michał began to move his moustaches more quickly than any beetle. Krisha dropped her head, and after a while 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. "If it will be easier for you, I will conceal my sisterly affection." A second pair of tears, and then a third, appeared on her cheeks. At sight of this, Pan Michał's heart was rent completely. He sprang toward Krisha and seized her hands. The drum rolled from her knees to the middle of the room. The knight, however, did not care for that. He only pressed those warm, soft, velvety hands to his mouth, repeating, "Do not weep. For God's sake, do not weep." Pan Michał did not cease to kiss the hands even when Krisha put them on her head, as people do usually when embarrassed. But he kissed them the more ardently, till the warmth coming from her hair and forehead intoxicated him as wine does, and his ideas grew confused. Then, not knowing himself how and when, his lips came to her forehead and kissed that still more eagerly. And then he pushed down to her tearful eyes, and the world went around with him altogether. Next he felt that most delicate down on her lip, and after that their mouths met and were pressed together with all their power. Silence fell on the room. Only the clock ticked with importance. Suddenly Basha's steps were heard in the anteroom, and her childlike voice repeating, "Frost! Frost! Frost!" Pan Michał sprang away from Krisha like a frightened panther from his victim, and at that moment Basha rushed in with an uproar, repeating incessantly, "Frost! Frost! Frost!" Suddenly she stumbled against the drum lying in the middle of the room. Then she stopped, and looking with astonishment, now on the drum, now on Krisha, now on the little knight, said, "What is this? You struck each other as with a dart?" "But where is Auntie?" asked Krisha, striving to bring out of her heaving breast a quiet, natural voice. "Auntie is climbing out of the sleigh by degrees," answered Basha, with an equally changed voice. Her nostrils moved a number of times. She looked once more at Krisha and Pan Michał, who by that time had raised the drum. Then she left the room suddenly. Pani Makowiecki rolled into the room. Pan Zagłoba came downstairs, and a conversation set in about the wife of the Chamberlain of Lvov. "I did not know that she was Pan Adam's godmother," said Pani Makowiecki. "He must have made her his confidant, for she is persecuting Basha with him terribly." "But what did Basha say?" asked Zagłoba. "A halter for a dog. She said to the Chamberlain's lady, 'He has no moustache, and I have no sense, and it is not known which one will get what is lacking first.' I knew that she would not lose her tongue, but who knows what her real thought is? Ah, woman's wiles! With Basha, what is on her heart is on her lips. Besides, I have told you already that she does not feel the will of God yet. Krisha does, in a higher degree." "Auntie," said Krisha suddenly. Further conversation was interrupted by the servant, who announced that supper was on the table. All went then to the dining room, but Basha was not there. "Where is the young lady?" asked Pani Makowiecki of the servant. "The young lady is in the stable. I told the young lady that supper was ready. The young lady said, 'Well,' and went to the stable." "Has something unpleasant happened to her? She was so gay," said Pani Makowiecki, turning to Zagłoba. Then the little knight, who had an unquiet conscience, said, "I will go and bring her," and he hurried out. He found her just inside the stable door, sitting on a bundle of hay. She was so sunk in thought that she did not see him as he entered. "Panna Basha," said the little knight, bending over her. Basha trembled as if roused from sleep, and raised her eyes, in which Pan Michał saw, to his utter astonishment, 2 tears as large as pearls. "For God's sake, what is the matter? You are weeping."
"I do not dream of it," cried Basha, springing up. "I do not dream of it. That is from Frost." She laughed joyously, but the laughter was rather forced. Then, wishing to turn attention from herself, she pointed to the stall in which was the steed given Pan Michał by the hetman, and said with animation, "You say it is impossible to go to that horse? Now let us see." And before Pan Michał could restrain her, she had sprung into the stall. The fierce beast began to rear, to paw, and to put back his ears. "For God's sake, he will kill you!" cried Pan Michał, springing after her. But Basha had begun already to stroke with her palm the shoulder of the horse, repeating, "Let him kill! Let him kill!" But the horse turned to her his steaming nostrils and gave a low neigh as if rejoiced at the fondling. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 11. All the nights that Pan Michał had spent were nothing in comparison with the night after that adventure with Krysha. For, behold, he had betrayed the memory of his dead one, and he loved that memory. He had deceived the confidence of the living woman, had abused friendship, had contracted certain obligations, had acted like a man without conscience. Another soldier would have made nothing of such a kiss, or, what is more, would have twisted his moustache at thought of it. But Pan Michał was squeamish, especially since the death of Anusha, as is every man who has a soul in pain and a torn heart. What was left for him to do then? How was he to act? Only a few days remained until his departure. That departure would cut short everything. But was it proper to go without a word to Krysha, and leave her as he would leave any chambermaid from whom he might steal a kiss? The brave heart of Pan Michał trembled at the thought. Even in the struggle in which he was then, the thought of Krysha filled him with pleasure, and the remembrance of that kiss passed through him with a quiver of delight. Rage against his own head seized him. Still he could not refrain from a feeling of sweetness, and he took the whole blame on himself. "I brought Krysha to that," repeated he, with bitterness and pain. "I brought her to it, therefore it is not just for me to go away without a word. What then? Make a proposal, and go away Krysha's betrothed?" Here the form of Anusha stood before the knight, dressed in white, and pale herself as wax, just as he had laid her in the coffin. "This much is due me," said the figure, "that you mourn and grieve for me. You wished at first to become a monk, to bewail me all your life, but now you are taking another before my poor soul could fly to the gates of heaven. Ah, wait, let me reach heaven first, let me cease looking at the earth." And it seemed to the knight that he was a species of perjurer before that bright soul whose memory he should honor and hold as sacred. Sorrow and immeasurable shame seized him, and self-contempt. He desired death. "Anulia," repeated he on his knees, "I shall not cease to bewail thee till death, but what am I to do now?" The white form gave no answer to that, as it vanished like a light mist, and instead of it appeared in the imagination of the knight Krysha's eyes and her lip covered with down, and with it temptations from which the knight wished to free himself. So his heart was wavering in uncertainty, suffering, and torment. At moments it came to his head to go and confess all to Zagloba, and take counsel of that man whose reason could settle all difficulties. And he had foreseen everything. He had told beforehand what it was to enter into friendship with fair heads, but just that view restrained the little knight. He recollected how sharply he had called to Pan Zagloba, "Do not offend Panna Krisha, sir." And now, who had offended Panna Krisha? Who was the man who had thought, "Is it not best to leave her like a chambermaid and go away?" "If it were not for that dear one up there, I would not hesitate a moment," thought the knight. "I should not be tormented at all. On the contrary, I should be glad in soul that I had tasted such delight." After a while he muttered, "I would take it willingly 100 times." Seeing, however, that temptations were flocking around him, he shook them off again powerfully and began to reason in this way: "It is all over. Since I have acted like one who is not desirous of friendship, but who is looking for satisfaction from Cupid, I must go by that road, and tell Krisha tomorrow that I wish to marry her." Here he stopped a while, then thought further thuswise: "Through which declaration the confidence of today will become quite proper, and tomorrow I can permit myself—" But at this moment he struck his mouth with his palm. "Tfu," said he, "is a whole chamble of devils sitting behind my collar?" But still he did not set aside his plan of making the declaration, thinking to himself simply, "If I offend the dear dead one, I can conciliate her with masses and prayer. By this I shall show also that I remember her always, and will not cease in devotion. If people wonder and laugh at me because 2 weeks ago I wanted from sorrow to be a monk, and now have made a declaration of love to another, the shame will be on my side alone. If I make no declaration, the innocent Krisha will have to share my shame and my fault. I will propose to her tomorrow. It cannot be otherwise," said he at last. He calmed himself then considerably, and when he had repeated "Our Father," and prayed earnestly for Anusha, he fell asleep. In the morning, when he woke, he repeated, "I will propose today." But it was not so easy to propose, for Pan Michał did not wish to inform others, but to talk with Krisha first, and then act as was proper. Meanwhile, Pan Adam arrived in the early morning and filled the whole house with his presence. Krisha went about as if poisoned. The whole day she was pale, worried, sometimes dropped her eyes, sometimes blushed so that the colour went to her neck. At times her lips quivered as if she were going to cry. Then again she was as if dreamy and languid. It was difficult for the knight to approach her, and especially to remain long alone with her. It is true he might have taken her to walk, for the weather was wonderful, and some time before he would have done so without any scruple. But now he dared not, for it seemed to him that all would divine on the spot what his object was. All would think he was going to propose. Pan Adam saved him. He took Pani Makowiecki aside, conversed with her a good while touching something, then both returned to the room in which the little knight was sitting with the 2 young ladies and Pan Zagloba, and said, "You young people might have a ride in 2 sleighs, for the snow is sparkling." At this, Pan Michał inclined quickly to Krisha's ear and said, "I beg you to sit with me. I have a world of things to say." "Very well," answered Krisha. Then the 2 men hastened to the stables, followed by Basha, and in the space of a few Our Fathers the 2 sleighs were driven up before the house. Pan Michał and Krisha took their places in one, Pan Adam and the little Hajduk in the other, and moved on without drivers. When they had gone, Pani Makowiecki turned to Zagloba and said, "Pan Adam has proposed for Basha." "How is that?" asked Zagloba, alarmed. "His godmother, the wife of the Chamberlain of Lvov, is to come here tomorrow to talk with me. Pan Adam himself has begged of me permission to talk with Basha, even hintingly, for he understands himself that if Basha is not his friend, the trouble and pains will be useless. It was for this that you, my benefactress, sent them sleigh riding? For this. My husband is very scrupulous. More than once he has said to me, I will guard their property, but let each choose a husband for herself. If he is honourable, I will not oppose, even in case of inequality of property. Moreover, they are of mature years and can give advice to themselves. But what answer do you think of giving Pan Adam's godmother? My husband will come in May. I will turn the affair over to him. But I think this way. As Basha wishes, so will it be. Pan Adam is a stripling. But Michał himself says that he is a famous soldier, noted already for deeds of valour. He has a respectable property, and his godmother has recounted to me all his relations. You see, it is this way. His great-grandfather was born of Princess Senyut. He was married the first time to— But what do I care for his relations, interrupted Zagloba, not hiding his ill humour. He is neither brother nor godfather to me, and I tell your ladyship that I have predestined the little Hajduk to Michał. For if among maidens who walk the world on 2 feet there is one better or more honest than she, may I from this moment begin to walk on all 4 like a bear. Michał is thinking of nothing yet, and even if he were, Krisha has struck his eye more. Ah, God, whose ways are inscrutable, will decide this. But if that bare-lipped youngster goes away with a watermelon, I shall be drunk with delight, added Zagloba. Meanwhile, in the 2 sleighs, the fates of both knights were in the balance. Pan Michał was unable to utter a word for a long time. At last he said to Krisha, Do not think that I am a frivolous man, or some kind of fop, for not such are my years. Krisha made no answer. Forgive me for what I did yesterday, for it was from the good feeling which I have for you, which is so great that I was altogether unable to restrain it. My gracious lady, my beloved Krisha, consider who I am. I am a simple soldier, whose life has been passed in wars. Another would have prepared an oration beforehand, and then come to confidence. I have begun with confidence. Remember this also, that if a horse, though trained, takes the bit in his teeth and runs away with a man, why should not love, whose force is greater, run away with him? Love carried me away, simply because you are dear to me. My beloved Krisha, you are worthy of castellans and senators. But if you do not disdain a soldier, who, though in simple rank, has served the country not without some glory, I fall at your feet, I kiss your feet, and I ask, do you wish me? Can you think of me without repulsion? Pan Michał, answered Krisha, and her hand, drawn from her muff, hid itself in the hand of the knight. Do you consent? Asked Volodyovski. I do, answered Krisha, and I know that I could not find a more honourable man in all Poland. God reward you, Krisha, said the knight, covering the hand with kisses. A greater happiness could not meet me. Only tell me that you are not angry at yesterday's confidence, so that I may find relief of conscience. I am not angry. Oh, that I could kiss your feet, cried Pan Michał. They remained some time in silence. The runners were whistling on the snow, and snowballs were flying from under the horses' feet. Then Pan Michał said, I marvel that you regard me. It is more wonderful, answered Krisha, that you came to love me so quickly. At this, Pan Michał's face grew very serious, and he said, It may seem ill to you that before I shook off sorrow for one, I fell in love with another. I own to you also, as if I were at confession, that in my time I have been giddy, but now it is different. I have not forgotten that dear one, and shall never forget her. I love her yet, and if you knew how much I weep for her, you would weep over me yourself." Here voice failed the little knight, for he was greatly moved, and perhaps for that reason he did not notice that these words did not seem to make a very deep impression on Krisha. Silence followed again, interrupted this time by the lady. "I will try to comfort you as far as my strength permits." "I loved you so soon," said Pan Michał, "because you began from the first day to cure my wounds. What was I to you? Nothing. But you began at once, because you had pity in your heart for an unfortunate. Ah, I am thankful to you, greatly thankful. Who does not know this will perhaps reproach me, since I wished to be a monk in November, and am preparing for marriage in December. First Pan Zagloba will be ready to jeer, for he is glad to do that when occasion offers. But let the man jeer who is able. I do not care about that, especially since the reproach will not fall on you, but on me." Krisha began to look at the sky thoughtfully, and said at last, "Must we absolutely tell people of our engagement? What is your meaning? You are going away, it seems, in a couple of days?" "Even against my will, I must go." "I am wearing mourning for my father. Why should we exhibit ourselves to the gaze of people? Let our engagement remain between ourselves, and people need not know of it till you return from Russia. Are you satisfied? Then I am to say nothing to my sister? I will tell her myself, but after you have gone." "And to Pan Zagloba?" "Pan Zagloba would sharpen his wit on me." Better say nothing. Basha too would tease me, and she these last days is so whimsical and has such changing humour as never before. Better say nothing." Here Krisha raised her dark blue eyes to the heavens. "God is the witness above us. Let people remain uninformed." "I see that your wit is equal to your beauty. I agree. Then God is our witness. Amen. Now rest your shoulder on me, for as soon as our contract is made, modesty is not opposed to that. Have no fear. Even if I wished to repeat yesterday's act, I cannot, for I must take care of the horse." Krisha gratified the knight, and he said, "As often as we are alone, call me by name only." "Somehow it does not fit," said she with a smile. "I shall never dare to do that." "But I have dared." "For Pan Michał is a knight. Pan Michał is daring. Pan Michał is a soldier." "Krisha, you are my love." But Krisha had not courage to finish, and covered her face with her muff. After a while Pan Michał returned to the house. They did not converse much on the road, but at the gate the little knight asked again, "But after yesterday's, you understand, were you very sad?" "Oh, I was ashamed and sad, but had a wonderful feeling," added she in a lower voice. All at once they put on a look of indifference, so that no one might see what had passed between them. But that was a needless precaution, for no one paid heed to them. It is true that Zagloba and Pan Michał's sister ran out to meet the two couples, but their eyes were turned only on Basha and Pan Adam. Basha was red, certainly, but it was unknown whether from cold or emotion, and Pan Adam was as if poisoned. Immediately after, too, he took farewell of the lady of the house. In vain did she try to detain him. In vain Pan Michał himself tried to persuade him to remain to supper. He excused himself with service and went away. That moment Pan Michał's sister, without saying a word, kissed Basha on the forehead. The young lady flew to her own chamber, and did not return to supper. Only the next day did Zagloba make a direct attack on her and inquire, "Well, little Hajduk, a thunderbolt, as it were, struck Pan Adam?" "Aha," answered she, nodding affirmatively and blinking. "Tell me what you said to him." The question was quick, for he is daring, but so was the answer, for I too am daring. Is it not true? "You acted splendidly. Let me embrace you. What did he say? Did he let himself be beaten off easily?" "He asked if with time he could not effect something. I was sorry for him, but no, nothing can come of that." Here Basha, distending her nostrils, began to shake her forelock somewhat sadly, as if in thought. "Tell me your reasons," said Zagloba. "He too wanted them, but it was of no use. I did not tell him, and I will tell no man." "But perhaps," said Zagloba, looking quickly into her eyes, "you bear some hidden love in your heart, hey?" "A fig for love!" cried Basha, and springing from the place, she began to repeat quickly, as if wishing to cover her confusion, "I do not want Pan Adam. I do not want Pan Adam. I do not want anyone. Why do you plague me? Why do you plague me, all of you?" And on a sudden she burst into tears. Zagloba comforted her as best he could, but during the whole day she was gloomy and peevish. "Michał," said he at dinner, "you are going, and Ketling will come soon. He is a beauty above beauties. I know not how these young ladies will defend themselves, but I think this, when you come back you will find them both dead in love." "Profit for us," said Volodyovski. "We will give him Panna Basha at once." Basha fixed on him the look of a wild cat and said, "But why are you less concerned about Krisha?" The little knight was confused beyond measure at these words, and said, "You do not know Ketling's power, but you will discover it." "But why should not Krisha discover it? Besides, it is not I who sing, 'The fair head grows faint. Where will she hide herself? How will the poor thing defend herself?'" Now Krisha was confused in her turn, and the little wasp continued, "In extremities I will ask Pan Adam to lend me his shield, but when you go away I know not with what Krisha will defend herself if peril comes on her." Pan Michał had now recovered, and answered somewhat severely, "Perhaps she will find wherewith to defend herself better than you." "How so?" "For she is less giddy, and has more sedateness and dignity." Pan Zagloba and the little knight's sister thought that the keen Hajduk would come to battle at once, but to their great amazement she dropped her head toward the plate, and after a while said in a low voice, "If you are angry, I ask pardon of you and of Krisha." End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 12. As Pan Michał had permission to set out whenever he wished, he went to Anusha's grave at Częstochowa. After he had shed the last of his tears there, he journeyed on farther, and under the influence of fresh reminiscences it occurred to him that the secret engagement with Krisha was in some way too early. He felt that in sorrow and mourning there is something sacred and inviolable, which should not be touched, but permitted to rise heavenward like a cloud and vanish in measureless space. Other men, it is true, after losing their wives, had married in a month or in 2 months, but they had not begun with the cloister, nor had misfortune met them at the threshold of happiness after whole years of waiting. But even if men of common mould do not respect the sacredness of sorrow, is it proper to follow their example? Pan Michał journeyed forward then toward Russia, and reproaches went with him. But he was so just that he took all the blame on himself, and did not put any on Krisha. And to the many alarms which seized him was added this also: would not Krisha, in the depth of her soul, take that haste ill of him? Surely she would not act thus in my place, said Pan Michał to himself, and having a lofty soul herself, beyond doubt, she seeks loftiness in others. Fear seized the little knight, lest he might seem to her petty, but that was vain fear. Krisha cared nothing for Pan Michał's mourning, and when he spoke to her too much concerning it, not only did it not excite sympathy in the lady, but it roused her self-love. Was not she, the living woman, equal to the dead one? Or, in general, was she of such small worth that the dead Anusha could be her rival? If Zagloba had been in the secret, he would have pacified Pan Michał certainly, by saying that women have not overmuch mercy for one another. After Volodyovski's departure, Panna Krisha was astonished not a little at what had happened, and at this, that the latch had fallen. In going from the Ukraine to Warsaw, where she had never been before, she had imagined that it would be different altogether. At the Diet of Convocation, the escorts of bishops and dignitaries would meet. A brilliant knighthood would assemble from all sides of the Commonwealth. How many amusements and reviews would there be, how much bustle! And in all that whirl, in the concourse of knights, would appear some unknown he, some knight such as maidens see only in dreams. This knight would flush up with love, appear under her windows with a lute. He would form cavalcades, love and sigh a long time, wear on his armour the knot of his loved one, suffer and overcome obstacles before he would fall at her feet and win mutual love. But nothing of all that had come to pass. The haze, changing and coloured, like a rainbow, vanished. A knight appeared, it is true, a knight not at all common, heralded as the first soldier of the Commonwealth, a great cavalier, but not much, or indeed not at all, like that he. There were no cavalcades either, nor playing of lutes, nor tournaments, nor the knot on the armour, nor bustle, nor games, nor any of all that which rouses curiosity like a May dream, or a wonderful tale in the evening, which intoxicates like the odour of flowers, which allures as bait does a bird, from which the face flushes, the heart throbs, the body trembles. There was nothing but a small house outside the city. In the house Pan Michał. Then intimacy grew up, and the rest of the vision disappeared as the moon disappears in the sky when clouds come and hide it. If that Pan Michał had appeared at the end of the story, he would be the desired one. More than once, when thinking of his fame, of his worth, of his valour, which made him the glory of the Commonwealth and the terror of its enemies, Krisha felt that, in spite of all, she loved him greatly. Only it seemed to her that something had missed her, that a certain injustice had met her, a little through him, or rather through haste. That haste, therefore, had fallen into the hearts of both like a grain of sand, and since both were farther and farther from each other, that grain began to pain them somewhat. It happens frequently that something insignificant as a little thorn pricks the feelings of people, and in time either heals or festers more and more, and brings bitterness and pain even to the greatest love. But in this case it was still far to pain and bitterness. For Pan Michał,
the thought of Krisha was especially agreeable and soothing, and the thought of her followed him as his shadow follows a man. He thought, too, that the farther he went, the dearer she would become to him, and the more he would sigh and yearn for her. The time passed more heavily for her, for no one visited Ketling's house since the departure of the little knight, and day followed day in monotony and weariness. Pani Makowiecki counted the days before the election, waited for her husband, and talked only of him. Basia had put on a very long face. Zagloba reproached her, saying that she had rejected Pan Adam and was then wishing for him. In fact, she would have been glad if even he had come, but Nowowiejski said to himself, "There is nothing for me there," and soon he followed Pan Michał. Zagloba too was preparing to return to Pan Jan's, saying that he wished to see his boys. Still, being heavy, he put off his journey day after day. He explained to Basia that she was the cause of his delay, that he was in love with her and intended to seek her hand. Meanwhile, he kept company with Krisha when Pan Michał's sister went with Basia to visit the wife of the Chamberlain of Lwów. Krisha never accompanied them in those visits, for the lady, notwithstanding her worthiness, could not endure Krisha. Frequently and often, too, Zagloba went to Warsaw, where he met pleasant company and returned more than once tipsy on the following day. And then Krisha was entirely alone, passing the dreary hours in thinking a little of Pan Michał, a little of what might happen if that latch had not fallen once and forever, and often, what did that unknown rival of Pan Michał look like, the king's son in the fairy tale? Once Krisha was sitting by the window and looking in thoughtfulness at the door of the room, on which a very bright gleam of the setting sun was falling, when suddenly a sleigh bell was heard on the other side of the house. It ran through Krisha's head that Pani Makowiecki and Basia must have returned, but that did not bring her out of meditation, and she did not even withdraw her eyes from the door. Meanwhile, the door opened, and on the background of the dark depth beyond appeared to the eyes of the maiden some unknown man. At the first moment, it seemed to Krisha that she saw a picture, or that she had fallen asleep and was dreaming, such a wonderful vision stood before her. The unknown was young, dressed in black foreign costume, with a white lace collar coming to his shoulders. Once in childhood, Krisha had seen Pan Artyszewski, general of the artillery of the kingdom, dressed in such a costume. By reason of the dress, as well as of his unusual beauty, the general had remained long in her memory. Now that young man before her was dressed in like fashion, but in beauty he surpassed Pan Artyszewski and all men walking the earth. His hair, cut evenly over his forehead, fell in bright curls on both sides of his face, just marvellously. He had dark brows, definitely outlined on a forehead white as marble, eyes mild and melancholy, a yellow moustache, and a yellow pointed beard. It was an incomparable head, in which nobility was united to manfulness, the head at once of an angel and a warrior. Krisha's breath was stopped in her breast, for looking, she did not believe her own eyes, nor could she decide whether she had before her an illusion or a real man. He stood a while motionless, astonished, or, through politeness, feigning astonishment at Krisha. At last he moved from the door, and waving his hat downward began to sweep the floor with its plumes. Krisha rose, but her feet trembled under her, and now blushing, now growing pale,
she closed her eyes. Meanwhile his voice sounded low and soft. I am Ketling of Elgin, the friend and companion-at-arms of Pan Volodyovski. The servant has told me already that I have the unspeakable happiness and honour to receive as guests under my roof the sister and relatives of my Pallas. But pardon, worthy lady, my confusion, for the servant told me nothing of what my eyes see, and my eyes are overcome by the brightness of your presence. With such a compliment did the knightly Ketling greet Krisha. But she did not repay him in like manner, for she could not find a single word. She thought only that when he had finished, he would incline surely a second time, for in the silence she heard again the rustle of plumes on the floor. She felt also that there was need, urgent need, to make some answer and return compliment for compliment. Otherwise she might be held a simple woman. But meanwhile her breath fails her, the pulse is throbbing in her hands and her temples, her breast rises and falls as if she were suffering greatly. She opens her eyelids. He stands before her with head inclined somewhat, with admiration and respect in his wonderful face. With trembling hand, Krisha seizes her robe to make even a curtsy before the cavalier. Fortunately, at that moment, cries of "Ketling, Ketling" are heard behind the door, and into the room rushes with open arms the panting Zagloba. The two men embraced each other then, and during that time the young lady tried to recover and to look 2 or 3 times at the knight. He embraced Zagloba heartily, but with that unusual elegance in every movement which he had either inherited from his ancestors or acquired at the refined courts of kings and magnates. "How are you?" cried Zagloba. "I am as glad to see you in your house as in my own. Let me look at you. Ah, you have grown thin. Is it not some love affair? As God lives, you have grown thin. Do you know, Michał has gone to the squadron. Oh, you have done splendidly to come. Michał thinks no more of the cloister. His sister is living here with 2 young ladies, maidens like turnips. Oh, for God's sake, Panna Krisha is here. I beg pardon for my words, but let that man's eyes crawl out who denies beauty to either of you. This cavalier has seen it already in your case." Ketling inclined his head a 3rd time and said with a smile, "I left the house of Barak and find it Olympus, for I see a goddess at the entrance." "Ketling, how are you?" cried a 2nd time Zagloba, for whom one greeting was too little, and he seized him again in his arms. "Never mind," said he, "you haven't seen the Hajduk yet. One is a beauty, but the other is honey. How are you, Ketling? God give you health. I will talk to you. It is you, very good. That is a delight to this old man. You are glad of your guests. Pani Makowiecki has come here, for it was difficult to find lodgings in the time of the Diet, but now it is easier, and she will go out, of course, for it is not well for young ladies to lodge in a single man's house, lest people might look awry, and some gossip might come of the matter. For God's sake, I will never permit that. I am to Volodyovski not a friend, but a brother, and I may receive Pani Makowiecki as a sister under my roof. To you, young lady, I shall turn for assistance, and if necessary will beg it here on my knees." Saying this, Ketling knelt before Krisha, and seizing her hand, pressed it to his lips and looked into her eyes imploringly, joyously, and at the same time pensively. She began to blush, especially as Zagloba cried out straightway, "He has barely come when he is on his knees before her. As God lives, I'll tell Pani Makowiecki that I found you in that posture. Sharp, Ketling, see what court customs are."
I am not skilled in court customs, whispered the lady in great confusion. Can I reckon on your aid? Asked Ketling. Rise, sir. May I reckon on your aid? I am Pan Michał's brother. An injury will be done him if this house is abandoned. My wishes are nothing here, answered Krisha with more presence of mind, though I must be grateful for yours. I thank you, answered Ketling, pressing her hand to his mouth. Ah, frost out of doors, and Cupid is naked, but he would not freeze in this house, said Zagloba, and I see that from sighs alone there will be a thaw, from nothing but sighs. Spare us, said Krisha. I thank God that you have not lost your jovial humour, said Ketling, for joyousness is a sign of health. And a clear conscience, added Zagloba. He grieves who is troubled, declares the seer in Holy Writ. Nothing troubles me, therefore I am joyous. O 100 Turks, what do I behold? For I saw you in Polish costume with a lynx-skin cap and a sabre, and now you have changed again into some kind of Englishman, and are going around on slim legs like a stork. For I have been in Kurland, where the Polish dress is not worn, and have just passed 2 days with the English resident in Warsaw. Then you are returning from Kurland? I am. The relative who adopted me has died, and left me another estate there. Eternal repose to him. He was a Catholic, of course. He was. You have this consolation at least, but you will not leave us for this property in Kurland. I will live and die here, answered Ketling, looking at Krisha, and at once she dropped her long lashes on her eyes. Pani Makowiecki arrived when it was quite dark, and Ketling went outside the gate to meet her. He conducted the lady to his house with as much homage as if she had been a reigning princess. She wished on the following day to seek other quarters in the city itself, but her resolve was ineffective. The young knight implored, dwelt on his brotherhood with Pan Michał, and knelt until she agreed to stay with him longer. It was merely stipulated that Pan Zagloba should remain some time yet, to shield the ladies with his age and dignity from evil tongues. He agreed willingly, for he had become attached beyond measure to the Hajduk, and besides, he had begun to arrange in his head certain plans which demanded his presence absolutely. The maidens were both glad, and Basha came out at once openly on Ketling's side. We will not move out today, anyhow, said she to Pan Michał's hesitating sister. And if not, it is all the same whether we stay 1 day or 12. Ketling pleased her as well as Krisha, for he pleased all women. Besides, Basha had never seen a foreign cavalier, except officers of foreign infantry, men of small rank and rather common persons. Therefore she walked around him, shaking her forelock, dilating her nostrils, and looking at him with a childlike curiosity. So importunate was she that at last she heard the censure of Pani Makowiecki. But in spite of the censure, she did not cease to investigate him with her eyes, as if wishing to fix his military value, and at last she turned to Pan Zagloba. Is he a great soldier? Asked she of the old man in a whisper. Yes, so that he cannot be more celebrated. You see, he has immense experience, for, remaining in the true faith, he served against the English rebels from his 14th year. He is a noble also of high birth, which is easily seen from his manners. Have you seen him under fire? 1,000 times. He would halt for you in it without a frown, pat his horse on the shoulder, and be ready to talk of love. Is it the fashion to talk of love at such a time, hey? It is the fashion to do everything by which contempt for bullets is shown. But hand to hand, in a duel, Is he equally great? Yes, yes, a wasp, it is not to be denied. But could he stand before Pan Michał? Before Pan Michał he could not. Ha! exclaimed Basha with joyous pride. I knew that he could not. I thought at once that he could not, and she began to clap her hands. So then, do you take Pan Michał's side? asked Zagloba. Basha shook her forelock and was silent. After a while, a quiet sigh raised her breast. What of that? I am glad, for he is ours. But think of this, and beat it into yourself, little Hajduk, said Zagloba, that if on the field of battle it is hard to find a better man than Ketling, he is most dangerous for maidens who love him madly for his beauty. He is trained famously in love-making too. Tell that to Krisha, for love is not in my head, answered Basha, and turning to Krisha, she began to call, Krisha, Krisha, come here just for a word. I am here, said Krisha. Pan Zagloba says that no lady looks on Ketling without falling in love straightway. I have looked at him from every side, and somehow nothing has happened. But do you feel anything? Basha, Basha, said Krisha in a tone of persuasion. Has he pleased you, eh? Spare us, be sedate, my Basha, do not talk nonsense, for Ketling is coming. In fact, Krisha had not taken her seat when Ketling approached and inquired, Is it permitted to join the company? We request you earnestly, answered Krisha. Then I am bold to ask, of what was your conversation? Of love, cried Basha without hesitation. Ketling sat down near Krisha. They were silent for a time, for Krisha, usually self-possessed and with presence of mind, had in some wonderful way become timid in presence of the cavalier. Hence he was first to ask, Is it true that the conversation was of such a pleasant subject? It was, answered Krisha in an undertone. I shall be delighted to hear your opinion. Pardon me, for I lack courage and wit, so I think that I should rather hear something new from you. Krisha is right, said Zagloba. Let us listen. Ask a question, said Ketling, and raising his eyes somewhat, he meditated a little, then, although no one had questioned him, he began to speak, as if to himself. Loving is a grievous misfortune, for by loving, a free man becomes a captive. Just as a bird, shot by an arrow, falls at the feet of the hunter, so the man struck by love has no power to escape from the feet of the loved one. To love is to be maimed, for a man, like one blind, does not see the world beyond his love. To love is to mourn, for when do more tears flow, when do more sighs swell the breast? When a man loves, there are neither dresses nor hunts in his head. He is ready to sit embracing his knees with his arms, sighing as plaintively as if he had lost someone near to him. Love is an illness, for in it, as in illness, the face becomes pale, the eyes sink, the hands tremble, the fingers grow thin, and the man thinks of death, or goes around in derangement, with dishevelled hair, talks with the moon, writes gladly the cherished name on the sand, and if the wind blows it away, he says, misfortune, and is ready to sob. Here Ketling was silent for a while. One would have said that he was sunk in musing. Krisha listened to his words with her whole soul, as if they were a song. Her lips were parted, and her eyes did not leave the pale face of the knight. Basha's forelock fell to her eyes, hence it could not be known what she was thinking of, but she sat in silence also. Then Zagloba yawned loudly, drew a deep breath, stretched his legs, and said, "Give command to make boots for dogs of such love." "But yet," began the knight anew, "if it is grievous to love, it is more grievous still not to love. For who without love is satisfied with pleasure, glory, riches, perfumes, or jewels? Who will not say to the loved one, 'I choose thee rather than a kingdom, than a sceptre, than health or long life'? And since each would give life for love willingly, love has more value than life." Ketling finished. The young ladies sat nestling closely to each other, wondering at the tenderness of his speech and those conclusions of love foreign to Polish cavaliers, till Zagloba, who was napping at the end, woke and began to blink, looking now at one, now at another, now at the third. At last, gaining presence of mind, he inquired in a loud voice, "What do you say?" "We say good night to you," said Basha. "Ah, I know now we were talking of love. What was the conclusion?" "The lining was better than the cloak." "There is no use in denying that I was drowsy, but this loving, weeping, sighing, I have found another rhyme for it, namely, sleeping, and at this time the best, for the hour is advanced. Good night to the whole company, and give us peace with your love. Oh, my God, while the cat is meowing, she will not eat the cheese, but until she eats, her mouth is watering. In my day, I resembled Ketling as one cup does another, and I was in love so madly that a ram might have pounded my back for an hour before I should have known it. But in old age I prefer to rest well, especially when a polite host not only conducts me to bed, but gives me a drink on the pillow." "I am at the service of your grace," said Ketling. Let us go. See how high the moon is already. It will be fine tomorrow. It is glittering and clear as in the day. Ketling is ready to talk about love with you all night, but remember, kids, that he is road-weary." "Not road-weary, for I have rested 2 days in the city. I am only afraid that the ladies are not used to night-watching." "The night would pass quickly in listening to you," said Krisha. Then they parted, for it was really late. The young ladies slept in the same room, and usually talked long before sleeping. But this evening Basha could not understand Krisha, for as much as the first had a wish to speak, so much was the second silent and answered in half-words. A number of times, too, when Basha, in speaking of Ketling, caught at an idea, laughing somewhat at him and mimicking him a little, Krisha embraced her with great tenderness, begging her to leave off that nonsense. "He is host here, Basha," said she. "We are living under his roof, and I saw that he fell in love with you at once." "Whence do you know that?" inquired Basha. "Who does not love you? All love you, and I very much." Thus speaking, she put her beautiful face to Basha's face, nestled up to her, and kissed her eyes. They went at last to their beds, but Krisha could not sleep for a long time. Disquiet had seized her. At times her heart beat with such force that she brought both hands to her satin bosom to restrain the throbbing. At times, too, especially when she tried to close her eyes, it seemed to her that some head, beautiful as a dream, bent over her, and a low voice whispered into her ear, "I would rather have thee than a kingdom, than a sceptre, than health, than long life." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine, and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 13. A few days later, Zagloba wrote a letter to Pan Yan with the following conclusion: "If I do not go home before election, be not astonished. This will not happen through my lack of good wishes for you, but as the devil does not sleep, I do not wish that instead of a bird, something useless should remain in my hand. It will come out badly if, when Michał returns, I shall not be able to say to him, 'That one is engaged and the Hajduk is free.' Everything is in the power of God, but this is my thought, that it will not be necessary then to urge Michał, nor to make long preparations, and that you will come when the engagement is made. Meanwhile, remembering Ulysses, I shall be forced to use stratagems and exaggerate more than once, which for me is not easy, since all my life I have preferred truth to every delight, and was glad to be nourished by it. Still, for Michał and the Hajduk I will take this on my head, for they are pure gold. Now I embrace you both with the boys, and press you to my heart, commending you to the Most High God." When he had finished writing, Zagloba sprinkled sand on the paper. Then he struck it with his hand, read it once more, holding it at a distance from his eyes. Then he folded it, took his seal ring from his finger, moistened it, and prepared to seal the letter, at which occupation Ketling found him. "A good day to your grace." Good day, said Zagloba. "The weather, thanks be to God, is excellent, and I am just sending a messenger to Pan Yan." "Send an obeisance from me." "I have done so already. I said at once to myself, 'It is necessary to send a greeting from Ketling. Both of them will be glad to receive good news.' It is evident that I have sent a greeting from you, since I have written a whole epistle touching you and the young ladies." "How is that?" inquired Ketling. Zagloba placed his palms on his knees, which he began to tap with his fingers. Then he bent his head, and looking from under his brows at Ketling, said, "My Ketling, it is not necessary to be a prophet to know that where flint and steel are, sparks will flash sooner or later. You are a beauty above beauties, and even you would not find fault with the young ladies." Ketling was really confused. "I should have to be wall-eyed, or be a wild barbarian altogether," said he, "if I did not see their beauty and do homage to it." "But you see," continued Zagloba, looking with a smile on the blushing face of Ketling, "if you are not a barbarian, it is not right for you to have both in view, for only Turks act like that." "How can you suppose—" "I do not suppose, I only say it to myself. Ha, traitor! You have so talked to them of love that pallor is on Krisha's lips this third day. It is no wonder, you are a beauty. When I was young myself, I used to stand in the frost under the window of a certain black brow. She was like Panna Krisha, and I remember how I used to sing, 'You are sleeping there after the day, and I am here thrumming my lute.' Hates. If you wish, I will give you a song or compose an entirely new one, for I have no lack of genius. Have you observed that Panna Krisha reminds one somewhat of Panna Bílevich, except that Panna Bílevich had hair like flax and had no down on her lip? But there are men who find superior beauty in that, and think it a charm. She looks with great pleasure on you. I have just written so to Pan Yan. Is it not true that she is like the former Panna Bílevich?" "I have not noticed the likeness, but it may be. In figure and stature she recalls her." "Now listen to what I say. I am telling family secrets directly, but as you are a friend, you ought to know them. Be on your guard not to feed Volodyovski with ingratitude, for I and Pani Makowiecki have predestined one of those maidens to him." Here Zagloba looked quickly and persistently into Kettling's eyes, and he grew pale and inquired, "Which one?" "Panna Krysha," answered Zagloba slowly, and pushing out his lower lip, he began to blink from under his frowning brow with his one seeing eye. Kettling was silent, and silent so long that at last Zagloba inquired, "What do you say to this?" And Kettling answered with changed voice, but with emphasis, "You may be sure that I shall not indulge my heart to Mihau's harm." "Are you certain?" "I have suffered much in life. My word of a knight that I will not indulge it." Then Zagloba opened his arms to him. "Kettling, indulge your heart, indulge it, poor man, as much as you like, for I only wanted to try you. Not Panna Krysha, but the Haiduk have we predestined to Mihau." Kettling's face grew bright with a sincere and deep joy, and seizing Zagloba in his embrace, he held him long, then inquired, "Is it certain already that they are in love?" "But who would not be in love with my Haiduk? Who?" asked Zagloba. "Then has the betrothal taken place?" "There has been no betrothal, for Mihau has barely freed himself from mourning. But there will be, put that on my head. The maiden, though she evades like a weasel, is very much inclined to him, for with her the sabre is the main thing." "I have noticed that, as God is dear to me," interrupted Kettling, radiant. "Ha, you noticed it? Mihau is weeping yet for the other. But if anyone pleases his spirit, it is certainly the Haiduk, for she is most like the dead one, though she cuts less with her eyes, for she is younger. Everything is arranging itself well. I am the guarantee that these two weddings will be at election time." Kettling, saying nothing, embraced Zagloba again, and placed his beautiful face against his red cheeks, so that the old man panted and asked, "Has Panna Krysha sewed herself into your skin like that already?" I know not," answered Kettling. "But I know this, that barely had the heavenly vision of her delighted my eyes, when I said at once to myself that she was the one woman whom my suffering heart might love yet. And that same night I drove sleep away with sighs, and yielded myself to pleasant yearnings. Thenceforth she took possession of my being, as a queen does of an obedient and loyal country. Whether this is love or something else, I know not. But you know that it is neither a cap, nor 3 yards of cloth for trousers, nor a saddle girth, nor a crupper, nor sausage and eggs, nor a decanter of gorailka. If you are certain of this, then ask Krysha about the rest, or if you wish, I will ask her." "Do not do that," said Kettling, smiling. "If I am to drown, let it seem to me, even a couple of days yet, that I am swimming." "I see that the Scots are fine men in battle, but in love they are useless. Against women, as against the enemy, impetus is needful. I came, I saw, I conquered, that was my maxim. In time, if my most ardent desires are to be accomplished, perhaps I shall ask you for friendly assistance. Though I am naturalized and of noble blood, still my name is unknown here, and I am not sure that Pani Makowiecki—" "Pani Makowiecki," interrupted Zagloba. "Have no fear about her. Pani Makowiecki is a regular music box. As I wind her, so will she play. I will go at her immediately. I must forewarn her, you know, so that she may not look awry at your approaches to the young lady. To such a degree is your Scottish method one, and ours another. I will not make a declaration straightway in your name, of course. I will say only that the maiden has taken your eye, and that it would be well if from that flower there should be bread. As God is dear to me, I will go at once. Have no fear, for in every case I am at liberty to say what I like." And, though Ketling detained him, Zagloba rose and went out. On the way he met Basha rushing along as usual, and said to her, "Do you know that Krisha has captured Ketling completely?" "He is not the first man," answered Basha. "And you are not angry about it?" "Ketling is a doll, a pleasant cavalier, but a doll. I have struck my knee against the wagon tongue. That is what troubles me." Here Basha, bending forward, began to rub her knee, looking meanwhile at Zagloba, and he said, "For God's sake be careful. Whither are you flying now?" "To Krisha." "But what is she doing?" "She? For some time past she keeps kissing me and rubs up to me like a cat." "Do not tell her that she has captured Ketling." "Ah, but can I hold out?" Zagloba knew well that Basha would not hold out, and it was for that very reason that he forbade her. He went on, therefore, greatly delighted with his own cunning, and Basha fell like a bomb into Krisha's chamber. "I have smashed my knee, and Ketling is dead in love with you," cried she, right on the threshold. "I did not see the pole sticking out at the carriage house, and such a blow! There were flashes in my eyes, but that is nothing. Pan Zagloba begged me to say nothing to you about Ketling. I did not say that I would not. I have told you at once, and you were pretending to give him to me. Never fear, I know you. My knee pains me a little yet. I was not giving Pan Adam to you, but Ketling. Oho, he is walking through the whole house now, holding his head and talking to himself. Well done, Krisha, well done. Scot, Scot, cot, cot." Here Basha began to push her finger toward the eye of her friend. "Basha!" exclaimed Panna Krisha. "Scot, Scot, cot, cot." "How unfortunate I am!" cried Krisha on a sudden, and burst into tears. After a while Basha began to console her, but it availed nothing, and the maiden sobbed as never before in her life. In fact, no one in all that house knew how unhappy she was. For some days she had been in a fever. Her face had grown pale, her eyes had sunk, her breast was moving with short, broken breath. Something wonderful had taken place in her. She had dropped, as it were, into extreme weakness, and the change had come not gradually, slowly, but on a sudden. Like a whirlwind, like a storm, it had swept her away. Like a flame, it had heated her blood. Like lightning, it had flashed on her imagination. She could not, even for a moment, resist that power which was so mercilessly sudden. Calmness had left her. Her will was like a bird with broken wings. Krisha herself knew not whether she loved Ketling or hated him, and a measureless fear seized her in view of that question. But she felt that her heart beat so quickly only through him, that her head was thinking thus helplessly only through him, that in her and above her it was full of him, and no means of defence. Not to love him was easier than not to think of him, for her eyes were delighted with the sight of him, her ears were lost in listening to his voice, her whole soul was absorbed by him. Sleep did not free her from that importunate man, for barely had she closed her eyes when his head bent above her, whispering, "I would rather have thee than a kingdom, than a sceptre, than fame, than wealth." And that head was near, so near that even in the darkness blood-red blushes covered the face of the maiden. She was a Russian with hot blood. Certain fires rose in her breast, fires of which she had not known till that time that they could exist, and from the ardour of which she was seized with fear and shame, and a great weakness and a certain faintness, at once painful and pleasant. Night brought her no rest. A weariness continually increasing gained control of her, as if after great toil. "Krisha, Krisha, what is happening to thee?" cried she to herself. But she was as if in a daze and in unceasing distraction. Nothing had happened yet, nothing had taken place. So far she had not exchanged 2 words with Kettling alone. Still, the thought of him had taken hold of her thoroughly. Still, a certain instinct whispered unceasingly, "Guard thyself, avoid him," and she avoided him. Krisha had not thought yet of her agreement with Pan Michał, and that was her luck. She had not thought specially, because so far nothing had taken place, and because she thought of no one, thought neither of herself nor of others, but only of Kettling. She concealed this too in her deepest soul, and the thought that no one suspected what was taking place in her, that no one was occupied with her and Kettling at the same time, brought her no small consolation. All at once the words of Basha convinced her that it was otherwise, that people were looking at them already, connecting them in thought, divining the position. Hence the disturbance, the shame and pain, taken together, overcame her will, and she wept like a little child. But Basha's words were only the beginning of those various hints, significant glances, blinking of eyes, shaking of heads, finally of those double-meaning phrases which Krisha must endure. This began during dinner. Pan Michał's sister turned her gaze from Krisha to Kettling, and from Kettling to Krisha, which she had not done hitherto. Pan Zagłoba coughed significantly. At times the conversation was interrupted. It was unknown wherefore. Silence followed, and once during such an interval Basha, with dishevelled hair, cried out to the whole table, "I know something, but I won't tell." Krisha blushed instantly, and then grew pale at once, as if some terrible danger had passed near her. Kettling too bent his head. Both felt perfectly that that related to them, and though they avoided conversation with each other, so that people might not look at them, still it was clear to both that something was rising between them, that some undefined community of confusion was in process of creation, that it would unite them and at the same time keep them apart, for by it they lost freedom completely, and could be no longer ordinary friends to each other. Happily for them, no one gave attention to Basha's words. Pan Zagłoba was preparing to go to the city and return with a numerous company of knights. All were intent on that event. In fact, Kettling's house was gleaming with light in the evening. Between 10 and 20 officers came with music, which the hospitable host provided for the amusement of the ladies. Dancing, of course, there could not be, for it was Lent, and Kettling's mourning was in the way, but they listened to the music and were entertained with conversation. The ladies were dressed splendidly. Pani Makowiecki appeared in oriental silk. The Hajduk was arrayed in various colours and attracted the eyes of the military with her rosy face and bright hair, which dropped at times over her eyes. She roused laughter with the decision of her speech, and astonished with her manners, in which Cossack daring was combined with unaffectedness. Krisha, whose mourning for her father was at an end, wore a white robe trimmed with silver. The knights compared her, some to Juno, others to Diana, but none came too near her. No man twirled his moustache, struck his heels, or cast glances. No one looked at her with flashing eyes or began a conversation about love. But soon she noticed that those who looked at her with admiration and homage looked afterward at Kettling, that some, on approaching him, pressed his hand as if congratulating him and giving him good wishes, that he shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands as if in denial. Krisha, who by nature was watchful and keen, was nearly certain that they were talking to him of her, that they considered her as almost his affianced, and since she could not see that Pan Zagłoba whispered in the ear of each man, she was at a loss to know whence these suppositions came. "Have I something written on my forehead?" thought she with alarm. She was ashamed and anxious. and then even words began to fly to her through the air, as if not to her, but still aloud. Fortunate Kettling! He was born in a caul. No wonder, for he is a beauty, and similar words. Other polite cavaliers, wishing to entertain her and say something pleasant, spoke of Kettling, praising him beyond measure, exalting his bravery, his kindness, his elegant manners, and ancient lineage. Krisha, whether willing or unwilling, had to listen, and involuntarily her eyes sought him of whom men were talking to her, and at times they met his eyes. Then the charm seized her with new force, and without knowing it, she was delighted at the sight of him. For how different was Kettling from all those rugged soldier forms! A king's son among his attendants, thought Krisha, looking at that noble, aristocratic head, and at those ambitious eyes, full of a certain inborn melancholy, and on that forehead, shaded by rich golden hair. Her heart began to sink and languish, as if that head was the dearest on earth to her. Kettling saw this, and not wishing to increase her confusion, did not approach, as if another were sitting by her side. If she had been a queen, he could not have surrounded her with greater honour and higher attention. In speaking to her, he inclined his head and pushed back one foot, as if in sign that he was ready to kneel at any moment. He spoke with dignity, never jestingly, though with Basha, for example, he was glad to jest. In intercourse with Krisha, besides the greatest respect, there was rather a certain shade of melancholy full of tenderness. Thanks to that respect, no other man permitted himself either a word too explicit or a jest too bold, as if the conviction had been fixed upon every one that in dignity and birth she was higher than all others, a lady with whom there was never politeness enough. Krisha was heartily grateful to him for this. In general, the evening passed anxiously for her, but sweetly. When midnight approached, the musicians stopped playing, the ladies took farewell of the company, and among the knights goblets began to make the round frequently, and there followed a noisier entertainment, in which Zagloba assumed the dignity of hetman. Basha went upstairs joyous as a bird, for she had amused herself greatly. Before she knelt down to pray, she began to play tricks and imitate various guests. At last she said to Krisha, clapping her hands, "It is perfect that your Kettling has come. At least there will be no lack of soldiers. Oho, only let Lent pass, and I will dance to kill. We'll have fun, and at your betrothal to Kettling, and at your wedding, well, if I don't turn the house over, let the Tartars take me captive. What if they should take us really? To begin with, there would be, 'Ha, Kettling is good. He will bring musicians for you. But with you I shall enjoy them. He will bring you new wonders, one after another, until he does this.'" Then Basha threw herself on her knees suddenly before Krisha, and encircling her waist with her arms, began to speak, imitating the low voice of Kettling. "Your ladyship, I so love you that I cannot breathe. I love you on foot and on horseback. I love you fasting and after breakfast. I love you for the ages, and as the Scots love. Will you be mine?" "Basha, I shall be angry," cried Krisha. But instead of growing angry, she caught Basha in her arms, and while trying, as it were, to lift her, she began to kiss her eyes. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 14.
Pan Zagloba knew perfectly that the little knight was more inclined toward Krisha than Basha, but for that very reason he resolved to set Krisha aside. Knowing Pan Michał through and through, he was convinced that if he had no choice, he would turn infallibly to Basha, with whom the old noble himself was so blindly in love that he could not get it into his head how any man could prefer another to her. He understood also that he could not render Pan Michał a greater service than to get him his haiduk, and he was enchanted at thought of that match. He was angry at Pan Michał, at Krisha also. It was true he would prefer that Pan Michał should marry Krisha rather than no one, but he determined to do everything to make him marry the haiduk. And precisely because the little knight's inclination toward Krisha was known to him, he determined to make a kettling of her as quickly as possible. Still, the answer which Zagloba received a few days later from Pan Yan staggered him somewhat in his resolution. Pan Yan advised him to interfere in nothing, for he feared that in the opposite case great troubles might rise easily between the friends. Zagloba himself did not wish this. Therefore, certain reproaches made themselves heard in him. These he stilled in the following manner. If Michał and Krisha were betrothed, and I had thrust kettling between them like a wedge, then I say nothing. Solomon says, "Do not poke your nose into another man's purse," and he is right. But every one is free to wish. Besides, taking things exactly, what have I done? Let any one tell me what. When he had said this, Zagloba put his hands on his hips, pouted his lips, and looked challengingly on the walls of his chamber, as if expecting reproaches from them. But since the walls made no answer, he spoke on. I told Kettling that I had predestined the haiduk to Michał. But is this not permitted me? Maybe it is not true that I have predestined her. If I wish any other woman for Michał, may the gout bite me. The walls recognized the justice of Zagloba in perfect silence, and he continued further. I told the haiduk that Kettling was brought down by Krisha. Maybe that is not true. Has he not confessed? Has he not sighed, sitting near the fire, so that the ashes were flying through the room? And what I saw, I have told others. Pan Yan has sound sense, but no one will throw my wit to the dogs. I know myself what may be told, and what would be better left in silence. He writes not to interfere in anything. That may be done also. Hereafter I will interfere in nothing. When I am a third party in presence of Krisha and Kettling, I will go out and leave them alone. Let them help themselves without me. In fact, I think they will be able. They need no help, for now they are so pushed toward each other that their eyes are growing white, and besides, the spring is coming, at which time not only the sun, but desires begin to grow warm. Well, I will leave them alone, but I shall see what the result will be. And in truth, the result was soon to appear. During Holy Week, the entire company at Kettling's house went to Warsaw and took lodgings in the hotel on Długa Street, to be near the churches and perform their devotions at pleasure, and at the same time to sate their eyes with the holiday bustle of the city. Kettling performed here the honours of host, for though a foreigner by origin, he knew the capital thoroughly, and had many acquaintances in every quarter, through whom he was able to make everything easy. He surpassed himself in politeness, and almost divined the thoughts of the ladies he was escorting, especially Krisha. Besides, all had taken to loving him sincerely. Pan Michał's sister, forewarned by Zagloba, looked on him and Krisha with a more and more favourable eye, and if she had said nothing to the maiden so far,
it was only because he was silent. But it seemed to the worthy auntie a natural thing and proper that the cavalier should win the lady, especially as he was a cavalier really distinguished, who was met at every step by marks of respect and friendship, not only from the lower but from the higher people. He was so capable of winning all to his side by his truly wonderful beauty, bearing, dignity, liberality, mildness in time of peace, and manfulness in war. What God will give, and my husband decide, will come to pass, said Pani Makowiecki to herself. But I will not cross these two. Thanks to this decision, Kettling found himself oftener with Krysha and stayed with her longer than when in his own house. Besides, the whole company always went out together. Zagloba generally gave his arm to Pan Michał's sister, Kettling to Krysha, and Basia, as the youngest, went alone, sometimes hurrying on far ahead, then halting in front of shops to look at goods and various wonders from beyond the sea, such as she had never seen before. Krysha grew accustomed gradually to Kettling, and now when she was leaning on his arm, when she listened to his conversation or looked at his noble face, her heart did not beat in her breast with the former disquiet. Presence of mind did not leave her, and she was seized not by confusion, but by an immense and intoxicating delight. They were continually by themselves. They knelt near each other in the churches. Their voices were mingled in prayer and in pious hymns. Kettling knew well the condition of his heart. Krysha, either from lack of decision or because she wished to tempt herself, did not say mentally, "I love him," but they loved each other greatly. A friendship had sprung up between them, and besides love, they had immense regard for each other. Of love itself they had not spoken yet. Time passed for them as a dream, and a serene sky was above them. Clouds of reproaches were soon to hide it from Krysha, but the present was a time of repose. Specially through intimacy with Kettling, through becoming accustomed to him, through that friendship which with love bloomed up between them, Krysha's alarms were ended. Her impressions were not so violent. The conflicts of her blood and imagination ceased. They were near each other. It was pleasant for them in the company of each other. And Krysha, yielding herself with her whole soul to that agreeable present, was unwilling to think that it would ever end, and that to scatter those illusions it needed only one word from Kettling: "I love." That word was soon uttered. Once, when Pan Michał's sister and Basia were at the house of a sick relative, Kettling persuaded Krysha and Pan Zagloba to visit the king's castle, which Krysha had not seen hitherto, and concerning whose curiosities wonders were related throughout the whole country. They went then 3 in company. Kettling's liberality had opened all doors, and Krysha was greeted by obeisances from the doorkeepers as profound as if she were a queen entering her own residence. Kettling, knowing the castle perfectly, conducted her through lordly halls and chambers. They examined the theatre, the royal baths. They halted before pictures representing the battles and victories gained by Sigismund and Władysław over the savagery of the East. They went out on the terraces, from which the eye took in an immense stretch of country. Krysha could not free herself from wonder. He explained everything to her, but was silent from moment to moment, and looking into her dark blue eyes, he seemed to say with his glance, "What are all these wonders in comparison with thee, thou wonder? What are all these treasures in comparison with thee, thou treasure?" The young lady understood that silent speech. He conducted her to one of the royal chambers, and stood before a door concealed in the wall. One may go to the cathedral through this door. There is a long corridor which ends with a balcony not far from the high altar. From this balcony the king and queen hear mass usually." "I know that way well," put in Zagloba, "for I was a confidant of Yan Kazimir. Maria Ludovica loved me passionately. Therefore both invited me often to mass, so that they might take pleasure in my company and edify themselves with piety." "Do you wish to enter?" asked Ketling, giving a sign to the doorkeeper. "Let us go in," said Krisha. "Go alone," said Zagloba. "You are young and have good feet. I have trotted around enough already. Go on, go on. I will stay here with the doorkeeper. And even if you should say a couple of Our Fathers, I shall not be angry at the delay, for during that time I can rest myself." They entered. Ketling took Krisha's hand and led her through a long corridor. He did not press her hand to his heart. He walked calmly and collectedly. At intervals the side windows threw light on their forms. Then they sank again in the darkness. Her heart beat somewhat, because they were alone for the first time. But his calmness and mildness made her calm also. They came out at last to the balcony on the right side of the church, not far from the high altar. They knelt and began to pray. The church was silent and empty. 2 candles were burning before the high altar, but all the deeper part of the nave was buried in impressive twilight. Only from the rainbow-coloured panes of the windows various gleams entered and fell on the 2 wonderful faces, sunk in prayer, calm, like the faces of cherubim. Ketling rose first and began to whisper, for he dared not raise his voice in the church. "Look," said he, "at this velvet-covered railing. On it are traces where the heads of the royal couple rested. The Queen sat at that side, nearer the altar. Rest in her place." "Is it true that she was unhappy all her life?" whispered Krisha, sitting down. "I heard her history when I was still a child, for it is related in all knightly castles. Perhaps she was unhappy because she could not marry him whom her heart loved." Krisha rested her head on the place where the depression was made by the head of Maria Ludovica, and closed her eyes. A kind of painful feeling straightened her breast. A certain coldness was blown suddenly from the empty nave, and chilled that calm which a moment before filled her whole being. Ketling looked at Krisha in silence, and a stillness really church-like set in. Then he sank slowly to her feet, and began to speak thus with a voice that was full of emotion but calm. "It is not a sin to kneel before you in this holy place, for where does true love come for a blessing, if not to the church? I love you more than life. I love you beyond every earthly good. I love you with my soul, with my heart, and here before this altar I confess that love to you." Krisha's face grew pale as linen. Resting her head on the velvet back of the prayer stool, the unhappy lady stirred not, but he spoke on. "I embrace your feet and implore your decision. Am I to go from this place in heavenly delight, or in grief which I am unable to bear, and which I can in no way survive?" He waited a while for an answer, but since it did not come, he bowed his head till he almost touched Krisha's feet, and evident emotion mastered him more and more, for his voice trembled as if breath were failing his breast. "Into your hands I give my happiness and life. I expect mercy, for my burden is great." "Let us pray for God's mercy," exclaimed Krisha suddenly, dropping on her knees. Ketling did not understand her, but he did not dare to oppose that intention, therefore he knelt near her in hope and fear. They began to pray again. From moment to moment their voices were audible in the empty church, and the echo gave forth wonderful and complaining sounds. "God be merciful," said Krisha. "God be merciful," repeated Kettling. "Have mercy on us, have mercy on us." She prayed then in silence, but Kettling saw that weeping shook her whole form. For a long time she could not calm herself, and then, growing quiet, she continued to kneel without motion. At last she rose and said, "Let us go." They went out again into that long corridor. Kettling hoped that on the way he would receive some answer, and he looked into her eyes, but in vain. She walked hurriedly, as if wishing to find herself as soon as possible in that chamber in which Zagloba was waiting for them. But when the door was some tens of steps distant, the knight seized the edge of her robe. "Panna Krisha," exclaimed he, "by all that is holy!" Then Krisha turned away, and grasping his hand so quickly that he had not time to show the least resistance, she pressed it in the twinkle of an eye to her lips. "I love you with my whole soul, but I shall never be yours." And before the astonished Kettling could utter a word, she added, "Forget all that has happened." A moment later they were both in the chamber. The doorkeeper was sleeping in one armchair, and Zagloba in the other. The entrance of the young people roused them. Zagloba, however, opened his eye and began to blink with it half consciously, but gradually memory of the place and the persons returned to him. "Ah, that is you," said he, drawing down his girdle. "I dreamed that the new king was elected, but that he was a Pole. Were you at the balcony?" "We were." "Did the spirit of Maria Ludovica appear to you, perchance?" "It did," answered Krisha gloomily. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 15. After they had left the castle, Kettling needed to collect his thoughts and shake himself free from the astonishment into which Krisha's action had brought him. He took farewell of her and Zagloba in front of the gate, and they went to their lodgings. Basha and Pani Makowiecki had returned already from the sick lady, and Pan Michał's sister greeted Zagloba with the following words: "I have a letter from my husband, who remains yet with Michał at the stanitsa. They are both well, and promise to be here soon. There is a letter to you from Michał, and to me only a postscript in my husband's letter. My husband writes also that the dispute with the Jubis about one of Basha's estates has ended happily. Now the time of provincial diets is approaching. They say that in those parts Pan Sobieski's name has immense weight, and that the local diet will vote as he wishes. Every man living is preparing for the election, but our people will all be with the hetman. It is warm there already, and rains are falling. With us in Verhutka the buildings were burned, a servant dropped fire, and because there was wind—" "Where is Michał's letter to me?" inquired Zagloba, interrupting the torrent of news given out at one breath by the worthy lady. "Here it is," said she, giving him a letter, "because there was wind and the people were at the fair." "How were the letters brought here?" asked Zagloba again. "They were taken to Kettling's house, and a servant brought them here, because, as I say, there was wind. Do you wish to listen, my benefactress?" "Of course, I beg earnestly." Zagloba broke the seal and began to read, first in an undertone for himself, then aloud for all. "I send this first letter to you, but God grant that there will not be another, for posts are uncertain in this region, and I shall soon present myself personally among you. It is pleasant here in the field, but still my heart draws me tremendously toward you, and there is no end to thoughts and memories, wherefore solitude is dearer to me in this place than company. The promised work has passed, for the hordes sit quietly. Only smaller bands are rioting in the fields. These also we fell upon twice with such fortune that not a witness of their defeat got away." "Oh, they warmed them!" cried Basha with delight. "There is nothing higher than the calling of a soldier." "Doroshenko's rabble," continued Zagloba, "would like to have an uproar with us, but they cannot in any way without the horde. The prisoners confess that a larger chamber will not move from any quarter, which I believe, for if there was to be anything like this, it would have taken place already, since the grass has been green for a week past, and there is something with which to feed horses. In ravines, bits of snow are still hiding here and there, but the open steppes are green, and a warm wind is blowing, from which the horses begin to shed their hair, and this is the surest sign of spring. I have sent already for leave, which may come any day, and then I shall start at once. Pan Adam succeeds me in keeping guard, at which there is so little labour that Makowiecki and I have been fox hunting whole days, for simple amusement, as the fur is useless when spring is near. There are many bustards, and my servant shot a pelican. I embrace you with my whole heart. I kiss the hands of my sister and those of Panna Krusha, to whose goodwill I commit myself most earnestly, imploring God specially to let me find her unchanged, and to receive the same consolation. Give an obeisance from me to Panna Basha. Pan Adam has vented the anger roused by his rejection at Mokotov on the backs of ruffians, but there is still some in his mind, it is evident. He is not wholly relieved. I commit you to God and his most holy love. P.S. I bought a lot of very elegant ermine from passing Armenians. I shall bring this as a gift to Panna Krusha, and for your haiduk there will be Turkish sweetmeats. Let Pan Michał eat them himself. I am not a child, said Basha, whose cheeks flushed as if from sudden pain. Then you will not be glad to see him? Are you angry at him? Asked Zagloba. But Basha merely muttered something in low tones, and really settled down in anger, thinking some of how lightly Pan Michał was treating her, and a little about the bustard and that pelican, which roused her curiosity specially. Krusha sat there during the reading with closed eyes turned from the light. In truth, it was lucky that those present could not see her face, for they would have known at once that something uncommon was happening. That which took place in the church and the letter of Pan Volodyovski were for her like two blows of a club. The wonderful dream had fled, and from that moment the maiden stood face to face with a reality as crushing as misfortune. She could not collect her thoughts to wait, and indefinite, hazy feelings were storming in her heart. Pan Michał, with his letter, with the promise of his coming, and with a bundle of ermine, seemed to her so flat that he was almost repulsive. On the other hand, Ketling had never been so dear. Dear to her was the very thought of him, dear his words, dear his face, dear his melancholy. And now she must go from love, from homage, from him toward whom her heart is struggling, her hands stretching forth, in endless sorrow and suffering, to give her soul and her body to another, who for this alone, that he is another, becomes well-nigh hateful to her. I cannot, cried Krusha in her soul. And she felt that which a captive feels whose hands men are binding. But she herself had bound her own hands, for in her time she might have told Pan Michał that she would be his sister, nothing more. Now the kiss came to her memory, that kiss received and returned, and shame, with contempt for her own self, seized her. Was she in love with Pan Michał that day? No, in her heart there was no love, and except sympathy, there was nothing in her heart at that time but curiosity and giddiness, masked with the show of sisterly affection. Now she has discovered for the first time that between kissing from great love and kissing from impulse of blood, there is as much difference as between an angel and a devil. Anger as well as contempt was rising in Krisha. Then pride began to storm in her and against Pan Michał. He too was at fault. Why should all the penance, contrition, and disappointment fall upon her? Why should he too not taste the bitter bread? Has she not the right to say when he returns, "I was mistaken. I mistook pity for love. You also were mistaken. Now leave me as I have left you." Suddenly fear seized her by the hair, fear before the vengeance of the terrible man, fear not for herself but for the head of the loved one, whom vengeance would strike without fail. In imagination she saw Ketling standing up to the struggle with that ominous swordsman beyond swordsmen, and then falling as a flower falls cut by a scythe. She sees his blood, his pale face, his eyes closed for the ages, and her suffering goes beyond every measure. She rose with all speed and went to her chamber to vanish from the eyes of people, so as not to hear conversation concerning Pan Michał and his approaching return. In her heart rose greater and greater animosity against the little knight, but remorse and regret pursued her, and did not leave her in time of prayer. They sat on her bed when, overcome with weakness, she lay in it, and began to speak to her. "Where is he?" asked Regret. "He has not returned yet. He is walking through the night and wringing his hands. Thou wouldst incline the heavens for him. Thou wouldst give him thy life's blood, but thou hast given him poison to drink. Thou hast thrust a knife through his heart." "Had it not been for thy giddiness, had it not been for thy wish to lure every man whom thou meetest," said Remorse, "all might be different, but now despair alone remains to thee. It is thy fault, thy great fault. There is no help for thee, there is no rescue for thee now, nothing but shame and pain and weeping." "How he knelt at thy feet in the church," said Regret again. "It is a wonder that thy heart did not burst when he looked into thy eyes and begged of thee pity. It was just of thee to give pity to a stranger, but to the loved one, the dearest, what? God bless him, God solace him." "Were it not for thy giddiness, that dearest one might depart in joy," repeated Remorse. "Thou mightest walk at his side as his chosen one, his wife." "And be with him forever," added Regret. "It is thy fault," said Remorse. "Weep, O Krisha," cried Regret. "Thou canst not wipe away that fault," said Remorse again. "Do what thou pleasest, but console him," repeated Regret. "Volodyovski will slay him," answered Remorse at once. Cold sweat covered Krisha, and she sat on the bed. Bright moonlight fell into the room, which seemed somehow weird and terrible in those white rays. "What is that?" thought Krisha. "There Basha is sleeping. I see her, for the moon is shining in her face. And I know not when she came, when she undressed and lay down, and I have not slept one moment. But my poor head is of no use, that is clear." Thus meditating, she lay down again, but Regret and Remorse sat on the edge of her bed, exactly like two goddesses who were diving in at will through the rays of moonlight, or sweeping out again through its silvery abysses. "I shall not sleep tonight," said Krisha to herself, and she began to think about Ketling and to suffer more and more. Suddenly the sorrowful voice of Basha was heard in the stillness of the night. "Krisha, are you not sleeping?" "No, for I dreamed that some Turk pierced Pan Michał with an arrow. Oh, Jesus, a deceiving dream, but a fever is just shaking me. Let us say the litany together, that God may avert misfortune." The thought flew through Krisha's head like lightning. God grant someone to shoot him, but she was astonished immediately at her own wickedness. Therefore, though it was necessary for her to get superhuman power to pray at that particular moment for the return of Pan Michał, still she answered, "Very well, Basha." Then both rose from their beds, and kneeling on their naked knees on the floor, began to say the litany. Their voices responded to each other, now rising and now falling. You would have said that the chamber was changed into the cell of a cloister, in which two white nuns were repeating their nightly prayers. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 16. Next morning Krisha was calmer, for, among intricate and tangled paths, she had chosen for herself an immensely difficult, but not a false one. Entering upon it, she saw at least whither she was going. But, first of all, she determined to have an interview with Kettling and speak with him for the last time, so as to guard him from every mishap. This did not come to her easily, for Kettling did not show himself for a number of consecutive days, and did not return at night. Krisha began to rise before daylight and walk to the neighbouring church of the Dominicans, with the hope that she would meet him some morning and speak to him without witnesses. In fact, she met him a few days later at the very door. When he saw her, he removed his cap and bent his head in silence. He stood motionless. His face was wearied by sleeplessness and suffering, his eyes sunk. On his temples there were yellowish spots. The delicate colour of his face had become wax-like. He looked like a flower that is withering. Krisha's heart was rent at sight of him, and though every decisive step cost her very much, for she was not bold by nature, she was the first to extend the hand and said, "May God comfort you and send you forgetfulness." Kettling took her hand, raised it to his forehead, then to his lips, to which he pressed it long and with all his force. Then he said, with a voice full of mortal sadness and of resignation, "There is for me neither solace nor forgetfulness." There was a moment when Krisha needed all her self-control to restrain herself from throwing her arms around his neck and exclaiming, "I love thee above everything. Take me." She felt that if weeping were to seize her, she would do so. Therefore, she stood a long time before him in silence, struggling with her tears. At last she conquered herself and began to speak calmly, though very quickly, for breath failed her. "It may bring you some relief if I say that I shall belong to no one. I go behind the grating. Do not judge me harshly at any time, for as it is I am unhappy. Promise me, give me your word, that you will not mention your love for me to anyone, that you will not acknowledge it, that you will not disclose to friend or relative what has happened. This is my last prayer. The time will come when you will know why I do this. Then at least you will have the explanation. Today I will tell you no more, for my sorrow is such that I cannot. Promise me this, it will comfort me. If you do not, I may die." "I promise and give my word," answered Kettling. "God reward you, and I thank you from my whole heart. Besides, show a calm face in presence of people, so that no one may have a suspicion. It is time for me to go. Your kindness is such that words fail to describe it. Henceforth we shall not see each other alone, only before people. Tell me further that you have no feeling of offence against me, for to suffer is one thing, and to be offended another. You yield me to God, to no one else. Keep this in mind." Kettling wished to say something, but since he was suffering beyond measure, only indefinite sounds like groans came from his mouth. Then he touched Krisha's temples with his fingers, and held them for a while as a sign that he forgave her and blessed her. They parted then. She went to the church, and he to the street again, so as not to meet in the inn an acquaintance.
Krisha returned only in the afternoon, and when she came she found a notable guest, Bishop Olszewski, the Vice-Chancellor. He had come unexpectedly on a visit to Pan Zagloba, wishing, as he said himself, to become acquainted with such a great cavalier whose military pre-eminence was an example and whose reason was a guide to the knights of that whole lordly commonwealth. Zagloba was, in truth, much astonished, but not less gratified that such a great honour had met him in presence of the ladies. He plumed himself greatly, was flushed, perspired, and at the same time endeavoured to show Pani Makowiecki that he was accustomed to such visits from the greatest dignitaries in the country, and that he made nothing of them. Krisha was presented to the prelate, and kissing his hands with humility, sat near Basha, glad that no one could see the traces of recent emotion on her face. Meanwhile, the Vice-Chancellor covered Zagloba so bountifully and so easily with praises that he seemed to be drawing new supplies of them continually from his violet sleeves embroidered with lace. "Think not, your Grace," said he, "that I was drawn hither by curiosity alone, to know the first man in the knighthood. For though admiration is a just homage to heroes, still men make pilgrimages for their own profit also to the place where experience and quick reason have taken their seats at the side of manfulness."
"Experience," said Zagloba modestly, "especially in the military art, comes only with age. And for that cause, perhaps, the late Pan Koniecpolski, father of the banneret, asked me frequently for counsel. After him, Pan Nikolai Potocki, Prince Yeremi Wiśniowiecki, Pan Sapieha, and Pan Charniecki. But as to the title Ulysses, I have always protested against that from considerations of modesty. Still, it is so connected with your Grace that at times no one mentions your real name, but says, 'Our Ulysses,' and all divine at once whom the orator means. Therefore, in these difficult and eventful times, when more than one wavers in his thoughts, and does not know whither to turn, whom to uphold, I said to myself, I will go and hear convictions, free myself from doubt, enlighten my mind with clear counsel. You will divine, your Grace, but I wish to speak of the coming election, in view of which every estimate of candidates may lead to some good. But what must one be which flows from the mouth of your Grace? I have heard it repeated with the greatest applause among the knighthood, that you are opposed to those foreigners who are pushing themselves onto our lordly throne. In the veins of the Vazas, as you explained, there flowed Jagiellon blood, hence they could not be considered as strangers. But those foreigners, as you said, neither know our ancient Polish customs, nor will they respect our liberties,
and hence absolute rule may arise easily. I acknowledge to your grace that these are deep words, but pardon me if I inquire whether you really uttered them, or is it public opinion that from custom ascribes all profound sentences to you in the first instance? These ladies are witness, answered Zagloba, and though this subject is not suited to their judgment, let them speak, since Providence in its inscrutable decrees has given them the gift of speech equally with us. The Vice-Chancellor looked involuntarily on Pani Makowiecki, and then on the two young ladies nestled up to each other. A moment of silence followed. Suddenly the silvery voice of Basha was heard. "I did not hear anything." Then she was confused terribly, and blushed to her very ears, especially when Zagloba said at once, "Pardon her, your dignity. She is young, therefore giddy. But as to candidates, I have said more than once that our Polish liberty will weep by reason of these foreigners."
"I fear that myself," said the prelate. "But even if we wished some Pole, blood of our blood and bone of our bone, tell me, your grace, to what side should we turn our hearts? Your grace's very thought of a Pole is great, and is spreading through the country like a flame. For I hear that everywhere in the Diets which are not fettered by corruption, one voice is to be heard, a Pole, a Pole."
"Justly, justly," interrupted Zagloba. "Still," continued the Vice-Chancellor, "it is easier to call for a Pole than to find a fit person. Therefore, let your grace be not astonished if I ask whom you had in mind." "Whom I had in mind?" repeated Zagloba, somewhat puzzled, and pouting his lips he wrinkled his brows. It was difficult for him to give a sudden answer, for hitherto not only had he no one in mind, but in general he had not those ideas at all which the keen prelate had attributed to him. Besides, he knew this himself, and understood that the Vice-Chancellor was inclining him to some side, but he let himself be inclined purposely, for it flattered him greatly. "I have insisted only in principle that we need a Pole," said he at last, "but to tell the truth, I have not named any man thus far." "I have heard of the ambitious designs of Prince Bogusław Radziwiłł," muttered the prelate, as if to himself. "While there is breath in my nostrils, while the last drop of blood is in my breast," cried Zagloba, with the force of deep conviction, "nothing will come of that. I should not wish to live in a nation so disgraced as to make a traitor and a Judas its king." "That is the voice not only of reason, but of civic virtue," muttered the Vice-Chancellor again. "Ha!" thought Zagloba, "if you wish to draw me, I will draw you." Then the Vice-Chancellor began anew. "When wilt thou sail in, O battered ship of my country? What storms, what rocks are in wait for thee? In truth, it will be evil if a foreigner becomes thy steersman, but it must be so evidently, if among thy sons there is no one better."
Here he stretched out his white hands, ornamented with glittering rings, and, inclining his head, said with resignation,
"Then Condé, or he of Lorraine, or the Prince of Neuburg? There is no other outcome." "That is impossible. A Pole," answered Zagloba. "Who?" inquired the prelate. Silence followed. Then the prelate began to speak again. "If there were even one on whom all could agree! Where is there a man who would touch the heart of the knighthood at once, so that no one would dare to murmur against his election? There was one such, the greatest, who had rendered most service, your worthy friend, O knight, who walked in glory as in sunlight. There was such a—" "Prince Yeremi Vishniovetzki," interrupted Zagloba. "That is true, but he is in the grave." "His son lives," replied Zagloba. The Vice-Chancellor half closed his eyes, and sat some time in silence. All at once he raised his head, looked at Zagloba, and began to speak slowly. "I thank God for having inspired me with the idea of knowing your grace. That is it. The son of the great Yeremi is alive, a prince young and full of hope, to whom the Commonwealth has a debt to pay. Of his gigantic fortune nothing remains but glory. That is his only inheritance. Therefore, in the present times of corruption, when every man turns his eyes only to where gold is attracting, who will mention his name? Who will have the courage to make him a candidate? You? True. But will there be many like you? It is not wonderful that he whose life has been passed in heroic struggles on all fields will not fear to give homage to merit with his vote on the field of election. But will others follow his example?" Here the Vice-Chancellor fell to thinking, then raised his eyes and spoke on. "God is mightier than all. Who knows his decisions? Who knows? When I think how all the knighthood believe and trust you, I see indeed with wonderment that a certain hope enters my heart. Tell me sincerely, has the impossible ever existed for you?" "Never," answered Zagloba with conviction. "Still, it is not proper to advance that candidacy too decidedly at first. Let the name strike people's ears, but let it not seem too formidable to opponents. Let them rather laugh at it and sneer, so that they may not raise too serious impediments. Perhaps, too, God will grant it to succeed quickly, when the intrigues of parties bring them to mutual destruction. Smooth the road for it gradually, your grace, and grow not weary in labour, for this is your candidate, worthy of your reason and experience. God bless you in these plans." "Am I to suppose," inquired Zagloba, "that your dignity has been thinking also of Prince Michał?" The Vice-Chancellor took from his sleeve a small book on which the title Censura Candidatorum stood in large black letters, and said, "Read, your grace. Let this letter answer for me." Then the Vice-Chancellor began preparations for going. But Zagloba detained him and said, "Permit me, your dignity, to say something more. First of all, I thank God that the lesser seal is in hands which can bend men like wax." "How is that?" asked the Vice-Chancellor, astonished. "Secondly, I will tell your dignity in advance that the candidacy of Prince Michał is greatly to my heart, for I knew his father, and loved him, and fought under him with my friends. They too will be delighted in soul at the thought that they can show the son that love which they had for the father. Therefore I seize at this candidacy with both hands, and this day I will speak with Pan Krycki, a man of great family and my acquaintance, who is in high consideration among the nobles, for it is difficult not to love him. We will both do what is in our power, and God grant that we shall effect something." "May the angels attend you," said the prelate. "If you do that, we have nothing more to say. With the permission of your dignity, I have to speak of one thing more, namely, that your dignity should not think to yourself thuswise, I have put my own wishes into his mouth. I have talked into him this idea that he has found out of his own wit the candidacy of Prince Michał. Speaking briefly, I have twisted the fool in my hand as if he were wax. Your dignity, I will advance the cause of Prince Michał because it is to my heart. That is what the case is, because, as I see, it is to the heart also of your dignity. That is what the case is. I will advance it for the sake of his mother, for the sake of my friends. I will advance it because of the confidence which I have in the head," here Zagloba inclined, "from which that Minerva sprang forth, but not because I let myself be persuaded like a little boy that the invention is mine, and in fine, not because I am a fool, but for the reason that when a wise man tells me a wise thing, old Zagloba says, agreed. Here the noble inclined once more. The Vice-Chancellor was confused considerably at first, but seeing the good humour of the noble, and that the affair was taking the turn so much desired, he laughed from his whole soul. Then, seizing his head with both hands, he began to repeat, Ulysses, as God is dear to me, a genuine Ulysses. Lord brother, whoso wishes to do a good thing must deal with men variously, but with you I see it is requisite to strike the quick straight way. You have pleased my heart immensely, as Prince Michał has mine. May God give you health. Ha! I am beaten, but I am glad. You must have eaten many a starling in your youth, and this signet ring, if it will serve to commemorate our colloquium. Let that ring remain in its own place, said Zagloba. You will do this for me. I cannot by any means. Perhaps another time, later on, after the election. The Vice-Chancellor understood and insisted no more. He went out, however, with a radiant face. Zagloba conducted him to the gate, and returning muttered, Ha! I gave him a lesson. One rogue met another. But it is an honour. Dignitaries will outrun one another in coming to these gates. I am curious to know what the ladies think of this. The ladies were indeed full of admiration, and Zagloba grew to the ceiling, especially in the eyes of Pan Michał's sister, so that he had barely shown himself when she exclaimed with great enthusiasm, You have surpassed Solomon in wisdom. And Zagloba was very glad. Whom have I surpassed, do you say? Wait, you will see hetmans, bishops, and senators here. I shall have to escape from them or hide behind the curtains. Further conversation was interrupted by the entrance of Ketling. Ketling, do you want promotion? Cried Zagloba, still charmed with his own significance. No, answered the knight in sadness, for I must leave you again, and for a long time. Zagloba looked at him more attentively. How is it that you are so cut down? Just for this, that I am going away. Whither? I have received letters from Scotland, from old friends of my father and myself. My affairs demand me there absolutely, perhaps for a long time. I am grieved to part with all here, but I must. Zagloba, going into the middle of the room, looked at Pan Michał's sister, then at the young ladies, and asked, Have you heard? In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine, and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 17. Though Zagloba received the news of Ketling's departure with astonishment, still no suspicion came into his head, for it was easy to admit that Charles II had remembered the services which the Ketlings had rendered the throne in time of disturbance, and that he wished to show his gratitude to the last descendant of the family. It would seem even most wonderful were he to act otherwise. Besides, Ketling showed Zagloba certain letters from beyond the sea, and convinced him decisively. In its way, that journey endangered all the old noble's plans, and he was thinking with alarm of the future. Judging by his letter, Volodyovski might return any day. The winds have blown away in the steppes the remnant of his grief, thought Zagloba. He will come back more daring than when he departed, and because some devil is drawing him more powerfully to Krisha, he is ready to propose to her straightway, and then Krisha will say yes, for how could she say no to such a cavalier, and besides, the brother of Pani Makowiecki? And my poor dearest Hajduk will be on the ice. But Zagloba, with the persistence special to old people, determined at all costs to marry Basha to the little knight. Neither the arguments of Pan Yan, nor those which at intervals he used on himself, had serious effect. At times he promised mentally, it is true, not to interfere again in anything, but he returned afterward involuntarily with greater persistence to the thought of uniting this pair. He meditated for whole days how to effect this. He formed plans, he framed stratagems, and he went so far that when it seemed to him that he had hit upon the means, he cried out straightway, as if the affair were over, "May God bless you!" But now Zagloba saw before him almost the ruin of his wishes. There remained nothing more to him but to abandon all his efforts and leave the future to God's will. For the shadow of hope that before his departure Ketling would take some decisive step with reference to Krisha could not remain long in Zagloba's head. It was only from sorrow and curiosity, therefore, that he determined to inquire of the young knight touching the time of his going, as well as what he intended to do before leaving the Commonwealth. Having invited Ketling to a conversation, Zagloba said with a greatly grieved face, "A difficult case. Each man knows best what he ought to do, and I will not ask you to stay, but I should like to know at least something about your return." "Can I tell what is waiting for me there, where I am going?" answered Ketling. "What questions and what adventures? I will return some time if I can. I will stay there for good if I must." "You will find that your heart will draw you back to us." "God grant that my grave will be nowhere else but in the land which gave me all that it could give." "Ah, you see, in other countries a foreigner is a stepchild all his life, but our mother opens her arms to you at once, and cherishes you as her own son." "Truth, a great truth. Aye, if only I could, for everything in the old country may come to me, but happiness will not come. Ah, I said to you, settle down, get married. You would not listen to me. If you were married, even if you went away, you would have to return, unless you wished to take your wife through the raging waves, and I do not suppose that. I gave you advice. Well, you wouldn't take it. You wouldn't take it." Here Zagloba looked attentively at Ketling's face, wishing some definite explanation from him, but Ketling was silent. He merely hung his head and fixed his eyes on the floor. "What is your answer to this?" asked Zagloba after a while. "I had no chance whatever of taking it," answered the young knight slowly. Zagloba began to walk through the room. Then he stopped in front of Ketling, joined his hands behind his back, and said, "But I tell you that you had. If you had not, may I never from this day forward bind this body of mine with this belt here. Krisha is a friend of yours." "God grant that she remain one, though seas be between us." "What does that mean?" "Nothing more, nothing more." "Have you asked her?" "Spare me. As it is, I am so sad because I am going." "Ketling, do you wish me to speak to her while there is time?" Ketling considered that if Krisha wished so earnestly that their feelings should remain secret, perhaps she might be glad if an opportunity were offered of denying them openly. Therefore he answered, "I assure you that that is vain, and I am so far convinced that I have done everything to drive that feeling from my head. But if you are looking for a miracle, ask." "Ah, if you have driven her out of your head," said Zagloba with a certain bitterness, "there is nothing indeed to be done. Only permit me to remark that I looked on you as a man of more constancy." Ketling rose, and stretching upward his two hands feverishly, said with violence unusual to him, "What will it help me to wish for one of those stars? I cannot fly up to it, neither can it come down to me. Woe to people who sigh after the silver moon. Zagloba grew angry and began to puff. For a time he could not even speak, and only when he had mastered his anger did he answer with a broken voice, "My dear, do not hold me a fool. If you have reasons to give them to me, as to a man who lives on bread and meat, not as to one who is mad. For if I should now frame a fiction, and tell you that this cap of mine here is the moon, and that I cannot reach it with my hand, I should go around the city with a bare, bald head, and the frost would bite my ears like a dog. I will not wrestle with statements like that, but I know this. The maiden lives 3 rooms distant from here. She eats, she drinks. When she walks, she must put one foot before the other. In the frost her nose grows red, and she feels hot in the heat. When a mosquito bites her, she feels it. And as to the moon, she may resemble it in this, that she has no beard, but in the way that you talk, it may be said that a turnip is an astrologer. As to Krisha, if you have not tried, if you have not asked her, it is your own fault. But if you have ceased to love the girl, and now you are going away, saying to yourself, 'Moon,' then you may nourish any weed with your honesty as well as your wit. That is the point of the question." To this Ketling answered, "It is not sweet, but bitter in my mouth from the food which you are giving me. I go, for I must. I do not ask, because I have nothing to ask about. But you judge me unjustly. God knows how unjustly." "Ketling, I know, of course, that you are a man of honour, but I cannot understand those ways of yours. In my time, a man went to a maiden and spoke into her eyes with this rhyme, 'If you wish me, we will live together. If not, I will not buy you.' Each one knew what he had to do. Whoever was halting and not bold in speech sent a better man to talk than himself. I offered you my services, and offer them yet. I will go, I will talk, I will bring back an answer, and according to that you will go or stay." "I must go, it cannot be otherwise, and will not." "You will return." "No, do me a kindness and speak no more of this. If you wish to inquire for your own satisfaction, very well, but not in my name." "For God's sake, have you asked her already?" "Let us not speak of this. Do me the favour." "Well, let us talk of the weather. May the thunderbolt strike you, and your ways. So you must go, and I must curse." "I take farewell of you." "Wait, wait. Anger will leave me this moment. My Ketling, wait, for I had something to say to you. When do you go?" "As soon as I can settle my affairs. I should like to wait in Kurland for the quarter's rent, and the house in which we have been living I would sell willingly if anyone would buy it." "Let Makowiecki buy it, or Michał. In God's name, but you will not go away without seeing Michał?" "I should be glad in my soul to see him." "He may be here any moment. He may incline you to Krisha." Here Zagloba stopped, for a certain alarm seized him suddenly. "I was serving Michał in good intent," thought he, "but terribly against his will. If discord is to rise between him and Ketling, better let Ketling go away." Here Zagloba rubbed his bald head with his hand. At last he added, "One thing and another was said out of pure goodwill. I have so fallen in love with you that I would be glad to detain you by all means. Therefore I put Krisha before you like a bit of bacon. But that was only through goodwill. What is it to me, old man? In truth, that was only goodwill, nothing more. I am not matchmaking. If I were, I would have made a match for myself. Ketling, give me your face, and be not angry." Ketling embraced Zagloba, who became really tender, and straightway gave command to bring the decanter, saying, "We will drink one like this every day on the occasion of your departure." and they drank. Then Ketling bade him good-bye and went out. Immediately the wine roused fancy in Zagloba. He began to meditate about Basha, Krusha, Pan Michał and Ketling, began to unite them in couples, to bless them. At last he wished to see the young ladies, and said, "Well, I will go and see those kids." The young ladies were sitting in the room beyond the entrance and sewing. Zagloba, after he had greeted them, walked through the room dragging his feet a little, for they did not serve him as formerly, especially after wine. While walking, he looked at the maidens, who were sitting closely, one near the other, so that the bright head of Basha almost touched the dark one of Krusha. Basha followed him with her eyes, but Krusha was sewing so diligently that it was barely possible to catch the glitter of her needle with the eye. Said Zagloba. Repeated Basha. "Don't mock me, for I am angry." "He'll be sure to cut my head off," cried Basha, feigning terror. "Strike, strike! I'll cut your tongue out, that's what I'll do." Saying this, Zagloba approached the young ladies, and putting his hands on his hips, asked without any preliminary, "Do you want Ketling as husband?" "Yes, 5 like him," said Basha quickly. "Be quiet, fly. I am not talking to you. Krusha, the speech is to you. Do you want Ketling as husband?" Krusha had grown pale somewhat, though at first she thought that Zagloba was asking Basha, not her. Then she raised on the old noble her beautiful dark blue eyes. "No," answered she calmly. "Well, 'pon my word, no! At least it is short, 'pon my word, 'pon my word. And why do you not want him?" "I want no one." "Krusha, tell that to someone else," put in Basha. "What brought the married state into such contempt with you?" continued Zagloba. "Not contempt. I have a vocation for the convent," answered Krusha. There was in her voice so much seriousness and such sadness that Basha and Zagloba did not admit even for a moment that she was jesting. But such great astonishment seized both that they began to look as if dazed, now on each other, now on Krusha. "Well," said Zagloba, breaking the silence first. "I wish to enter a convent," repeated Krusha with sweetness. Basha looked at her once and a second time, suddenly threw her arms around her neck, pressed her rosy lips to her cheek, and began to say quickly, "Oh, Krusha, I shall sob. Say quickly that you are only talking to the wind. I shall sob, as God is in heaven, I shall." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 18. After his interview with Zagloba, Ketling went to Pan Michał's sister, whom he informed that, because of urgent affairs, he must remain in the city, and perhaps too before his final journey he would go for some weeks to Courland. Therefore, he would not be able in person to entertain her in his suburban house longer, but he implored her to consider that house as her residence in the same way as hitherto, and to occupy it with her husband and Pan Michał during the coming election. Pani Makowiecki consented, for in the opposite event the house would become empty and bring profit to no one. After that conversation, Ketling vanished, and showed himself no more either in the inn or later in the neighbourhood of Mokotów, when Pan Michał's sister returned to the suburbs with the young ladies. Krusha alone felt that absence. Zagloba was occupied wholly with the coming election, while Basha and Pani Makowiecki had taken the sudden decision of Krusha to heart so much that they could think of nothing else. Still, Pani Makowiecki did not even try to dissuade Krusha, for in those times opposition to such undertakings seemed to people an injury and an offence to God. Zagloba alone, in spite of all his piety, would have had the courage to protest, had it concerned him in any way. But since it did not, he sat quietly, and he was content in spirit that affairs had arranged themselves so that Krusha retired from between Pan Michał and the Hajduk. Now Zagloba was convinced of the successful accomplishment of his most secret desires, and gave himself with all freedom to the labours of the election. He visited the nobles who had come to the capital, or he spent the time in conversations with the Vice-Chancellor, with whom he fell in love at last, becoming his trusted assistant. After each such conversation, he returned home a more zealous partisan of the Pole and a more determined enemy of foreigners. Accommodating himself to the instructions of the Vice-Chancellor, he remained quietly in that condition so far, but not a day passed that he did not win some one for the secret candidate, and that happened which usually happens in such cases. He pushed himself forward so far that that candidacy became the second object in his life, at the side of the union of Basha and Pan Michał. Meanwhile, they were nearer and nearer the election. Spring had already freed the waters from ice. Breezes, warm and strong, had begun to blow. Under the breath of these breezes the trees were sprinkled with buds, and flocks of swallows were hovering around, to spring out at any moment, as simple people think, from the ocean of winter into the bright sunlight. Guests began to come to the election with the swallows and other birds of passage. First of all came merchants, to whom a rich harvest of profit was indicated, in a place where more than 500,000 of people were to assemble, counting magnates with their forces, nobles, servants, and the army. Englishmen, Hollanders, Germans, Russians, Tartars, Turks, Armenians, and even Persians came, bringing stuffs, linen, damask, brocades, furs, jewels, perfumes, and sweetmeats. Booths were erected on the streets and outside the city, and in them was every kind of merchandise. Some bazaars were placed even in suburban villages, for it was known that the inns of the capital could not receive 1/10 of the electors, and that an enormous majority of them would be encamped outside the walls, as was the case always during time of election. Finally, the nobles began to assemble so numerously, in such throngs, that if they had come in like numbers to the threatened boundaries of the Commonwealth, the foot of any enemy would never have crossed them. Reports went around that the election would be a stormy one, for the whole country was divided between 3 chief candidates, Condé, the princes of Neuburg and of Lorraine. It was said that each party would endeavour to seat its own candidate even by force. Alarm seized hearts. Spirits were inflamed with partisan rancour. Some prophesied civil war, and these forebodings found faith in view of the gigantic military legions with which the magnates had surrounded themselves. They arrived early, so as to have time for intrigues of all kinds. When the Commonwealth was in peril, when the enemy was putting the keen edge to its throat, neither king nor hetman could bring more than a wretched handful of troops against him. But now, in spite of laws and enactments, the Radziwiłls alone came with an army numbering between 10 and 20,000 men. The Patzys had behind them an almost equivalent force. The powerful Potockis were coming with no smaller strength. Other kinglets of Poland, Lithuania, and Russia were coming with forces but slightly inferior. "When wilt thou sail in, O battered ship of my country?" repeated the Vice-Chancellor more and more frequently. But he himself had selfish objects in his heart. The magnates, with few exceptions, corrupted to the marrow of their bones, were thinking only of themselves and the greatness of their houses, and were ready at any moment to rouse the tempest of civil war. The throng of nobles increased daily, and it was evident that when, after the Diet, the election itself would begin, they would surpass even the greatest force of the magnates. But these throngs were incompetent to bring the ship of the Commonwealth into calm waters successfully, for their heads were sunk in darkness and ignorance, and their hearts were for the greater part corrupted. The election, therefore, gave promise of being prodigious, and no one foresaw that it would end only shabbily, for except Zagloba, even those who worked for the Pole could not foresee to what a degree the stupidity of the nobles and the intrigues of the magnates would aid them. Not many had hope to carry through such a candidate as Prince Michał, but Zagloba swam in that sea like a fish in water. From the beginning of the Diet he dwelt in the city continually, and was at Kettling's house only when he yearned for his Hajduk. But as Basha had lost much joyfulness by reason of Krisha's resolve, Zagloba took her sometimes to the city, to let her amuse herself and rejoice her eyes with the sight of the shops. They went out usually in the morning, and Zagloba brought her back not infrequently late in the evening. On the road and in the city itself, the heart of the maiden was rejoiced at sight of the merchandise, the strange people, the many-coloured crowds, the splendid troops. Then her eyes would gleam like two coals, her head turn as if on a pivot. She could not gaze sufficiently, nor look around enough, and overwhelmed the old man with questions by the thousand. He answered gladly, for in this way he showed his experience and learning. More than once a gallant company of military surrounded the equipage in which they were riding. The knighthood admired Basha's beauty greatly, her quick wit and resolution, and Zagloba always told them the story of the Tartar slain with duckshot, so as to sink them completely in amazement and delight. A certain time Zagloba and Basha were coming home very late, for the review of Pan Felix Potocki's troops had detained them all day. The night was clear and warm. White mists were hanging over the fields. Zagloba, though always watchful, since in such a concourse of serving men and soldiers it was necessary to pay careful attention not to strike upon outlaws, had fallen soundly asleep. The driver was dozing also. Basha alone was not sleeping, for through her head were moving thousands of thoughts and pictures. Suddenly the tramp of a number of horses came to her ears. Pulling Zagloba by the sleeve, she said, "Horsemen of some kind are pushing on after us." "What? How? Who?" asked the drowsy Zagloba. "Horsemen of some kind are coming." "Oh, they will come up directly. The tramp of horses is to be heard. Perhaps someone is going in the same direction." "They are robbers, I am sure." Basha was sure, for the reason that in her soul she was eager for adventures, robbers and opportunities for her daring, so that when Zagloba, puffing and muttering, began to draw out from the seat pistols, which he took with him always for an occasion, she claimed one for herself. "I shall not miss the first robber who approaches. Auntie shoots wonderfully with a musket, but she cannot see in the night. I could swear that those men are robbers. Oh, if they would only attack us! Give me the pistol quickly." "Well," answered Zagloba, "but you must promise not to fire before I do, until I say fire. If I give you a weapon, you will be ready to shoot the noble that you see first, without asking, 'Who goes there?' and then a trial will follow." "I will ask first, 'Who goes there?' But if drinking men are passing, and hearing a woman's voice say something impolite?" "I will thunder at them out of the pistol. Isn't that right?" "Oh, man, to take such a water burner to the city! I tell you that you are not to fire without command." "I will inquire, 'Who goes there?' but so roughly that they will not know me." Let it be so then. Ha! I hear them approaching already. You may be sure that they are solid people, for scoundrels would attack us unawares from the ditch. Since ruffians, however, really did infest the roads, and adventures were heard of not infrequently, Zagloba commanded the driver not to go among the trees which stood in darkness at the turn of the road, but to halt in a well-lighted place. Meanwhile, the 4 horsemen had approached a number of yards. Then Basha, assuming a bass voice, which to her seemed worthy of a dragoon, inquired threateningly, "Who goes there?" "Why have you stopped on the road?" asked one of the horsemen, who thought evidently that they must have broken some part of the carriage or the harness. At this voice Basha dropped her pistol and said hurriedly to Zagloba, "Indeed, that is uncle. Oh, for God's sake!" "What uncle?" "Makowiecki." "Hey there!" cried Zagloba. "And are you not Pan Makowiecki with Pan Volodyovski?" "Pan Zagloba!" cried the little knight. "Michał!" Here Zagloba began to put his legs over the edge of the carriage with great haste, but before he could get one of them over, Volodyovski had sprung from his horse and was at the side of the equipage. Recognizing Basha by the light of the moon, he seized her by both hands and cried, "I greet you with all my heart, and where is Panna Krisha and sister? Are all in good health?" "In good health, thank God, so you have come at last," said Basha with a beating heart. "Is uncle here too? Oh, uncle!" When she had said this, she seized by the neck Pan Makowiecki, who had just come to the carriage, and Zagloba opened his arms meanwhile to Pan Michał. After long greetings came the presentation of Pan Makowiecki to Zagloba. Then the 2 travellers gave their horses to attendants and took their places in the carriage. Makowiecki and Zagloba occupied the seat of honour. Basha and Pan Michał sat in front. Brief questions and brief answers followed, as happens usually when people meet after a long absence. Pan Makowiecki inquired about his wife, Pan Michał once more about the health of Panna Krisha. Then he wondered at Ketling's approaching departure, but he had not time to dwell on that, for he was forced at once to tell of what he had done in the border stanitsa, how he had attacked the ravagers of the horde, how he was homesick, but how wholesome it was to taste his old life. "It seemed to me," said the little knight, "that the Lubni times had not passed, that we were still together with Pan Yan and Kushel and Wierzchel. Only when they brought me a pail of water for washing, and grey-haired temples were seen in it, could a man remember that he was not the same as in old times, though, on the other hand, it came to my mind that while the will was the same, the man was the same." "You have struck the point," replied Zagloba. "It is clear that your wit has recovered on fresh grass, for hitherto you were not so quick. Will is the main thing, and there is no better drug for melancholy." "That is true, added Pan Makowiecki. "There is a legion of well sweeps in Michał's stanitsa, for there is a lack of spring water in the neighbourhood. I tell you, sir, that when the soldiers begin to make those sweeps squeak at daybreak, your grace would wake up with such a will that you would thank God at once for this alone, that you are living." "Ah, if I could only be there for even one day!" cried Basha. "There is one way to go there," said Zagloba. "Marry the captain of the guard." "Pan Adam will be captain sooner or later," put in the little knight. "Indeed," cried Basha in anger, "I have not asked you to bring me Pan Adam instead of a present. I have brought something else, nice sweetmeats. They will be sweet for Panna Basha, and it is bitter there for that poor fellow." "Then you should have given him the sweets. Let him eat them while his moustaches are coming out." "Imagine to yourself," said Zagloba to Pan Makowiecki, "these 2 are always in that way. Luckily the proverb says, 'Those who wrangle end in love.'" Basha made no reply, but Pan Michał, as if waiting for an answer, looked at her small face shone upon by the bright light. It seemed to him so shapely that he thought in spite of himself, but that rogue is so pretty that she might destroy one's eyes." Evidently something else must have come to his mind at once, for he turned to the driver and said, "Touch up the horses there with a whip and drive faster." The carriage rolled on quickly after those words, so quickly that the travellers sat in silence for some time, and only when they came upon the sand did Pan Michał speak again. "But the departure of Ketling surprises me, and that it should happen to him too, just before my coming and before the election." "The English think as much of our election as they do of your coming," answered Zagloba. "Ketling himself is cut from his feet because he must leave us." Basha had just on her tongue, "especially Krisha," but something reminded her not to mention this matter, nor the recent resolution of Krisha. With the instinct of a woman, she divined that the one and the other might touch Pan Michał at the outset. As to pain, something pained her, therefore in spite of all her impulsiveness she held silence. Of Krisha's intentions he will know anyhow, thought she, but evidently it is better not to speak of them now, since Pan Zagloba has not mentioned them with a word. Pan Michał turned again to the driver. "But drive faster." "We left our horses and things at Praga," said Pan Makowiecki to Zagloba, "and set out with 2 men, though it was nightfall, for Michał and I were in a terrible hurry." "I believe it," answered Zagloba. "Do you see what throngs have come to the capital? Outside the gates are camps and markets, so that it is difficult to pass. People tell also wonderful things of the coming election, which I will repeat at a proper time in the house to you." Here they began to converse about politics. Zagloba was trying to discover adroitly Makowiecki's opinions. At last he turned to Pan Michał and asked without ceremony, "And for whom will you give your vote, Michał?" But Pan Michał, instead of an answer, started as if roused from sleep, and said, "I am curious to know if they are sleeping, and if we shall see them today." "They are surely sleeping," answered Basha, with a sweet and, as it were, drowsy voice, "but they will wake and come surely to greet you and uncle." "Do you think so?" asked the little knight with joy, and again he looked at Basha, and again thought involuntarily, "But that rogue is charming in this moonlight." They were near Ketling's house now, and arrived in a short time. Pani Makowiecki and Krisha were asleep. A few of the servants were up, waiting with supper for Basha and Pan Zagloba. All at once there was no small movement in the house. Zagloba gave command to wake more servants to prepare warm food for the guests. Pan Makowiecki wished to go straightway to his wife, but she had heard the unusual noise, and guessing who had come, ran down a moment later with her robe thrown around her, panting, with tears of joy in her eyes and lips full of smiles. Greetings began, embraces and conversation, interrupted by exclamations. Pan Michał was looking continually at the door, through which Basha had vanished, and in which he hoped any moment to see Krisha, the beloved, radiant with quiet joy, bright with gleaming eyes, and hair twisted up in a hurry. Meanwhile, the Danzig clock standing in the dining room ticked and ticked. An hour passed, supper was brought, and the maiden beloved and dear to Pan Michał did not appear in the room. At last Basha came in, but alone, serious somehow and gloomy. She approached the table, and, taking a light in her hand, turned to Pan Makowiecki. "Krisha is somewhat unwell, and will not come, but she begs uncle to come even near the door, so that she may greet him." Pan Makowiecki rose at once and went out, followed by Basha. The little knight became terribly gloomy, and said, "I did not think that I should fail to see Panna Krisha tonight. Is she really ill?" "Ay, she is well," answered his sister, "but people are nothing to her now." "Why is that?" Then has his grace Pan Zagloba not spoken of her intention? Of what intention, by the wounds of God? She is going to a convent. Pan Michał began to blink like a man who has not heard all that is said to him. Then he changed in the face, stood up, sat down again. In one moment sweat covered his face with drops. Then he began to wipe it with his palms. In the room there was deep silence. "Michał," said his sister. But he looked confusedly, now on her, now on Zagloba, and said at last in a terrible voice, "Is there some curse hanging over me?" "Have God in your heart," cried Zagloba. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 19. Zagloba and Pani Makowiecki divined by that exclamation the secret of the little knight's heart, and when he sprang up suddenly and left the room, they looked at each other with amazement and disquiet, till at last the lady said, "For God's sake go after him. Persuade him, comfort him. If not, I will go myself." "Do not do that," said Zagloba. "There is no need of us there, but Krisha is needed. If he cannot see her, it is better to leave him alone, for untimely comforting leads people to still greater despair. I see now, as on my palm, that he was inclined to Krisha. See, I knew that he liked her greatly and sought her company, but that he was so lost in her never came to my head. It must be that he returned with a proposition ready, in which he saw his own happiness. Meanwhile a thunderbolt, as it were, fell. Why did he speak of this to no one, neither to me, nor to you, nor to Krisha herself? Maybe the girl would not have made her vow." "It is a wonderful thing," said Zagloba. "Besides, he confides in me, and trusts my head more than his own, and not merely has he not acknowledged this affection to me, but even said once that it was friendship, nothing more. He was always secretive." "Then though you are his sister, you don't know him. His heart is like the eyes of a soul, on top. I have never met a more outspoken man, but I admit that he has acted differently this time. Are you sure that he said nothing to Krisha?" "God of power, Krisha is mistress of her own will, for my husband as guardian has said to her, 'If the man is worthy and of honourable blood, you may overlook his property.' If Michał had spoken to her before his departure, she would have answered yes or no, and he would have known what to look for. True, because this has struck him unexpectedly. Now give your woman's wit to this business." "What is wit here? Help is needed." "Let him take Basha." "But if, as is evident, he prefers that one. Ha, if this had only come into my head!" "It is a pity that it did not." "How could it, when it did not enter the head of such a Solomon as you?" "And how do you know that?" "You advised Kettling." "I? God is my witness, I advised no man. I said that he was inclined to her, and it was true. I said that he was a worthy cavalier, for that was and is true. But I leave matchmaking to women. My lady, as things are, half the Commonwealth is resting on my head. Have I even time to think of anything but public affairs? Often I have not a minute to put a spoonful of food in my mouth. Advise us this time, for God's mercy. All around I hear only this, that there is no head beyond yours. People are talking of this head of mine without ceasing. They might rest a while. As to counsels, there are two. Either let Michał take Basha, or let Krisha change her intention. An intention is not a vow." Now Pan Makowiecki came in. His wife told him everything straightway, The noble was greatly grieved, for he loved Pan Michał uncommonly and valued him. But for the time he could think out nothing. "If Krisha will be obstinate," said he, rubbing his forehead, "how can you use even arguments in such an affair?" "Krisha will be obstinate," said Pani Makowiecki. "Krisha has always been that way." "What was in Michał's head that he did not make sure before departing?" asked Pan Makowiecki. "As he left matters, something worse might have happened. Another might have won the girl's heart in his absence." "In that case she would not have chosen the cloister at once," said Pani Makowiecki. "However, she is free." "True," answered Makowiecki. But already it was dawning in Zagloba's head. If the secret of Krisha and Pan Michał had been known to him, all would have been clear to him at once. But without that knowledge it was really hard to understand anything. Still, the quick wit of the man began to break through the mist, and to divine the real reason and intention of Krisha and the despair of Pan Michał. After a while he felt sure that Kettling was involved in what had happened. His supposition lacked only certainty. He determined, therefore, to go to Michał and examine him more closely. On the road alarm seized him, for he thought thus to himself: "There is much of my work in this. I wanted to quaff mead at the wedding of Basia and Michał, but I am not sure that instead of mead I have not provided sour beer, for now Michał will return to his former decision, and, imitating Krisha, will put on the habit." Here a chill came on Zagloba, so he hastened his steps, and in a moment was in Pan Michał's room. The little knight was pacing up and down like a wild beast in a cage. His forehead was terribly wrinkled, his eyes glassy. He was suffering dreadfully. Seeing Zagloba, he stopped on a sudden before him, and placing his hands on his breast, cried, "Tell me the meaning of all this." "Michał," said Zagloba, "consider how many girls enter convents each year. It is a common thing. Some go in spite of their parents, trusting that the Lord Jesus will be on their side. But what wonder in this case when the girl is free?" "There is no longer any secret," cried Pan Michał. "She is not free, for she promised me her love and hand before I left here." "Ha!" said Zagloba, "I did not know that." "It is true," repeated the little knight. "Maybe she will listen to persuasion." "She cares for me no longer. She would not see me," cried Pan Michał with deep sorrow. "I hastened hither day and night, and she does not even want to see me. What have I done? What sins are weighing on me that the anger of God pursues me, that the wind drives me like a withered leaf? One is dead, another is going to the cloister. God himself took both from me. It is clear that I am accursed. There is mercy for every man, there is love for every man, except me alone." Zagloba trembled in his soul, lest the little knight, carried away by sorrow, might begin to blaspheme again, as once he blasphemed after the death of Anusha. Therefore, to turn his mind in another direction, he called out, "Michał, do not doubt that there is mercy upon you also. And besides, you cannot know what is waiting for you tomorrow. Perhaps that same Krisha, remembering your loneliness, will change her intention and keep her word to you. Secondly, listen to me, Michał. Is not this a consolation that God himself, our merciful Father, takes those doves from you, and not a man walking upon the earth? Tell me yourself if this is not better." In answer, the little knight's moustaches began to tremble terribly. The noise of gritting came from his teeth, and he cried with a suppressed and broken voice, "If it were a living man, ha! Should such a man be found, vengeance would remain." "But as it is, prayer remains," said Zagloba. "Hear me, old friend, no man will give you better counsel. Maybe God himself will change everything yet for the better. I myself, you know, wished another for you. But seeing your pain, I suffer together with you, and together with you will pray to God to comfort you, and incline the heart of that harsh lady to you again." When he had said this, Zagloba began to wipe away tears. They were tears of sincere friendship and sorrow. Had it been in the power of the old man, he would have undone at that moment everything that he had done to set Krisha aside, and would have been the first to cast her into Pan Michał's arms. "Listen," said he after a while. "Speak once more with Krisha. Take your lament to her, your unendurable pain, and may God bless you. The heart in her must be of stone if she does not take pity on you, but I hope that she will. The habit is a praiseworthy thing, but not when made of injustice to others. Tell her that. You will see. Michał, today you are weeping, and tomorrow perhaps we shall be drinking at the betrothal. I am sure that will be the outcome. The young lady grew lonely, and therefore the habit came to her head. She will go to a cloister, but to one in which you will be ringing for the christening. Perhaps, too, she is affected a little with hypochondria, and mentioned the habit only to throw dust in our eyes. In every case, you have not heard of the cloister from her own lips, and if God grants, you will not. Ha, I have it. You agreed on a secret. She did not wish to betray it, and is throwing a blind in our eyes. As true as life, nothing else but woman's cunning." Zagloba's words acted like balsam on the suffering heart of Pan Michał. Hope entered him again. His eyes were filled with tears. For a long time he could not speak, but when he had restrained his tears, he threw himself into the arms of his friend and said, "But will it be as you say?" "I would bend the heavens for you. It will be as I say. Do you remember that I have ever been a false prophet? Do you not trust in my experience and wit? You cannot even imagine how I love that lady. Not that I have forgotten the beloved dead one. I pray for her every day. But to this one my heart has grown fixed like fungus to a tree. She is my love. What have I thought of her away off there in the grasses, morning and evening and midday? At last I began to talk to myself, since I had no confidant. As God is dear to me, when I had to chase after the horde in the reeds, I was thinking of her when rushing at full speed. I believe it. From weeping for a certain maiden in my youth, one of my eyes flowed out, and what of it did not flow out was covered with a cataract. Do not wonder. I came here, the breath barely in my body. The first word I hear, the cloister. But still I have trust in persuasion and in her heart and her word. How did you state it? A habit is good, but made of what? But not when made of injustice to others. Splendidly said. How is it that I have never been able to make maxims? In the stanitsa it would have been a ready amusement. Alarm sits in me continually, but you have given me consolation. I agreed with her, it is true, that the affair should remain a secret. Therefore, it is likely that the maiden might speak of the habit only for appearance sake. You brought forward another splendid argument, but I cannot remember it. You have given me great consolation. Then come to me, or give command to bring the decanter to this place. It is good after the journey. They went, and sat drinking till late at night. Next day, Pan Michał arrayed his body in fine garments and his face in seriousness, armed himself with all the arguments which came to his own head, and with those which Zagloba had given him. Thus equipped, he went to the dining room, where all met usually at mealtime. Of the whole company, only Krisha was absent, but she did not let people wait for her long. Barely had the little knight swallowed 2 spoonfuls of soup, when through the open door the rustle of a robe was heard, and the maiden came in. She entered very quickly, rather rushed in. Her cheeks were burning, her lids were dropped, in her face were mingled fear and constraint. Approaching Pan Michał, she gave him both hands, but did not raise her eyes at all, and when he began to kiss those hands with eagerness, she grew very pale. Besides, she did not find one word for greeting. But his heart filled with love, alarm, and rapture at sight of her face, delicate and changeful as a wonder-working image, at sight of that form shapely and beautiful, from which the warmth of recent sleep was still beating. He was moved even by that confusion and that fear depicted in her face. "Dearest flower," thought he in his soul, "why do you fear? I would give even my life and blood for you." But he did not say this aloud. He only pressed his pointed moustaches so long to her hands that red traces were left on them. Basha, looking at all this, gathered over her forehead her yellow forelock of purpose, so that no one might notice her emotion. But no one gave attention to her at that time. All were looking at the pair, and a vexatious silence followed. Pan Michał interrupted it first. "The night passed for me in grief and disquiet," said he, "for yesterday I saw all except you, and such terrible tidings were told of you that I was nearer to weeping than to sleep." Krisha, hearing such outspoken words, grew still paler, so that for a while Pan Michał thought that she would faint, and said hurriedly, "We must talk of this matter, but now I will ask no more, so that you may grow calm and recover. I am no barbarian, nor am I a wolf, and God sees that I have good will toward you." "Thank you," whispered Krisha. Zagloba, Pan Makowiecki, and his wife began to exchange glances, as if urging one another to begin the usual conversation. But for a long time no one was able to venture a word. At last Zagloba began. "We must go to the city today," said he, turning to the newly arrived. "It is boiling there before the election, as in a pot, for every man is urging his own candidate. On the road I will tell you to whom, in my opinion, we should give our votes." No one answered. Therefore Zagloba cast around an owlish eye. At last he turned to Basha. "Well, Maybug, will you go with us?" "I will go even to Russia," answered Basha abruptly. And silence followed again. The whole meal passed in similar attempts to begin a conversation that would not begin. At last the company rose. Then Pan Michał approached Krisha at once and said, "I must speak with you alone." He gave her his arm and conducted her to the adjoining room, to that same apartment which was the witness of their first kiss. Seating Krisha on the sofa, he took his place near her and began to stroke her hair as he would have stroked the hair of a child. "Krisha," said he at last with a mild voice, "has your confusion passed? Can you answer me calmly and with presence of mind?" Her confusion had passed, and besides, she was moved by his kindness. Therefore she raised for a moment her eyes on him for the first time since his return. "I can," said she in a low voice. "Is it true that you have devoted yourself to the cloister?" Krisha put her hands together and began to whisper imploringly, "Do not take this ill of me, do not curse me, but it is true." "Krisha," said the knight, "is it right to trample on the happiness of people as you are trampling? Where is your word? Where is our agreement? I cannot war with God, but I will tell you, to begin with, what Pan Zagloba told me yesterday, that the habit should not be made of injustice to others. You will not increase the glory of God by injustice to me. God reigns over the whole world. His are all nations, his the lands and the sea and the rivers, the birds of the air and the beasts of the forests, the sun and the stars. He has all, whatsoever may come to the mind of man, and still more. But I have only you, beloved and dear. You are my happiness, my every possession. And can you suppose that the Lord God needs that possession? He, with such wealth, to tear away his only treasure from a poor soldier? Can you suppose that he will be rejoiced and not offended? See what you are giving him, yourself, but you are mine, for you promised yourself to me. Therefore you are giving him that which belongs to another, that which is not your own. You are giving him my weeping, my pain, my death. Have you a right to do so? Weigh this in your heart and in your mind. Finally ask your own conscience. If I had offended you, if I had contemned you in love, if I had forgotten you, if I had committed crimes or offences, I will not speak, I will not speak. But I went to the horde, to watch, to attack ravagers, to serve the country with my blood, with my health, with my time. And I loved you, I thought of you whole days and nights, and as a deer longs for waters, as a bird for the air, as a child for its mother, as a parent for its child, was I longing for you. And for all this, what is the greeting, what the reward that you have prepared for me? Krisha, dearest, my friend, my chosen love, tell me whence is all this? Give me your reasons as sincerely, as openly as I bring before you my reasons and my rights. Keep faith with me. Do not leave me alone with misfortune. You gave me this right yourself. Do not make me an outlaw. The unfortunate Pan Michał did not know that there is a right higher and older than all other human rights, in virtue of which the heart must and does follow love only. But the heart which ceases to love commits thereby the deepest perfidy, though often with as much innocence as the lamp quenches in which fire has burned out the oil. Not knowing this, Pan Michał embraced Krisha's knees, implored and begged. But she answered him with floods of tears only, because she could not answer with her heart. Krisha, said the knight at last while rising, in your tears my happiness may drown, and I do not implore you for that, but for rescue. Do not ask me for a reason, answered Krisha, sobbing. Do not ask for a cause, since it must be this way, and cannot be otherwise. I am not worthy of such a man as you, and I have never been worthy. I know that I am doing you an injustice, and that pains me so terribly that, see, I cannot help myself. I know that this is an injustice. O God of greatness, my heart is breaking. Forgive me, do not leave me in anger. Pardon me, do not curse me. When she had said this, Krisha threw herself on her knees before Pan Michał. I know that I am doing you a wrong, but I implore of you condescension and pardon. Here the dark head of Krisha bent to the floor. Pan Michał raised in one moment the poor weeping maiden, and placed her again on the sofa. But he began himself to pace up and down in the room like one dazed. At times he stopped suddenly, and pressed his fists to his temples. Then again he walked. At last he stood before Krisha. Leave yourself time, and me some hope, said he. Think that I too am not of stone. Why press red-hot iron against me without the least pity? Even though I knew not my own endurance, still when the skin hisses, pain pierces me. I cannot tell you how I suffer. As God lives, I cannot. I am a simple man. My years have passed in war. Oh, for God's sake, oh, dear Jesus, in this same room our love began. Krisha, Krisha, I thought that you would be mine for life, and now there is nothing, nothing. What has taken place in you? Who has changed your heart? Krisha, I am just the same, and do you not know that for me this is a worse blow than for another? For I have already lost one love. Oh, Jesus, what shall I tell her to move her heart? A man only torments himself, that is all. But leave me even hope. Do not take everything away at one time. Krisha made no answer, but sobbing shook her more and more. The little knight stood before her, restraining at first his sorrow and terrible anger. and only when he had broken that in himself, he said, "Leave me even hope. Do you hear me?" I cannot, answered Krisha. Pan Michał went to the window and pressed his head against the cold glass. He stood a long time without motion. At last he turned, and, advancing a couple of steps toward Krisha, he said in a very low voice, "Farewell. There is nothing for me here. Oh, that it may be as pleasant for you as it is grievous for me. Know this, that I forgive you with my lips, and as God will grant, I will forgive you with my heart as well. But have more mercy on people suffering, and a second time promise not. It cannot be said that I take happiness with me from these thresholds. Farewell." When Pan Michał had said this, his moustaches quivered. He bowed and went out. In the next room were Makowiecki and his wife, and Zagloba. They sprang up at once as if to inquire, but he only waved his hand. "All to no use," said he. "Leave me in peace." From that room a narrow corridor led to his own chamber. In that corridor, at the staircase leading to the young ladies' rooms, Basha stopped the way to the little knight. "May God console you and change Krisha's heart," cried she, with a voice trembling from tears. He went past without even looking at her or saying a word. Suddenly, wild anger bore him away. Bitterness rose in his breast. He turned, therefore, and stood before the innocent Basha with a face changed and full of derision. "Promise your hand to Ketling," said he, hoarsely. "Then cease to love him, trample on his heart, rend it, and go to the cloister." "Pan Michał!" cried Basha in amazement. "Enjoy yourself, taste kisses, and then go to repent. Would to God that you both were killed." That was too much for Basha. God alone knew how much she had wrestled with herself for this wish which she had given Pan Michał, that God might change Krisha's heart, and in return an unjust condemnation had met her, derision, insult, just at the moment in which she would have given her blood to comfort the thankless man. Therefore her soul stormed up in her as quickly as a flame. Her cheeks burned, her nostrils dilated, and without an instant's thought she cried, shaking her yellow hair, "Know, sir, that I am not the one who is going to the cloister for Ketling." When she had said this, she sprang on the stairs and vanished from before the eyes of the knight. He stood there like a stone pillar. After a while he began to rub his eyes like a man who is waking from sleep. Then he was thirsting for blood. He seized his sabre and cried with a terrible voice, "Woe to the traitor!" A quarter of an hour later, Pan Michał was rushing toward Warsaw so swiftly that the wind was howling in his ears, and lumps of earth were flying in a shower from the hoofs of his horse. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 20. Pan Makowiecki, with his wife and Zagloba, saw Pan Michał riding away, and alarm seized all hearts. Therefore they asked one another with their eyes, "What has happened? Where is he going?" "Great God!" cried Pani Makowiecki. "He will go to the wilderness, and we shall never see him again in life." "Or to the cloister, like that crazy woman," said Zagloba in despair. "Counsel is necessary here," said Makowiecki. With that the door opened, and Basha burst into the room like a whirlwind, excited, pale, with fingers in both her eyes, stamping in the middle of the floor like a little child, She began to scream, "Rescue! Save! Pan Michał has gone to kill Ketling. Whoso believes in God, let him fly to stop him. Rescue! Rescue!" "What is the matter, girl?" cried Zagloba, seizing her hands. "Rescue! Pan Michał will kill Ketling. Through me blood will be shed, and Krisha will die, all through me." "Speak!" cried Zagloba, shaking her. "How do you know? Why is it through you?" "Because I told him in anger that they love each other, that Krisha is going behind the grating for Ketling's sake. Whoso believes in God, stop them! Go quickly! Go all of you! Let us all go!" Zagloba, not wont to lose time in such cases, rushed to the yard and gave command to bring the carriage out at once. Pani Makowiecki wished to ask Basia about the astonishing news, for up to that moment she had not suspected the love between Krisha and Ketling. But Basia rushed after Zagloba to look to the harnessing of the horses. She helped to lead out the beasts and attach them to the carriage. At last, though bareheaded, she mounted the driver's seat before the entrance, where 2 men were waiting and already dressed for the road. "Come down," said Zagloba to her. "I will not come down. Take your seats. You must take your seats. If not, I will go alone." So saying, she took the reins, and they, seeing that the stubbornness of the girl might cause a considerable delay, ceased to ask her to come down. Meanwhile the servant ran up with a whip, and Pani Makowiecki succeeded in bringing out a shuba and cap to Basia, for the day was cold. Then they moved on. Basia remained on the driver's seat. Zagloba, wishing to speak with her, asked her to sit on the front seat, but she was unwilling, it may be through fear of being scolded. Zagloba, therefore, had to inquire from a distance, and she answered without turning her head. "How do you know," asked he, "that which you told your uncle about those 2? "I know all." "Did Krisha tell you?" "Krisha told me nothing." "Then maybe the Scot did." "No, but I know, and that is why he is going to England. He fooled everybody but me." "A wonderful thing," said Zagloba. "This is your work," said Basia. "You should not have pushed them against each other." "Sit there in quiet, and do not thrust yourself into what does not belong to you," answered Zagloba, who was struck to the quick because this reproach was made in presence of Makowiecki. Therefore he added after a while, "I push anybody. I advise. Look at that. I like such suppositions." "Aha! Do you think you did not?" retorted the maiden. They went forward in silence. Still Zagloba could not free himself from the thought that Basia was right, and that he was in great part the cause of all that had happened. That thought grieved him not a little, and since the carriage jolted unmercifully, the old noble fell into the worst humour, and did not spare himself reproaches. It would be the proper thing, thought he, for Michał and Ketling to cut off my ears in company. To make a man marry against his will is the same as to command him to ride with his face to a horse's tail. That fly is right. If those men have a duel, Ketling's blood will be on me. What kind of business have I begun in my old age? Tfu, to the devil! Besides, they almost fooled me, for I barely guessed why Ketling was going beyond the sea, and that door to the cloister. Meanwhile the Hajduk had long before found out everything, as it seems. Here Zagloba meditated a little, and after a while muttered, "A rogue, not a maiden. Michał borrowed eyes from a crawfish to put aside such as she for that doll." Meanwhile they had arrived at the city, but there their troubles began really. None of them knew where Ketling was lodging, or where Pan Michał might go. To look for either was like looking for a particular poppy seed in a bushel of poppy seeds. They went first to the Grand Hetman's. People told them there that Ketling was to start that morning on a journey beyond the sea. Pan Michał had come, inquired about the Scot, but whither the little knight had gone no one knew. It was supposed that he might have gone to the squadron stationed in the field behind the city. Zagloba commanded to return to the camp, but there it was impossible to find an informant. They went to every inn on Długa Street. They went to Praga. All was in vain. Meanwhile night fell, and since an inn was not to be thought of, they were forced to go home. They went back in tribulation. Basha cried some. The pious Makowiecki repeated a prayer. Zagloba was really alarmed. He tried, however, to cheer himself and the company. "Ha," said he, "we are distressed, and perhaps Michał is already at home." "Or killed," said Basha, and she began to wail there in the carriage, repeating, "Cut out my tongue, it was my fault, oh, I shall go mad." "Quiet there, girl, the fault is not yours," said Zagloba, "and know this, if any man is killed, it is not Michał." "But I am sorry for the other. We have paid him handsomely for his hospitality. There is nothing to be said on that point. Oh God, oh God!" "That is the truth," added Pan Makowiecki. "Let that rest for God's sake. Kettling is surely nearer to Prussia than to Warsaw by this time. You heard that he is going away. I have hope in God too, that should he meet Volodyovski, they will remember old friendship, service rendered together. They rode stirrup to stirrup, they slept on one saddle, they went together on scouting expeditions, they dipped their hands in one blood. In the whole army their friendship was so famous that Kettling, by reason of his beauty, was called Volodyovski's wife. It is impossible that this should not come to their minds when they see each other." "Still, it is this way sometimes," said the discreet Makowiecki, "that just the warmest friendship turns to the fiercest animosity. So it was in our place when Pan Dejma killed Pan Ubish, with whom he had lived 20 years in the greatest agreement. I can describe to you that unhappy event in detail. If my mind were more at ease, I would listen to you as gladly as I do to her Grace, my benefactress, your Grace's spouse, who has the habit also of giving details, not excepting genealogies. But what you say of friendship and animosity has stuck in my head. God forbid that it should come true this time." One was Pan Dejma, the other Pan Ubish, both worthy men and fellow soldiers. "Oi, oi, oi," said Zagloba gloomily, "we trust in the mercy of God that it will not come true this time, but if it does, Kettling will be the corpse." "Misfortune," said Makowiecki, after a moment of silence. Yes, Dejma and Ubish. I remember it as if today, and it was a question also of a woman." "Eternally those women! The first door that comes will brew such beer for you that whoever drinks will not digest it," muttered Zagloba. "Don't attack Krisha, sir," cried Basha suddenly. "Oh, if Pan Michał had only fallen in love with you, none of this would have happened." Thus conversing, they reached the house. Their hearts beat on seeing lights in the windows, for they thought that Pan Michał had returned, perhaps. But Pani Makowiecki alone received them. She was alarmed and greatly concerned. On learning that all their searching had resulted in nothing, she covered herself with bitter tears and began to complain that she should never see her brother again. Basha seconded her at once in these lamentations. Zagloba too was unable to master his grief. "I will go again tomorrow before daylight, but alone," said he. "I may be able to learn something." "We can search better in company," put in Makowiecki. "No, let your Grace remain with the ladies. If Kettling is alive, I will let you know." "For God's sake, we are living in the house of that man," said Makowiecki. "We must find an inn somehow tomorrow, or even pitch tents in the field, only not to live longer here." "Wait for news from me, or we shall lose each other," said Zagloba. "If Kettling is killed—" "Speak more quietly, by Christ's wound," said Pani Makowiecki, for the servants will hear and tell Krisha. She is barely alive as it is." "I will go to her," said Basha, and she sprang upstairs. Those below remained in anxiety and fear. No one slept in the whole house. The thought that maybe Kettling was already a corpse filled their hearts with terror. In addition, the night became close, dark. Thunder began to roar and roll through the heavens, and later bright lightning rent the sky each moment. About midnight, the first storm of the spring began to rage over the earth. Even the servants woke. Krisha and Basha went from their chamber to the dining room. There the whole company prayed and sat in silence, repeating in chorus after each clap of thunder, "And the Word was made flesh." In the whistling of the whirlwind was heard at times, as it were, a certain horse tramp, and then fear and terror raised the hair on the heads of Basha, Pani Makowiecki, and the two men, for it seemed to them that at any moment the door might open and Pan Michał enter, stained with Kettling's blood. The usually mild Pan Michał, for the first time in his life, oppressed people's hearts like a stone, so that the very thought of him filled them with dread. However, the night passed without news of the little knight. At daylight, when the storm had abated in a measure, Zagloba set out a second time for the city. That whole day was a day of still greater alarm. Basha sat till evening in the window in front of the gate, looking at the road along which Pan Zagloba might return. Meanwhile, the servants, at command of Pan Makowiecki, were packing the trunks slowly for the road. Krisha was occupied in directing this work, for thus she was able to hold herself at a distance from the others. For though Pani Makowiecki did not mention Pan Michał in the young lady's presence even by one word, still that very silence convinced Krisha that Pan Michał's love for her, their former secret engagement, and her recent refusal had been discovered, and in view of this it was difficult to suppose that those people, the nearest to Pan Michał, were not offended and grieved. Poor Krisha felt that it must be so, that it was so, that those hearts, hitherto loving, had withdrawn from her. Therefore she wished to suffer by herself. Toward evening the trunks were ready, so that it was possible to move that very day. But Pan Makowiecki was waiting yet for news from Zagloba. Supper was brought, no one cared to eat it, and the evening began to drag along heavily, insupportably, and as silent as if all were listening to what the clock was whispering. "Let us go to the drawing-room," said Pan Makowiecki at last. "It is impossible to stay here." They went and sat down, but before any one had been able to speak the first word, the dogs were heard under the window. "Someone is coming," cried Basha. "The dogs are barking as if at people of the house," said Pani Makowiecki. "Quiet," said her husband. "There is a rattling of wheels." "Quiet," repeated Basha. "Yes, it comes nearer every moment. That is Pan Zagloba." Basha and Pan Makowiecki sprang up and ran out. Pani Makowiecki's heart began to throb, but she remained with Krisha so as not to show by great haste that Pan Zagloba was bringing news of exceeding importance. Meanwhile, the sound of wheels was heard right under the window, and then stopped on a sudden. Voices were heard at the entrance, and after a while Basha rushed into the room like a hurricane, and with a face as changed as if she had seen an apparition. "Basha, who is that? Who is that?" asked Pani Makowiecki with astonishment. But before Basha could regain her breath and give answer, the door opened. Through it entered first Pan Makowiecki, then Pan Michał, and last Kettling. End of chapter 20.